or good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Just want to say, I hope you're having a great day. That's it. Tis it, tis all. End of story. Guys, as we get in, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. It's only one coin. It'll help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. We're going to get into some debates here in just a moment because, guys, shit's getting kind of wicked. It's getting really wicked out there. And MAGA, I need to know. I need an understanding. I truly do. And I'm not even joking when I say this. I really need to understand. Are you guys all predators, or are there any redeeming qualities when it comes to Trump supporters? Is there any of the Trump supporters out there that are not predators? I kind of think I already know the answer, but you know. Anyway, guys, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live. Let's knock out the daily gift goal. It's the little love you very much. If we can knock that out, that'll help boost us, boost the live and push us out to the FYP. And also, send your daily heart me, please. I hear you guys knocking out that goal. I appreciate each and every one of you. Make sure if you are, let's get the likes up to, hello. Let's get the likes up to 8,000 likes if you're over on the TikToks. If you're over on YouTube, let's go ahead and get, hit that thumbs up. And yeah, MAGA, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter. Let's go.
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right,
or you don't even vote.
If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
No.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force.
What?
The test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You slip once, I'm snatching it all.
Lego.
Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air.
Ain't
No
no
rules, no plan, no script. Yeah.
one wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield.
Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in if you dare. You care. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah, this ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This a flame space.
Absolutely.
Don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Timothy Trump, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates, and honestly, I'm really hoping for a better understanding, because I think that at this moment in time, maybe it's me, maybe I just don't understand how things work, and I have a genuine question, right? And I'm not being facetious. And I'm really hoping I'm wrong. But the question is, MAGA, are you a predator? And I know people immediately jump to something, you know, essay, great things like that. No. Being a predator comes in many different forms, right? And I think that I would be hard pressed to find one person that supports Donald Trump that does not fall in fall in at least one of these categories. At least one. MAGA, you guys are predators when it comes to women and children, poor people, all non-white people, other countries, and hell, even you and your family. It's literally fascinating. I had to take a whole step back when I was thinking about this, and I noticed that, like, the only way that you can support Donald Trump today is if you are a predator, and you have to fall within one of these categories. So I say this in all earnest. I'm genuinely hoping that I get someone that proves me wrong. I'm not joking at all. Really looking for someone that is not in at least one of these categories. And MAGA, just a FYI, just a reminder, crash out, you lose. 2026, I'm not doing crash outs. I have no interest in someone coming up who doesn't have impulse control or crashing out or just all the weird stuff. I'd rather not. I'd rather not. So with that being said, if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you are not a Trump supporter, tap the screen, share the live. Also, guys, repost the live. Please, please, please. Repost the live. That's super important. Also, just an FYI, whenever you guys get a moment, right before I went live, I posted a video. That's a video of Joel Patrick, the one I talked about yesterday. Make sure you check that out. Hey, Cuckoo. Oh, sorry, I meant to give MAGA, I meant to give you guys the rules for my space. You don't get to yip yap in my chat, not YouTube, because YouTube, you guys, like, you need to come over to TikTok so you can debate me, but TikTok, anyone MAGA in my TikTok chat, you don't get to yip yap. So if you are running your mouth, then yeah, you get muted. But I'll send you a request if you have your request on. Yeah, because Kamala was only concerned about arresting Americans. Yeah, cool. Come up and tell me about that. So I'm going to mute you, highly blessed, but I'm sending you an invite to come up. Oh, you're in the request already. Perfect. You can get started. Highly blessed. How are you today?
I'm blessed.
I see what you did there. What can I call you, friend?
Huh?
What name can I call you, friend?
You can call me blessed. You can call me HB.
HB, I like that. I like that. HB has a little bit of sauce to it. All right, HB, and just to verify, you are a Trump supporter. Is that accurate?
Yes, I support all my presidents.
Okay, now hold on. See, now I get that, but let me be clear, because there's a difference between supporting all the presidents and specifically supporting this president and their action, what they do. So just to verify, right? Knowing what you know today, if you had to go back and vote again, would you still vote for Donald Trump today over Kamala Harris? Yes or no?
Yes, I was about to ask you which election, but since you said that, of course, yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, HB. All right, let's get into it. Quick question before we go too far. Do you know who I am?
No shade, but no.
Okay, no, listen, that's not shade. I appreciate you letting me know. Listen, would you mind if I give you a quick introduction to who I am and what this is?
That'd be a refresh.
Okay,
Refresh from what other live.
Absolutely. No worries. Give me 1 second here, okay? Absolutely, one moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We're only looking for some debates. But if you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. If you can knock them out a couple of times, it'll help push us out to the FYP. Also, send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. It'll boost the live as well. Last but not least, MAGA, get in the box. This is not your safe space. I will not let you run your mouth in my chat. So just an FYI, mods, if you see MAGA running their mouth in my chat, go ahead and put them on mute. Encourage them to come up. Send them a request, and we'll get you in here. Like, I will give you a voice. I'll give you an opportunity to speak, but I don't want to hear you from the comments. I want to hear you on the panel. With that being said, one last thing, David, I'm gonna mute you, right? Because I don't care about you spamming your running in the comments. I already have someone up on the panel. I see you in the request. Hold tight, bud. Sorry, but HB beat you up here, so you're not up yet. Also, you're annoying, so I'm gonna make you wait quietly in the comments until it's your turn. HB, back to you. So I'm hoping that you're gonna prove me wrong, and I'm being really sincere when I say this, but are all MAGA, all Trump supporters, are you guys all predators in one way, shape, or form?
I can only speak for myself, and no way I'm a predator in no way, shape, or form.
Okay. Listen, we're gonna put that to the test because I'm pretty sure that the only way that you can align yourself with Donald Trump is being some form of a predator, whether it be with women and children, poor people, non-white people, other countries, or even you and your family. So help me understand, right? After Donald Trump has invaded a country, captured and kidnapped the president, had additional blockades on oil, saying we're going to run this country, antagonized other countries like Cuba, Brazil, Colombia, and then at the same time, while foreign harming people, domestically antagonizing the people here within the U.S. and openly admitting that, if he doesn't win the midterms, he's going to be impeached. And he understands that's because of his illegal actions. Hell, even it looks like the Senate and the House, they have dual bills getting ready to pass with support for the war powers resolution to limit what Donald Trump can and cannot do internationally. So again, I'm a little bit confused. How are you supporting him, and how are you supporting him without being a predator?
The first thing I'm gonna say is I don't agree with your description of the operation. I don't believe it. I don't believe it was an invasion nor a kidnapping. I see it was an arrest made. Okay.
So I guess help me square that circle then, because the reason why I say it was, I say he invaded. I wouldn't say it's an invasion. The only reason I say invaded is because they didn't come in through quote unquote legal means. So I'm not trying to say, it's a whole widespread thing, but in order to get in and get out, they invaded. And so that's what I mean by that. But they went in, they unalive a ton of people, including soldiers that were sent, protection that was sent from Cuba. They took a lot of lives and snatched up Maduro and brought him back in. Have you seen how they've been parading him around like New York in open air vans and all this other stuff?
No, I haven't seen that, but that wouldn't be something I would agree with.
It's super weird. So what they did is they've been riding around New York, and the
government always do weird stuff. The government always do weird stuff.
But what are we doing? Like they literally have him in this van. They got both of the doors open in the van, like a bunch of lights and cops and everything, and they're just kind of driving around with him in the van. It's weird as shit.
Yeah, that's where I'll be honest. George Bush did a better job with Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not. I have no sympathy for Nicolas Maduro, right? I mean, he was a dictator, right? His people hated him. But I heard someone say this earlier, and I had to agree, right? And you tell me what you think. if some other country did this to us, right? Because I don't support Donald Trump and what he's doing, and I would love if he were removed, right? But he is the current president of the United States of America. But if some other country came in and specifically kidnapped Donald Trump and brought him to their country to hold trial for charges or whatever, I would be like, what the fuck is happening, right? And so while I don't want Donald Trump in power, and I be happy when he's not in power again, like I would be taken back if another country actually came in and just took our leader, right?
Yeah, but that's me being biased as an American.
Yeah, but so
you wouldn't like that because
good.
You're an American.
Right, but I don't like that because that's not how you go about doing things, right? And that's why I have a problem with the way that we handle Nicolas Maduro versus the way that people would be offended if it was Trump. I'm consistent between the two.
And I can respect that. It's hard to argue against consistent people.
So help me with this, right? Because Donald Trump, he's given up the game, and he's admitted it's not about narco-terrorism, right? It's not about narcotics or anything that possibly could be coming from Venezuela. It's all about the oil. He's openly admitted it. He's talked about how we will be selling the oil. He's talked about how, like, they actually just came out now and said that the United States will be managing and maintaining the oil in Venezuela indefinitely, even though the current Venezuelan president, the former VP, is pushing back on that.
Can I ask a question? Because I seen that, and I could be wrong because you know how media is, and you could just be looking at the bias side of things. But I was told that oil was given to us as a thank you for doing this for us.
No, Trump lied. So
I didn't know it was taken.
Yeah, Trump lied. Trump absolutely lied. That's the interesting part about this, because again, Trump has been saying this, and his surrogates have been echoing the same thing with Marco Rubio and Stephen Miller, and they've been using the premise of the Monroe documents as why this is okay. Do you know what the Monroe documents are?
Not really, but what you said alone just changes everything.
What do you mean?
Because as far as I could tell, from, like I said, I'm obviously only going to be fed the bias side of the media. And from what I see, it made it seem routine, and I didn't hear nothing about no oil other than it being a gift to us. But narco-terrorism, I heard that.
Yeah. No, listen, what happened was Donald Trump was first saying that, and you can't say, the name of the D-Rug on live, but he was saying that, they're shipping F drug into our country from Venezuela, right? That was the whole premise. And then the information got out, which is true. Venezuela doesn't traffic F drug, right? That's not the place that it derives from. And so, like, Donald Trump stopped pressing that button and then started pressing the button of like, there's other issues, there's other drugs, there's other stuff, we need to get him, right? But the interesting thing about like all of that is in 2014, before Donald Trump was back in power, he stated that Venezuela was on the brink of collapse and we would have had access to all of the oil. And now we're actually purchasing the oil. He's consistently talking about that. And then the first interview that he did after Nicolas Maduro was captured, he talked so much about the oil, right? It was a big thing. He even said that the United States will be selling the oil. He said, we're in the oil business, we'll be selling the oil, we'll sell it to China. And one day when we're on good terms with Russia, we'll sell it to Russia as well. One other thing that started happening today, did you know that we had sanctions on Venezuela oil?
Yeah, I heard of that.
Okay. As of today, Donald Trump has his administration are starting to selectively remove certain sanctions that will allow the Venezuelan oil to be sold. And he's doing that because we're selling the oil. So like the point being is, he said that like it's ours. And I mean, we've already commandeered 2 oil tankers. We did another one this morning and it's a Russia oil tanker. It's like, it's a whole thing. So now you got other countries condemning the United States, saying that, you know, going in and actually just capturing a leader like that is an act of terrorism. You have like not only people that aren't necessarily our allies, but you have our allies saying like, you can't do this. So it's a whole thing.
I'm good. The other side of the information on this from you. I to be honest, I don't have no rebuttal.
Okay. All right. Well, I would definitely say take a look at it. I mean, take a look at what he said, but even more so, the current president of Venezuela, she's been giving multiple interviews, and like the funny thing about all this is that there's been a lot of spin, right? And there's been a lot of misinformation that's been perpetuated, and like misinformation and disinformation relies on people like not fact checking. And so like one thing that's been spread and is like people saying, oh, the people of Venezuela is so happy and they're out in the streets and they're, you know, cheering and all this other stuff.
Yeah, I was going to approach that.
Yeah. Now, while I will say that I have gotten feedback that individuals are absolutely ecstatic that Nicholas
I'm sure it's split. Just like if someone was to do that to Donald Trump, it'd be split over here too.
Well, no, they're happy, but it's not about like wanting, because the idea is being pushed that you know, they want the United States.
They want him gone, but they don't want their country destroyed in the process.
Exactly. They don't want someone else to own their country. What they really want is the former regime before Maduro, who actually helped lift so many Venezuelans out of poverty, right? The former regime helped lift them out of poverty and also increase the overall literacy rate for Venezuelans, right? And so they want someone along that power, not Maduro. But what also is being pushed is like they're all celebrating all this other stuff, and they're playing all these videos on loop, but it's like either videos that are from 2004, so they're old videos. There's videos of Venezuelans that are in like Florida and Panama, and they're saying that it's in Venezuela. So it's so much disinformation out there, and you can like verify all of this. But the long and the short of it is it's about the oil.
Did you just turn me back Democrat, brother?
I don't know. Listen. I'm don't get me wrong. I'm not even a Democrat. I'm a leftist. I think the Democratic Party sucks as well because they're weak. But I do think that as far as the two-party system that we currently have and who's doing the most beneficial things for everyday Americans, it's the left, right? I think they need to do more because I care about the people. But as far as what's happening today, the left is doing more than the right. Anyway, HB, listen, I appreciate you coming on.
The narrative for the past 2 years was the left is the reason why we go through all of this stuff, and then the right has to fix it and get blamed for how they fix it.
Ooh, okay. Let me run this one for you really quick because
you get what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah, no. I feel you. This is one of my favorite things to debunk, right? Because a lot of people have like misconceptions. People go off vibes, right? That's a really big thing. People go off vibes and they don't actually look into the information. And HB, I'm super big on numbers, right? And so this is what it looks like. This is what our country looks like since the 1970s under Democratic rule versus Republican rule, right? And these are all quantifiable things. This is why I love numbers, because you can quantify and identify all of this information. So since the 1970s, which that's what's 2026 was 56 years, almost 60 years, right? This is what our country has done under Democratic rule versus Republican rule. Under Democrats, since the 1970s, our GDP has grown by 2.88%. Under the Republican Party, it's only grown by 0.94%. Since the 1970s, there's been a total of 61.2 million jobs created under Democrats and 27 million created under Republicans. Under Democrats, since the 70s, the stock market performance has increased by 2,228.57% or 57%. And under the Republican rule, it's only increased 793.28%. The average unemployment rate since the 70s under Democrats is 5.84%. And under Republicans, the average unemployment rate has been 6.16%. Under Democrats, there has been one recession started since 1970. Under Republicans, there's been 7 recessions started since the 1970s. And under the Democratic rule, and this isn't just the president, right? This is Congress and higher. So House, Senate, all of those, House, Senate, presidency, all that. Since the 1970s, there's been three criminal indictments for Democratic leaders. Since 1970, there's been 272 Republican criminal indictments, including 34 felonies by the United States president. So the point that I'm trying to get across with that is a lot of people like to say, oh, the Republican Party does so much and does so well for like the people and, you know.
No, they say the Republican Party do so well for the country and the Democrat do well. They accuse the Republicans of not caring about the people, only caring about the country, and accuse the Democrats for not caring about the country
under the Republicans, which isn't true. So anyway, listen, I appreciate you coming up. I'm gonna drop you down. Keep listening. I would be. I
just want to give you your flowers real quick, brother, because out of all the anti-MAGA lives and all that stuff, you make it so easy to speak to. You're respectful.
I appreciate you.
You don't just talk. You talk and off the top of your head, you have the sources already. So that means you actually know and care about what you're speaking of, other than just trying to fit an algorithm.
Yeah.
So
no, listen, I appreciate you. I think
be screaming in because I'm trying to get proof. Because when people tell me these things, I don't say no, that's not right. Because I hate to look stupid, so I'm not gonna sit here and say something and I'm totally wrong, and now I'm just looking dumb. Now I'm on YouTube looking dumb, thinking I know what I'm talking about.
Word. That's ableist, friend.
I'm so sorry.
Oh no, all good.
So I would ask them, how, where, when you get this from? What says this? And that's when the argument come in. So keep doing what you're doing, brother, because you're gonna wake a lot of people. A lot of people that's open-minded, you're gonna wake them up. Because now it's a lot. Because now, like, even I know and recognize that, yes, I've been looking at stuff, but it's been a biased side. Now I want to go search on the other side, and then I want to search the middle.
Yeah, what I'll say, and I'll leave you with this, is be hypercritical of everyone, right? The one thing that I always say, and I truly mean this, I don't care if a politician has a D, an R, an I by their name. If they're not doing something beneficial for the American people, then they need to be replaced. I don't care. They're public servants for a reason. So don't hold an allegiance to a specific side or a politician or whatever. Make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do, period. And just, there's nothing wrong with being critical and criticizing our leaders, because they work for us. And that's what we all need to remember. They work for us. We don't work for them. So.
God bless you, brother. You keep. Right. Hope you have a blessed day, man. And don't let nobody get you out of your character, man. You got
no. Listen, I match energy. That's it. But I appreciate you. You have a good one.
You too, brother. I'll get off.
W's in the chat for Amanda. Amanda sent a $10 donation saying, "Hi, love, my friend. Ready to see you cook them." I try to do it. I try to, get jiggy when I can get jiggy, and that's what we do. W's in the chat for Julio, who sent a $5 donation saying, "ICE just pew-pewed a woman for recording them in her car in Minnesota. Pew-pewed them 4 times in a U.S. city." Holy shit, I got to look that up. Holy shit, that is fucking wild. Julio, thank you so much for the $5 donation. W's in the chat for Jay for the $1 donation saying, "Lost my health insurance because it's now $1,000 a month. I'm in chemo. My treatment is $220,000 each. Holy fuck. I hate Trump and MAGA." Yeah, like, again, in order to be a Trump supporter, you have to be predatory and like nature in some type of way, shape, or form. Like, I don't know. It's wild. But W's in the chat, I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope, things, I hope you have options. Like, that's fucking wild. Benjamin, W's in the chat, Benjamin, for the $5 donation, saying, "Good work. Keep telling the truth and showing the numbers." Thank you so much, Benjamin. Benjamin, I tried to add you on Discord, but For some reason, like, I don't know, I saw your message and I don't know if it's the pound sign or whatever. Anyway, I couldn't find you. So if you could shoot me a request on Discord, because I do want to talk to you about what you said. I'm super interested. Debbie's in the chat for Just Alpha, who sent the $5 super chat to say, just because Nicolas Maduro was a dictator does not give justification for what we did. We're not doing. Oh, I'm assuming you're saying what we're doing is not going to make us any different than Russia. Exactly. I completely agree. W's in the chat for Just Alpha, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do I pronounce your username Mensa, or how do I say that?
Manasseh.
Manasseh.
Yes,
okay. I'm sorry. I didn't want to mess up your name, and I'm like horrible with names.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Manasseh, I'm not sure if your volume is down or whatever, but you sound a little low.
Oh, sorry about that. How about, is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Manasseh, question for you, because, and I'm hoping that this isn't the case, but it's just a realization that I came to, and I'm hoping that you can prove me wrong. But I feel like in order to support Trump today, you have to be a predator in some way, shape, or form. So the question is, are you a predator?
No.
Okay. All right. So we're going to test that, because again, like it's always something. So I guess my question is, understanding what Donald Trump is doing to our country, right? Harming Americans in multiple ways, and the things that are currently happening. How are you still supporting Donald Trump?
I would say because the last administration under Biden showed me that the Democrats can harm our country in other ways. So there's trade-offs regardless of what side you choose. To me, Democrats can no longer be in leadership because I saw their handling of things like the border when it comes to crime, their foreign policy. To me, they can't be trusted in that. I agree when it comes to certain economic policies, I think they're great, but on other issues, they just can't be trusted.
Okay. So I always like to make this clear distinction, right? Because a lot of people like to go back and talk about 2024, and I don't really like to, because it's 2026, and so people talk about like why I voted and why I did this and why I did that, and I don't like to necessarily talk about the votes and what it was. So I want to talk about like today, now, right? And while I understand your premise, I'm not going to push back on you and say, oh, there may have been some things or may not have been some things or whatever that the Democrats did that you felt like was not up to par. But the question I have is like, today, why are you still actually supporting like Donald Trump? Not why did you vote for him? Why are you still supporting him? Like, are you standing behind any of the things that he's actually doing and say you agree with that?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
okay.
Everything. You have to have the context of why. First of all, let's deal with how even Trump came to be. This whole phenomenon.
No. I don't want to go back that far. I just want to know, like,
well, it's
like,
important. It's an important
today?
Point, because if you don't acknowledge that,
yeah, Donald Trump came to power because one, people didn't think that he could actually win, and they underestimated him. Two, he was somewhat different, and he gave people a different option. Three, he was a bit of a populist candidate because he was well-known, celebrity, billionaire, all this other stuff. So, like, that was the first iteration. The second iteration was, in my opinion, because of COVID, people didn't think things were good. They blamed Biden-Harris administration for like the pandemic and how life was, and said things were better under Trump and blah, 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 blah. Like, we get it. We get how Donald Trump got to power.
No, those are not the points I was going to bring up. It has to do more with culture. So take the Democrat or the left. The left claims to be the representative of the working class. You agree, right?
Yeah, but they're not.
Exactly, they're not. And why is it? It's not just because they have policies that benefit the working class. I agree, especially on economic issues. The problem they have is culturally, they do not identify with the working class. At least
Not
the
even
current
culturally.
Democrats don't.
It's all you know, tongue in cheek. They give lip service to doing beneficial things for the everyday Americans, and they don't do it consistently enough. The Republican Party does similar things, but does it even less. Neither one of them, neither party are the party of the working class. Both of them are parties of the ultra wealthy. Anyway, keep going.
Exactly, but the Democrats are supposed to be, but they're not. And the biggest thing is they don't identify culturally. So when you despise the things that, because the working class, for example, is majority religious, especially in America, they're primarily Christian. The left in this country despises religion, especially Christianity.
That's not true.
When you look at when it comes to traditional values, when it comes to things like LGBT, abortion, and so forth, the working class is a lot more conservative on a lot of those issues than, say, elitist liberals that are in Martha's Vineyard or in San Francisco.
That's not true.
So the left is more comfortable in places like Martha's Vineyard, San Francisco, than they are in, say, Pittsburgh and Detroit. And so when
Question
you don't
for you,
identify
really
with group
quick, just to
culturally,
make sure I'm
opens
not
the door for
tripping.
Trump.
Who is the richest person on earth?
I don't know.
You don't know who the richest person is on earth?
No, because, you know, when it comes to some of the Saudi,
Don't worry about it. I'll give it to you.
the
then,
royalty, we don't
because
know. We
not
don't know
only
the
is he
exact
the-
number they have.
Not only is he the richest person on earth, but he's set to be a trillionaire. It's Elon Musk. Who does Elon Musk support?
Well, we don't know if Elon is the richest because we don't know the exact numbers, how much
From
the
the
Saudis
information
have.
that we have, who is the richest person on earth?
Okay, let's go with Elon.
Okay. Who does Elon Musk support?
He supports Trump.
Okay. At Donald Trump's inauguration, how many of the top 10, you may not know the exact number, but, you know, give it a old college try, of the top 10 richest people on earth, how many of them came to Donald Trump's inauguration?
Probably a lot of them.
7.
Okay.
When Donald Trump built out his cabinet, right, once he was elected, how many billionaires were placed in his cabinet?
I don't know. I don't know the number.
18, the most in United States history, and that excludes Elon Musk working in Doge. So like the whole premise as far as like, oh, the left being comfortable in Martha's Vineyard and da 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 da, it's all a talking point. I don't care about it's
the right never
talking
claimed to be the representative of the working class. That's the
doesn't
problem.
matter,
The left
you know,
claimed
because
to be the representatives. That's the issue.
I hear you, but the point that I'm making is I don't care what they say. I care what they do. And while one may say it and then one may not say it, they both do it. So I don't care what either one of them say. I care what they do, and they both do it. So can we move past that?
Brother, what you're not acknowledging is in every circumstance, especially politics-wise, there's always a trade-off. There's no ideal option. Both sides have trade-offs. The question is, which trade-offs matter to you? Do social issues matter? Is it more economic policy? Is it foreign policy? Whatever it may be, each person's different. So there's going to be trade-offs on both sides. I acknowledge that. But you got to be honest and say there's also negative trade-offs on the left. It's not like the left is perfect.
Fine. That's fine. I get it. Culture wars, you want to give lip service. People say this and don't do that, and people don't say this and still do that. That's fine. I think sitting here focusing on the fact that the left is supposed to be the working class and they have billionaires, and the right is supposed to be small government and they have billionaires. Like, I hear all of that. I think it's a moot point. I hear you with your gripes, but I don't think it actually lends itself to the question that you were supposed to be getting to. Because the
it's
question,
about being consistent. Because
the question you're supposed to be answering
equally applies to the left, because there's a bunch of rich donors on the left. You know that. For the love, I've heard progressives.
Yes, there's rich donors on the left and right. Hey,
right, correct.
The BBB, right? You know what the BBB is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Who passed the BBB?
I don't know.
You just said you know what it is.
It's the Better Business Bureau, right?
Oh, no. I guess the Big Beautiful Bill.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's Trump and the Republicans.
Yeah. Okay. Did the Big Beautiful Bill help Elon Musk?
I think it did.
Yes, it absolutely did. Did the Big Beautiful Bill help George Soros?
I don't know.
Yes, it did. Why do you think it helped both Elon Musk and George Soros equally?
I'm assuming you're referring to the tax breaks, the tax cuts.
They're all billionaires. The point that I'm trying to get across is, while the Democratic Party may say one thing, while the Republican Party may say one thing or not, they both pass legislation that overwhelmingly benefits the ultra wealthy. The difference is the Democratic Party tends to do things that is more beneficial to everyday Americans, like pass the Affordable Care Act and then fight for the subsidies that continue to extend people's access to healthcare, where the Republicans say, no, we don't want to extend those subsidies. And then 7 million Americans lose access to their healthcare while everyone else premiums skyrocket. That's the difference. At the same time that the Republican Party passed the BBB,
hold on.
overwhelmingly helped millionaires and millionaires and billionaires, and then they turn around and vote against giving affordable healthcare access to everyday Americans. And no, people.
Okay, did premiums go up after the ACA was passed? Yes or no?
No.
No, you're lying. Now what are you talking about? It didn't.
You're talking about the fine. You're talking about the fine for people who didn't have health care. That's where you're going. This is the same thing.
No, that's a separate point. I'm talking about the premiums in general. I'm saying before
premiums didn't go up after the premiums didn't go up after the ACA because it was a coalescence of being able to restrict certain providers from being able to give outrageous amount, and then also being able to just say, no, we're not going to give people here. So it coalesced and stabilized the prices across the board. Some prices went up because premiums were lower. Some prices came down because premiums were higher, but it stabilized premiums across the board, and it gave people the access and ability to actually price
No, it didn't
shop.
stabilize premiums. Now you're lying, dude.
Okay, tell me where you find this information.
It was the whole system was able to work upon the idea that you could tax people who didn't take the ACA or didn't have health insurance to offset the cost for the people who pre-existing conditions. Yes, it was.
Literally
the whole issue. Remember what the issue was back when it was being passed, was covering people with pre-existing conditions, and to offset the cost, you had to have people have to pay the tax if they didn't take it. Because the whole system was based upon, they wanted originally to have a whole bunch of healthy people to be able to have it and cover the cost for those with pre-existing conditions. That was the issue, right? Okay. When this whole thing was being passed in the beginning, correct?
Yeah. So they wanted to actually be able to cover people who had pre-existing conditions and people that had been denied and blah, 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 blah. Yes.
Exactly. So that's where the penalty came in to help offset the cost, correct? Because they needed to have a whole bunch of people.
That's not where it came from. Okay, so this is what I need you to do because
come on, man.
This is what I need you to do because you've been saying a lot, and I have like actual information, and I would love to give you this information. But I would love to know where you're basing your information off of. So what I am giving you information, this comes from a couple of different places, right? We have Econofacts, which is a fact-checking economist site that has been established to ensure that information that is passed through or about the economy is accurate and fair.
Is it a
we also
leftist
have
site?
No,
it's how do you know that?
It's just you can go to all sides and you can check it, but that's not the only source that I'm using. Just listen for half a second, and also make sure you go grab your sources because I need those. So again, the other place that we're reviewing this information is from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, who has verified this information. And the third place that we're verifying this from is from the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services, right? And this all talks about the actual increases that occurred when it came to the ACA and how that worked. And so again, the entire premise of the ACA and the increases, while yes, it did increase slightly, right? It says the average increase of premiums was 3.4%, in which that was from, that was the increase for the initial round of the ACA. It stabilized other premiums.
Remember,
again,
so you just told me a second ago that they didn't increase. Now you're acknowledging it did?
Holy smokes. What did I say about the premiums?
I told you when it passed.
What did I say about the premiums?
You told me, no, it didn't. You said it stabilized.
What did I say about the premiums?
You said this when I said specifically the premiums went up, you said, no, they didn't.
Okay.
That's what your exact words.
Listen to me for a second.
Okay.
It was a stabilization of the premiums. I said some premiums.
Did the premiums go up? Yes or no?
You have to let me finish my sentence.
Okay.
Some premiums
Stop tap
went
dancing,
up.
man. Just cut to the chase.
Hey, I'm going to be really serious right now when I say this. I'm not interested in cutting you off, and I don't want you to cut me off. I'm not here for talking over each other. I really want to get to the conversation. I don't care what you think about me personally. I would just like to substantiate the things that we're saying. So I don't give a fuck if you think I'm tap dancing or not. Just don't talk over me. Let me finish my sentence and I won't talk over you. Are we on the same page?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So the point that I made, right, is the overall prices increased in the short term because it stabilized the premiums. Some of the premiums went up and some of the premiums went down. And so the initial increase of the ACA was at a 3.4% clip. But after the stabilization of the ACA and from the time post ACA, so since 2010 onward, the overall average cost of premiums reduced by 6.9%, meaning that yes, initially there was a increase because it brought some of the ones that were lower up while also bringing some of the ones that were lower down. But in total, it reduced premiums from where they were prior to the ACA to the point of having the ACA. And that's my overall point.
I don't believe that, to be honest with you.
That's fine. I gave you 3 different places where you can actually verify the sources. Now, what I need you to do, you remember how I listed out the places where I'm getting my information and my sources? Tell me where you're getting your information and your sources from.
Yeah, because the cost of healthcare premiums where I am.
That's fine.
So
I don't care about you saying that. Tell me where your sources are from.
You told me don't cut people off.
That's fine, but make sure you're telling me where your sources are from, not the fifis, the actual source.
I'm telling you based on the cost of healthcare premiums where I am. They never went down. Now, it may have been different, like you acknowledge some places it went up, some places went down. Where I am, I live in Minnesota. We always saw them going up. I never saw any point where the healthcare premiums were going down. And so I don't, maybe in other states, it might have been different. But at least here, at no point did I ever see that.
Okay, 2 quick questions for you. Is the ACA only for Minnesota, or is it something that was enacted on a federal level?
Of course, on the federal level, but you just acknowledged in your statement before that in some cases it went up, some cases went down, and obviously it's different depending on what region you're in. So where I am, we never saw it go down. Maybe it was different in other states. Maybe other states saw the decrease, but we didn't see it here.
Yeah, I didn't say it depends on the region. That's not my words. Those are your words. The point that I made is some healthcare premiums went up and some went down. That's the point. This is a federal thing. This is not a Minnesota thing. This is not a, Washington. I live in Washington State, not a Washington State thing. I'm talking about on a national level because this is something that was passed for the entire country, not for a specific state. So as far as saying I'm going to finish the sentence. I'm going to finish the sentence. So as far as the Affordable Care Act, we are not talking about it in a silo or a portion. We're talking about the entire thing. Now, what I would love to do is actually still have you verify something. So I will accept your claim that the prices in Minnesota did not decrease, but I need you to prove that. So do you have a source besides, well, this is where I was and this is how it happened?
Yeah, I'm going off what we were dealing with here as far as
finish my
get insurance to our
employer. Can I finish my sentence?
You just cut me off 5 seconds ago.
I literally waited for you to stop and I was still talking.
You just asked a question.
Do you have a source that shows?
I just told you my source. I told you that 3 times. I don't know why you keep asking that. What's
the name of your source?
It's not the name of the source. It's when we were getting health insurance here.
What's the name of your source?
Okay. It's not a source. I'm not giving you a news link.
Is that the name of your source? Can't be trust me, bro, because I don't trust
my source is myself going out to purchase health insurance.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about
okay.
I'm going to mute you. My source, first, one, Econofax. The title is Fact Checks. Have healthcare costs risen faster since the Affordable Care Act was passed? This was actually published in April the 22nd, 2025. The second source that I actually cited was the John Hopkins source. It's John Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. The title is listed, What's Behind Rising Health Cost? This was actually published in November of 2025, where it looked at the effects of the Affordable Care Act and also the increases that were going to occur because of the removal of the subsidies. And last but not least, the other source is from the Center of Medicare and Medicaid, shining a light on health insurance rate increases. So that's my sources. That's how I give you a source, and that's how I tell you to verify the things that I'm saying. So you sitting here saying my source is what happened while I was here because I had health insurance. That's not a source. That's a personal experience. That is a trust me, bro. And I don't believe you. You need more people. Do you have a verifiable source for me?
For me, that's enough. If I'm in the market trying to purchase it and I'm seeing the cost going up, and then you're telling me, oh, it's not. Read this article from so-and-so that's telling you, no, it's going down. Don't believe your lying eyes. Believe what we're telling you. How am I supposed to take that?
Okay, so 1.5 thousand of us hanging out here, actually with everyone on YouTube as well. It's over 2,000 people watching right now. 2,000 people. Are you telling us that we should just believe what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you, this is what I'm basing it off of. My experience in the market trying to purchase it and seeing it consistently going up.
Right.
Every time.
And again, I'm not
at no point did I ever see it go down.
Sure. And I'm not trying to change you and what you believe, right? That's not
I mean,
what
whether
we're
or
trying
not
to
you
do.
believe me, it doesn't matter.
What we're trying to do,
to me. I don't care.
Yeah. Well, you should, because the point of you coming up here to debate is to prove your point. And the way that you prove your point is through verifiable sources, right?
Yeah, but how do I know your sources are legit? Just because they say
I
that.
literally
For example,
gave you
I'll give you an
the sources.
example. Let me give you an example. Let me just make a quick point. Take the whole issue when we had with inflation, right? When it came to inflation, they would measure it in certain ways to say, well, it went up this, but then if you cut it, if you went specific to certain categories, certain things had a higher inflation than others. But the way you would do the numbers, you could present it in a certain way to make it look less than it really is, or more than it really is, depending on what numbers you choose to evaluate. So when it comes to all this stuff, people can frame things whatever way they want. Versus when I'm going to the market itself and I'm witnessing prices go up, and it's consistent for the last couple of years, that carries more weight, in my opinion, than what some random guy in a newsroom in the middle of New York is telling me.
So data can absolutely be presented in a way where people use it to be misleading. I completely agree with that. The point that I get to is understanding, one, what's the difference between a verifiable source and a quote unquote guy in a newsroom saying one thing or the other, right? And so the reason why my sources, not only do I give the titles, the place that you can find the source and the date, is so if you want to challenge my source, or even the people that's watching, if they want to verify the source, they have the ability to go pull it up and look through it and poke holes through it themselves, right? And so while people love to actually misrepresent or mislead information, when you actually give that information, it gives the opportunity for the source to be cross-examined and either be deemed to be credible or deemed to be non-credible. That is the point of verifying the source. Okay. The one thing that I cannot do, I literally sat here quietly the entire time while you spoke. The issue is when you sit here and say, hey, this is what I saw. No one can cross-reference, poke holes, or check what you saw. No one can tell you what you saw. I cannot tell you what you experienced. Your lived experience is not something that I had. That's why I cannot tell you that you're wrong with your lived experience. The only thing that I can tell you is by verifying multiple sources, the information shows that there was an actual change in different ways, and it verifies what I'm saying. So what I'm gonna ask you to do, I'm gonna place you on mute just for a minute, and I'm gonna say, can you please go find a verifiable source that backs up your claim that prices did nothing but increase in your area? And I'm gonna read off a couple of thank yous, and then I'll come back to you. I placed you on mute. That was me. I placed you on mute. I'm going to read off a couple of thank yous, and then I'll come back for your verifiable source. Doreen, thank you so much for the $3 donation, saying I was going to tell you about the pew pew in Minnesota as well. ICE is 5 minutes from where I live. It's scary. I hate this timeline. Listen, Doreen, first and foremost, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Take care of the people you love. Take care of the people around you. Please, please, please be safe. Yeah, I mean, I just heard about it. That's absolutely fucking wild. Hopefully you're okay and things around you will be okay. I'm really sorry to hear that happened. W's in the chat for Brandy, who sent a $1 donation saying, yo, I fell asleep the night Joel was on your stream and missed the crash out, but I watched the video that you made and OMG, his disrespect was crazy. It's a shame. I thought he was capable of being an actual human in spite of being MAGA. Yeah, listen, it's funny because I posted the video, and for anyone that doesn't know, it's the pinned video that's on my page. It was the interaction between myself and Joel Patrick. He and I talked for like 3 hours. And it was wild because we went from the space of like, of course, debating and going back and forth to the point where we made an actual human connection. And he and I kind of, you know, he was vulnerable and talked about some certain things. But then when someone else would join the panel, he like reverted, crashed out, and just like was wholly disrespectful. So it was a whole thing. And then, of course, he went to my inbox and started crying. Not only did I post snippets of the actual 3 hour long conversation, but I posted his DMs that he sent me on Instagram because, like, what the fuck are we doing? So yeah, if you guys get a moment, go check that out. It's the pinned video on my page, and I had him blocked, right? Because I was like, yeah, fuck you. But the one thing about me is I don't throw stones and hide my hands. So not only did I make sure to unblock him, but I tagged him in the video because I don't play those games. W's in the chat for Benjamin for the $5 donation, saying, man, if you were doing this, if all we're doing is trading personal stories, we're not covering the truth. We're just vibing. And that's what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to say. W's in the chat for Benjamin for the $5 dono. W's in the chat for Stacy for the $5 super chat to say, Ice just pew-pewed a woman. Something needs to change quickly. Exactly. There has to be some type of accountability and some type of change. W's in the chat for 1234 for the $2 super chat to say, LOL, what's your source? I'm a source. LOL. Exactly. They always think that they're a source. They're not. We don't trust you. You need more people. Anyway, guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. 1.6 thousand of us hanging out here. Tap the screen if you don't mind. Tap the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 150,000 likes. Also, can we knock out the finger hearts? The finger hearts are the gift goal. Also, guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. We are driving to 80,000 followers. We just passed 75,000 followers yesterday. So if you not hit that follow button, go ahead and hit that follow button and follow the backup account as well. Follow both of them and turn on the notifications, please and thank you. All right, Missa, I'm gonna send your request to come off mute. Oh, you're off mute. Perfect. Do you have a verifiable source for me?
Oh, no, I got a question for you first. You read an article earlier. Where
wait. No.
Hold on, I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
No.
Here we go.
You can ask the question after you give me your verifiable source.
Okay, I told you the source was. I didn't even claim it to be a source. I just said my experience in the market. That's what it was.
What did I say about your experience in the market?
Because that carries more weight. Okay,
up,
let me just ask my question. Because you just hold on. You just told me a second ago. Oh, now you're gonna cut me off.
No, because you keep trying to go to your question. I need you to do one of two.
I just want you to be consistent with what you just told me a second ago.
Sure, one of two things. Either you give me a verifiable source, or you admit that you were wrong and that was not the truth. You have to concede on the point.
How can I be wrong if I'm telling you this is what I experienced with trying to purchase health insurance? How can I tell you that?
Then you have to give me a verifiable source. That's why I said one of two.
What do you want? You want me to go pull up all the quotes that I got to show you how the healthcare premiums are going higher? Is that what you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Actual trend of the cost of healthcare in your
Okay,
state.
perfect. This
You can
leads
pull
into
that
my question
information.
because you
No,
just told
I
me a
don't
second
care
ago.
about your question. I want the source. You don't get to ask your question until you give me your source, or either you just reject your own claim and concede
Okay, I'll
the
reject
point.
my own claim. Is that what you want to do? I'll do that.
Sure. So we're
Okay.
on the same page.
So now here's my point. Okay.
No,
You just told a
I
second
need to hear
ago.
that.
Okay.
Are we on the same page? You're wrong, and you're not going to talk
How
about.
can I say that I'm wrong when you just acknowledged it is a person?
I need you to concede the point that you're wrong, because conceding the point that you were wrong means you cannot bring that back up and lean on it when furthering our conversation. So you can't sit here and say that I concede, and then when we continue to talk, you try to go back to it and say like, hey, this is happening. This is the point of getting either proof or you conceding the point. If you have proof, then you can use it. If you concede the point, you cannot use it. But I need one of those two, right? So do you have proof that we can verify?
Okay,
or are you willing to
the point.
concede the point where you will not bring that up or try to use it again?
I already conceded it 3 times.
Okay, and you're clear. You're not going to be able to use that, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, perfect.
So
Go
now,
ahead. What's your question?
the statement you made to me earlier, you said, we need to have a verifiable source that we can cross-examine and verify, correct? That's what you said before you muted me. Okay. Now, you mentioned an article that said there was a 6.9 decrease in premiums, right? I don't know if it was a John Hopkins article. There was another one that you read.
Yeah,
you stated that number, right?
Facts. It was after the initial wave of the ACA. This is the change that occurred after 2010.
Okay. Now, how did you verify that number?
I'm sorry, it decreased from 6.9% to 4.3%.
Got it. Now, how did you verify that number? Did you cross-examine and verify that?
Yeah, this information is cited through multiple sources. They view the information from the out-of-pocket healthcare expenses before and after passing the Patient Protections and the Affordable Care Act. They also use the inflation calculator. They also use the ACA detained cost curve. And the last thing they use is from KFF. They use the spending healthcare change over time. So those are
that's
the
not
actual
what I'm asking.
sources.
I didn't ask what they use. I asked, how did you verify and confirm that? You didn't, right? You just take their word for it?
The way that I verify this is by looking at their information and then finding multiple credible sites and studies that either contradicts this or upholds it. If I find multiple sources that upholds the information after looking through it and verifying the consistency, then I use the information. Did I go into the actual data set and put it into a pivot table and run the information myself? No. Did I cross-reference their information with other credible sources to verify that it's accurate and consistent? Yes. That's how you verify sources.
No, that's not how you verify. You can't, in this case, because you stated earlier, remember the point you made about how data can be manipulated in certain ways depending on how you look at the numbers and so forth. This happens all the time with statistics, right? So now, in this case, you went to other sources that verified it, but you personally didn't verify it. So when you told me earlier, we need a source that we can cross-examine and verify, you didn't. In this case, you just took their word for it. And you found other people that agreed and you took their word for it. At the end of the
Stop. I think we have to understand in this age of anti-intellectuals, these pseudo-intellects. Sorry, I don't know if you guys saw that. These pseudo-intellects. The one thing that I think people have gotten away from is allowing the experts to be the experts. Everyone thinks that they're an expert. They're not, right? Everyone thinks that because they can go on Google and they can type in symptoms that they are now a doctor. Everyone thinks that they have the ability to, do their own research in the sense of coming up with all of these new, unique, and specific ways to look at different things. That's why people think that they can prove that the earth is flat when they don't have actual evidence. I say all that to say, that there's an understanding of credible sources, and there is a way to validate credible sources. And if I am cross-referencing the professionals, the people whose job it is to provide this information, and I deem it to be credible because of the consistency of their work through multiple time periods, and also consistent with other experts in their field, then that is trustworthy sources. I don't need to run their numbers to verify my information. Now, when I said that information can be misleading, that means people can actually use information in a debate like this to be misleading. I'll give you an example. Someone can try to pretend as if there is a large representation. Oh, perfect example. 1350. Do you know what 1350 is? Do you know what 1350 is? I'm talking to you, Nessa.
Oh, no, sorry.
You know what 1350 is?
No, I don't.
Okay, so 1350 is a white supremacist talking point, right? A lot of racist white people like to use the point that the Black people are 13% of the US population and commit over 50% of the crime, right? This is the information they like to use, and they like to say, oh, it's from the FBI, it's from the crime data, table 43, right? So the reason why this is misleading is because of a few things. One, that's from data that was from 2019, right? The FBI has since updated their data. They update it every single year. So if you look at the actual data, that one doesn't even hold true anymore. Two, the FBI actually lists that there's a section on their site, even where table 43 is, it says that if you do not understand the additional context and additional factors that that this data leads into, then it's going to be misrepresented and misused. And three, that data that they're talking about is the exoneration rate. While the data that they're pulling from and saying, you know, commits the crimes or whatever, it's just a rate arrest. But when you look at the exoneration rate of Black people, it's over 80%. So people misrepresent that data to pretend as if Black people are inherently violent and committing all the crime, when it's just a misrepresentation of a data set that's utilized by people. So that's what I mean when I say data can be misrepresented.
I agree with that 100%. And that's the debate I have with white supremacists when we talk about Black crime, for example. That's why I agree with your point. That's my point when I'm saying the data can be manipulated depending how you use it. So in this case, you give a perfect example. You're able to examine the data for yourself to show that their argument was faulty. Right? I do the same. I agree. That's a great example. So I'm asking you then, why won't you apply that same approach to this?
What I'm telling you is I do.
But you just told me you didn't look at the numbers. You just went to another source to say that it's also valid.
Did I tell you with the FBI crime data that I pulled up their number and I started working through their data? Or did I tell you that there's additional context that you have to understand and cross-reference in order to be able to create a valid conversation around it?
Right. That's well, the way you can disprove that whole 1350 thing that they're using is by going to the data itself to show that the way they're using the data is faulty. Correct?
How do you do it?
By pulling up the numbers.
And what do you do with the numbers?
To show, okay, well, they're saying, to your point, there's the difference between those who are exonerated versus those who are actually convicted. And secondly, you can also show them with the source that they're using. In this case, they're saying the 2019 numbers. You can look at the updated numbers to see that it's not the same thing.
Wait, so when you do this, do you go in and actually verify, like, did you plug in the information and verify that there's actually, that Black people actually make up 13% of the population and there's over 50% of crime? Like, did you verify that the numbers that are being used are accurate before you even talked about like exoneration?
Well, yeah, these are the numbers that are being published by the government.
Oh, wait, so you're accepting the numbers that are being published. Okay.
What other numbers do you have to go off of?
Okay, so you're accepting the numbers that are being published. and then you're saying, oh, the way that you actually, disprove it is by introducing additional information that supports your point, right?
Right, you have to examine the numbers
Okay.
itself. So, for
Okay.
example, you just gave a point how white
How are you
supremacists
examining
take
the
those numbers. Hold on, the white supremacists take those numbers, manipulate the data to frame a certain thing because they have an objective. They want to show black people in a certain light. In your case, how do you not know that the sources when it comes to the ACA, they don't have a built-in motivation or bias to try to show the ACA in a good light?
Yeah.
And so they can also manipulate the numbers in the same way to prove a point.
Yeah.
Without examining yourself.
You know how you do that? You know how you do that? You actually
by looking at the data. That's the only other way you can do it.
The way that you do that is you use other verifiable source who looked at the data, and you see if their actual information there, because they're independent, right? They're not connected. And so if you have other sources that are independent of each other that coincide and give the same information, then that creates consistency. And if you can create consistency between multiple sources, then you can verify.
How do you know
that
this
credible.
Other source you're citing doesn't have a motive or a bias? How do you know that? Did you verify that?
Yes, there are.
How did you go about determining?
I'm literally
They're not
answering
fans
the
of the
question for
ACA.
you right now. There are independent programs that set up to verify the biases of any type of source you use. The one that I lean on the most when it comes to data, websites, studies is All Sides. All Sides has a stellar rating as far as their biases and fact checking. For my news sources, I use Ground News, which they give the biases for any article, okay, and they also give the counterpoint for the arguments as well. So we've been up here for, you and I have been talking for a while, and the biggest things that we have done is I've taught you about how to verify sources. I've also taught you about what is a personal experience versus actual empirical data. And you've told me about Minnesota. But the one thing that you have not spoken about since we've been talking for like 30 minutes or so, you still have not answered the question why you still support Donald Trump today with all that he's doing. You've went back in the past. You've talked about the ACA. You talked about multiple things, but you still have not answered the question as far as with Donald Trump, the things that he's actually doing today. Why do you still support him? You never answered that question.
I answered that in the beginning. What are you talking about? I told you there were trade-offs. The answer was
you told me the Democratic Party and da 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 da. That wasn't the answer.
I said
and that's why we went down
this road.
Let's try it one more time. Let's try one more time. Just to be very clear. Sure, that's fine. Let's be very clear. I don't want to hear what you said. Let's have you just reset right here, right now. Answer the question. Understand.
Okay. Immigration, crime, foreign policy, trade.
Understanding what Donald Trump is doing today and how he is overwhelmingly harming everyday Americans. How are you still able to support him with the things that he's doing?
Okay, you ready?
What do you mean? It doesn't take you 30 minutes to vacuum. What? The baby's trying to touch your laptop.
Chat, I'm sitting here quietly, and what do you want to bet that now that I'm no longer
I responded, then you muted me, then I just
fucking interrupt.
I'll give you 4
I was sitting here quietly. I did that on purpose, chat. I finished saying what I had to say, and then I sat quietly waiting for him to actually speak. And you know what he did? Nothing. Didn't say not one thing. We listened to them talking about vacuuming in the background. And then as soon as I started speaking, he immediately started speaking. I have made a decision. The decision is you're an energy vampire, and I refuse to give you any more of my energy. You are a waste of time. You are a waste of space. You added nothing to the live. Good day, sir. I say good day, sir. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, I'm so exhausted if if it didn't happen to me, it's not real argument. Exactly. Like, I'm not exactly sure what people believe their individual experiences does for an actual debate. I mean, again, I don't neglect people individual experiences, but like, there's no point of us sitting here because we can't verify your independent experiences. So, W's in the chat for Tara for the $10 donation. Thank you so much. Send a $10 donation saying, "Hey, Santana, I found you through Dean's Live, and I love your perspective and composure. As a Black woman, I love seeing Black men on the right side, logical side of politics. Keep doing your thing." Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that love and support. That was in chat for Jesse for the $1 donation saying, "Hey, Santana, did you see the pew pew from ICE from Minnesota all over the news?" I know, like I heard about it. It's fucking wild. That was in the chat for Nina for the $2 super chat to say, "ICE unalived the woman in Minnesota. I'm livid." Yes, that should be the immediate response and reaction to every single person, because this is unacceptable. Donald Trump has given them like federal immunity and coverage and carte blanche to actually be able to do these things, and that's why they're taking the actions that they're taking. This is not the first time that they've shot someone, apparently, though, but this is the first time that they've unalived someone. So that's where the discrepancy comes in. It's fucking wild. Guys, W's in the chat for all the donors. If anyone else would like to support live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, please only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up as well. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Please. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. And can we knock out the donuts? I think the donuts is the gift goal. Guys, take a look at the bottom. If you take a look at the bottom of your screen, if you see the pink and blue person, that means you're good. But if you see the gray person, that means you're in the request. And if you're in the request, you are a Trump supporter and you're here to debate. It looks like we have some friendlies in the request, and we're not talking to friendlies. We're only looking for some debate. So please ensure if you are in the request, you are a Trump supporter and you're here ready to debate. White phone, are you a Trump supporter? White phone, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. Hi, edit. Are you a Trump supporter? Hi, edit. Are you a Trump supporter? All right, guys, this is what I'm going to do, because again, I'm a little confused as far as like the people that are in the box, and it's a lot. So I'm going to clear every single person out of the box right now. If you are a Trump supporter, request back up and I'll get you up here. But again, I'm clearing every single person out of the request now, because there was a lot of friendlies in there. There's a lot of people that I think that did not mean to request up. So with that being said, everyone has been cleared out. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only, holy smokes, did I drop my backup? I didn't mean to do that. There we go. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up. If you are not a Trump supporter, we're not talking to friendlies. We are looking for some debates, because I have a premise, and I'm steadfast in this premise. I absolutely, it is real. It's absolutely real. And in order to be able to support Donald Trump in this day and age, you have to be a predator in one way, shape, form, or the other. There's no way that you cannot be, right? We can talk about you being a predator when it comes to women and children. We understand that in order for you to be on the right, in order for you to be a Trump supporter, you have to be a predator. And most of you are predators when it comes to women and children, but that's not the exclusive point, because you're also predators when it comes to poor people, right? You guys, people on the right absolutely hate poor people, and it's the weirdest shit, right? You have to be a predator when it comes to all non-white people, Like literally every single premise of this Trump administration harms people that are non-white. That's it. You're also a predator when it comes to other countries. You don't respect the boundaries, rules of international law or other countries' sovereignties. You are absolutely a predator when it comes to other countries. And last but not least, this is the one that they don't get. This is the one they absolutely don't get. You are a predator when it comes to you and your family. And I think this is the one that's going to hit home the hardest. And the reason why I say that is because they don't think that they're actually harming themselves, but they're actively harming themselves. They're taking money out of their pockets. They're decreasing their quality of life. They are actively making their own lives worse through the support of Donald Trump. And they don't get that one. But the point being is the only way that you can still stand 10 toes down and support Donald Trump is if you yourself are a predator. And so far, there's not been one Trump supporter that I've spoken to that can prove that they are not a predator in at least one of these ways. And that's the problem. Peachy, are you a Trump supporter? Okay. I don't think Peachy meant to request up. W's in the chat for D Graham, who sent $1 donation, saying the one piece. D Graham, that's not funny. The One Piece is not real. It's a fever dream. Cap. The One Piece is absolutely real. I don't know what you're doing. W's in the chat for Megan for the $5 super chat to say, hey, Santana, I heard DHS is trying to blame women for using, or blame the woman for using her car as a weapon, but she was just in her car. Thank you so much for all that you do every day. Yeah, listen, like that doesn't surprise me. The one thing that I do know for a fact is the first thing that that DHS tries to do, I haven't seen the video or the information yet, but the one thing that DHS tries to do is to cover for ICE and sit there and say like, oh, they fear for their life. They fear for, their safety, right? And even when you talk about the other incidents that occurred in Chicago with the lady, when they shot the lady that was in a car, they said that it was multiple cars and it was following the people and all this other stuff. Hi, Bree, are you a Trump supporter? Hi, Bree, are you a Trump supporter? The lady in Chicago, they said, oh, it was a caravan, basically a caravan of people that were trying to like surround the ICE agents and all this other stuff, right? And when the video finally came out, it was just like one woman, she was in a car, like it was a whole thing. She had a road rage, but then they ended up like shooting her. Now she didn't lose her life. So I haven't seen the information. I see people spamming Minneapolis. I keep saying Minnesota. Holy shit, Minneapolis. I haven't seen the actual information from Minneapolis yet, but I know for a fact that DHS is one that actually continues to cover themselves, to cover the illegal acts of ICE. And this is where we are, right? It's Donald Trump's Gestapo. This is his brown shirts, right? This is his personal army. This is why they have done everything that they've done, including increase the budget for ICE to an extraordinary amount. They've given them military tactile equipment, right? But then the dangerous part is what they've done with trying to recruit people. They have initiated sign-up bonuses that go up to like 50,000 to try to entice people to join ICE. They have they reduced the actual physical fitness requirements twice before getting rid of it. And then what they actually did was, I'm sorry, two other things. They reduced the amount of time that was needed in order to go through training to become an ICE agent. Fun fact, it takes longer now to get a barber's license than it does to become an ICE agent. That's where we are. And last but not least, this is one of the most dangerous things that they did. They laxed the background check when it comes to verifying whether or not you're qualified to become an ICE agent, right? And so with reducing the background check, there's been an influx of certain people who have wanted to join ICE. There's been an influx of Oath Keepers, Boogaloo Boys, and Proud Boys who have joined ICE. So people who are actively part of hate groups have joined ICE, which makes things even worse, right? But then you talk about the coverage that they have been given, and you hear like Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi saying that they have federal immunity, that they have every right to do the things that they're doing, that governors have no right to stop them or arrest them. And then you do things like allow them to wear a mask, and they don't have to have any type of identifiers on. They don't have to present warrants. They're snatching people up, right? All of these things lead to where we are today. And the byproduct of that is not only what they're directly doing, the byproduct is the indirect things that are happening. And the indirect things that are happening come from the people that are not ICE agents, but see an opportunity to exploit. And when I say people that see an opportunity to exploit, it's the men that have been dressing up as ICE agents and attempting to break into and grape people. That's literally a thing. That's literally a thing. People have been dressing up as ICE agents and trying to grape women or break into homes. But that's what happens when you give this group of people the type of coverage and immunity and tell them that they can wear masks and they don't have to identify themselves and they're above the law. And so you get things like not only what happened today, because this isn't the first thing, right? It's just an escalation. Because we saw when there was a pastor protesting out in front of an ICE detention center, how they shot the pastor in the face with rubber bullets. We also saw the use of force that has been consistently used by ICE. We even had the head of ICE who had to go to court and testify because one of their ICE agents pulled a weapon on a civilian, pointed it at the civilian, and said, "Pew, pew, unalive liberal." They physically have engaged in conflict. Oh, there's another David in the chat. Where? I don't see this other David. Oh, okay, sure. He's being weird because he wants to talk about Charlie Kirk. Let that man rest in hell in peace. Like, I'll send you a request, David. You can come up here and tell me about it. But like, God damn it. Like, he's got enough to deal with. It's hot as fuck. He has no water, and you guys can't keep his name out your mouth. Holy shit. His wife is out here twerking on stage with fucking fireworks. Like, God damn it, let this man have some peace. What are we doing? Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's get the likes up. The Billy Bob, are you a Trump supporter? The Billy Bob, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'm gonna drop you. I think these are friendlies in the box again. I'll check, but Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We are not talking to friendlies. We're only looking for some debates. So please do not request up. Billy Bob, are you a Trump supporter? Okay. Second time. I don't know what's happening there. Hi, JB. Are you a Trump supporter?
I'd say broadly, yes, but we're probably in agreement on most of the negative things he's done.
Okay. Well, I guess just to kind of streamline this and ensure that we're on the same page, knowing what you know today, if you had to make a choice between voting for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris with the knowledge that you currently have today, who would you vote for?
I'd say probably Donald Trump, but it's probably for an unconventional reason. I think broadly, I'd say, especially for my generation, I'm 24.
Mhm.
I've seen a lot more sympathy from my generation towards, like, for lack of a better term, Marxists, socialist ideologies. And admittedly, I'm probably not as educated as I should be on the issue because I've grown up in a capitalist society and maybe been fear-mongered about socialism. So I don't know if you are a socialist, but if you are, I'd be interested in hearing the case from somebody that's educated on the subject.
Yeah, I'm a democratic socialist, but like, what is Donald Trump doing today that you actively support?
So I guess it'd probably be more accurate to say that I'm in support of the modern day Republican Party because they are, in my view, a more capitalist party. I've heard arguments that he did the active takeover of Intel, and that's probably a more socialist thing. So we'd probably be in more agreement there. But I'd say just more the constituency of the Democrat Party has moved more from traditional establishment liberalism or classical liberalism, if you will, to a more sympathetic to Marxist ideology, like I said.
Okay. So help me square this circle. Your premise is that you believe in capitalism and you think that the Republican Party upholds capitalism, or are you saying that they uphold capitalism more than the Democratic Party?
I'd say probably more than the Democratic Party. And like I said, I think I believe in capitalism. It's not lost on me that it might just be, I might have just been propagandized into believing capitalism is the best system just because I grew up in a society like that, you know? So I've never spoken to somebody that's really given me a really strong case from it. I've only heard of, you know, the bad cases like Soviet Russia or Mao's China or Venezuela and, you know, the classic capitalist talking points. So I was just wondering if you could really explain to me what democratic socialism stands for and maybe make a case for it to me today as to why it's not as scary as I've heard it is, you know, if that makes sense.
Maybe, but I'd rather approach this in a different way. What's important to you? Like when you think about, you said you're 24, right? And so I'm assuming that things that were important to you 5 years ago might not be necessarily important today. And with the same vein, things that are important to you today might not be important within the next 10 years. So as you are today, what's important to you now and what are you looking for when it comes to the future? Because you have your whole life ahead of you. So tell me about that.
In the vein of politics, I suppose.
Not the vein of politics, just you.
Oh, I mean, that's broad. My family, I suppose, is important to me. Fulfillment. I don't know. Could you make the question a little more specific? Probably what's important to most people.
Kind of vague and wide, open-ended, so you could tell me about you and how you feel. So I don't want to lead you. I just want to know you.
I suppose my family is very important to me. My friends are very important to me. My happiness and fulfillment is important to me. Yeah.
Is there anything
I suppose
that
we
you
could
can
start
say
from there.
that you would want out of life in the next 10 years, or anything that you currently have that you want to improve on in the next 10 years?
Yeah, my fitness, my economic stability. I'd like to advance in my career. I'd like to find a life partner, things like that.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. I'm thinking you would like to be able to start a family, buy a home, like the traditional things, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Okay. And so financial stability, health, growth, things like that. Okay, cool. The Republican Party is actively stripping away the access to all of those things, right? Multiple ways. Let's start with health, right? You know what the ACA is?
Yes.
Right? Okay. So the Republican Party has refused to extend the subsidies for the ACA, which is a really big deal because those subsidies help supplement the cost and allows people to gain access to healthcare that otherwise does not have access to healthcare. And so with refusing to extend those subsidies, over about 7 million Americans have lost access to healthcare. And you know what happens when people who had healthcare no longer has healthcare? What happens to everyone else who has healthcare?
Well, it would get more expensive, but was this with the government shutdown when the Republicans were kind of saying that those subsidies were being fraudulently given to illegal immigrants, and the Democrats were kind of saying, no, that's not the case? Am I thinking of the same thing? Mm-hmm. Forgive my ignorance.
No, you're right. The Republican Party tried to use justification for not extending. That is because they were saying Medicaid was being given to undocumented immigrants, not illegal, because people can't be illegal, but undocumented immigrants. Okay. And that was their justification, which was a lie, right? You can't allocate federal funds to undocumented immigrants. It doesn't work that way. That's literally illegal. And so, but they were using that talking point because they know that people wouldn't fact check that. What they were talking about is emergency care, and certain states have different levels of emergency care where no matter if you have health insurance or not, no matter if you're a United States citizen or not, if you have to go to the emergency room and you get care or have to get care, you'll be covered. And so they were trying to conflate that and say that, oh, this was connected to Medicare with the big beautiful bill and the ACA subsidy. They conflated all of these things, but long story short, no, that's not true. The subsidies that were what the Democrats were shutting down the government for and fighting for are directly given to American citizens that have health care through the marketplace, and it just made it more affordable, and they didn't want those subsidies extended.
Gotcha. Okay.
So the big thing about that, though, is since the subsidies were not extended, the point that I was making is not only is 7 million Americans losing access to healthcare, but everyone else healthcare has skyrocketed, right? The premiums have gone up. And this is for not only people with the ACA, but people that have private healthcare. Healthcare companies are increasing premiums to offset the additional ramification for those people who no longer have access to healthcare. So like literally the Republican Party.
Has that gone into, I'm sorry to cut you off. Has that gone into effect yet, or is it projected that premiums will skyrocket, or have they actively already skyrocketed?
It started on January the 1st.
Okay, and premiums have gone up like verifiably?
Yeah. I mean, okay. They already had the actual data on it prior to the end of the year. And then even like when healthcare companies did open, you know what open enrollment is, right?
No, if you could explain it to me.
Open enrollment is like the period that towards the end of the year where if you have like healthcare through your employer, they allow you to select your healthcare. And so they tell you like your prices and say, okay, this is the amount that's going to come out of your check every single pay period to cover your cost for your healthcare. And you can pick like your different plans or blah, 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 right? And so during open enrollment, which usually happens around October or November, that's when they rolled out the additional increases to premiums because they were already expecting that the subsidies were not going to be extended. And so healthcare companies, private and the ones that were in the ACA, already started making the adjustments for the extensions not passing because that had been something that was on the table earlier in the year, and the Republican Party told the Democrats that, hey, if you pass the CR, then we'll vote on it later. And they let it tick, 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 and just kept saying, oh, we'll vote on it at some point, and that's what happened. So yes, it's verifiable. The actual cost has already gone up, and it's already in effect as of January 1st.
Were these subsidies a part of this was, like you said, a part of the big beautiful bill, right? And oh no, this was a part of the CR. That's where this first arose.
Right.
Okay.
The Republican Party tried to conflate it between the BBB, the cuts to Medicaid, and then also the ACA subsidies. They try to, what they do is they piece different parts of conversations together to put together like one talking point. And a lot of times they're conflating. And so you have to understand where the line is that separates all of these different things. So, but no, they tried to pretend as if the ACA subsidies were a part of the BBB, but it's not.
They're totally separate things. Okay, cool. I appreciate you explaining that.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're directly responsible for the increase in healthcare. Now, this is the byproduct. This is the current issue, right? But there's a future issue, and this is why I had the question about your future.
Okay.
The Republican Party has tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act over 70 times. You know about that?
Yeah, well, not that they've actually actively tried to appeal it, but I've heard them say that it's a disaster and whatnot, you know, so yeah, I'm on board with you there.
Yeah, so prior to the Affordable Care Act, you said you're 24, so I'm sure you don't necessarily remember, but prior to the Affordable Care Act, like healthcare and companies could just say like, oh, we don't want to provide you coverage because you have like a pre-existing condition or
high risk, yeah.
Yeah, or even if you already had healthcare and then you develop something, then they would say like, oh, actually you used to have this or blah, 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 we can drop you or we don't have to cover you and all this other stuff. And so it made healthcare more expensive, and it gave the healthcare companies more power. Now with the ACA, again, it hasn't been perfect. It was supposed to be the first iteration, moving towards like a single payer system, which is similar to like a healthcare for all. It was supposed to be the first step, but it's been held up since its inception by the Republican Party. So we haven't made it to universal healthcare where we're supposed to be, right?
Would you mind, I'm sorry to cut you off again. What is the Steelman argument against the ACA? Is it just that they want the market to operate freely and this would be an impediment to that? Or what's the good argument, you know, against the ACA that maybe Republicans that you respect have made?
If you're looking for the argument that the Republicans have made, it's just that it's unaffordable and that individuals should have the access and right to be able to find their own health care. They don't really have an actual position or argument. Now that's the argument. The real reason is because the actual Republican Party, most of them, and you can actually go take a look as far as who gets money from where, but a large majority of these healthcare providers give kickbacks to politicians and directly give them, they lobby them. And so they're literally just voting in the best interest of their pockets. They also have stock buy-ins for these healthcare companies. And so increasing prices and driving profits will directly benefit their pockets. That's what it's about.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah. But again, the future effect, though, is the Republican Party has tried to eliminate the ACA over 70 times, and they've been unsuccessful. Now, a byproduct to this is them understanding that if they can choke out the subsidies, make it more unaffordable for everyday Americans, then it becomes easier to get rid of it. Because as of right now, the ACA and the subsidies are massively popular, and not just popular when it comes to Democrats, but popular when it comes to everyone, right? Since open enrollment for the last 5 years for red states with the Affordable Care Act, it's open enrollment has increased. I'm looking for the exact number here. Oh, here it is. Open enrollment since 2020 in red states has increased by 157%, right? Meaning that people are signing up for the Affordable Care Act through the marketplace because it gives them access to healthcare where they normally won't have it. And so Republicans know that massively, overwhelmingly is popular, right? There's multiple studies that were completed, Pew Research Center study that was completed that shows like the popularity of the ACA and also the subsidies. With all that being said, if you make it more expensive and more exclusive and restrictive, then people no longer have that same level of popularity. And if people no longer have that same level of popularity, then it gives you the ability to actually repeal it without the blowback from people wanting to keep it, right? So the long-term play is they haven't had a pathway to repeal the Affordable Care Act. And by choking off the subsidies, making it more affordable and less popular, it will give them a pathway to be able to repeal it. And then once it's repealed, then again, you go back to how it was before and they put even more money in their pockets.
Right. And it's my understanding that the Republican Party has never had an actual proposal on healthcare. It's kind of been just against the ACA.
Correct.
And
Concepts.
am I correct?
Concepts of a plan. Yes.
Okay.
But I say all that to say, while health is super important to you and you're a young man, you're 24, it should be important. The Republican Party is assuring that your future, healthcare for your future is going to be way more complicated than it is today. And by proxy, the prices are going to be less affordable and reasonable unless we get to like a public option or universal healthcare or whatever. So you having access to healthcare as an individual, it's going to be harder. But then when you start to try to build a family, it's going to be harder, right? I mean, it's going to be more expensive. I don't know if you know this, but like right now, the average cost of having a baby in the U.S. is about like $50,000, right? And like all of that, if you want to have kids in the future, like those prices are going to increase. It's all connected. So like literally, the Republican Party is doing things that is actively harmful to you in the present, and you may not feel it as much right now because you're a young man of a certain age, but it's going to be something that's going to hit your generation even harder. Because I'm 38, I'll be 39 at the end of the month. But like it's going to hit your generation even harder because you guys are going to be the ones that not only bear it in the short term, but you're going to bear it more so in the long term. So supporting the Republican Party, especially how they are, how they are today, is harmful to your present and your future.
Got it. Did you have a follow-up point or? I was just going to say, so you said that you're not a Democrat, you're a leftist. Would you say that the Democrats today, the establishment Democrats, are in the same vein? Like what would distinguish you as a leftist from an establishment Democrat, would you say?
Establishment Democrats are weak. They only want to uphold the system. It's funny, there's a great creator on here by the name of Super Solid. And he was on Sean's live one day, and I'm a huge wrestling fan, right? And
WWE?
Yeah.
Nice.
You know ball?
A little bit. Growing up, I was huge. I was a big Jeff Hardy guy.
Really?
Huge, man. I love Randy Orton. I've been watching a little bit since Logan Paul got in. It might not be for an actual ball knower,
I fucking hate Logan Paul. But there is no way in the world he should be that damn good. It is
dude,
insane.
He is such an athlete. It's
I'm
terrifying.
like, he's a natural. Him and Bad Bunny as well.
Yeah, I gotta give it to him.
Absolutely fucking amazing. It makes no sense.
And he's bringing more eyes to the sport, so I gotta give it up for him. But
yeah.
So yeah, back to the conversation.
But anyway, they were making this point, right, of like how with the Democrat and the Republicans, now they're even further, they're communists, right? They don't believe in the structure of the governmental society at all. But they were talking about how like heels and faces, right? And they were saying how like the Republican Party are the heels and the Democratic Party are the faces. And, it's all a work, right? How you have to have the bad guys win more often than the good guys in order to make the comeback, and gave the great example about like how Triple H spent so much time as a heel and so much time as the champion. And you always had the pursuit of the people like Stone Cold and The Rock and, other baby faces at that time going after Triple H and always losing. And then, they would win at WrestleMania or whatever. So the point being is that it's all a work, brother. Like literally, both sides are playing in that same vein. So I think the Democrats that uphold the current norms, like a Cory Booker or a Chuck Schumer or a Hakeem Jeffries, they're not actually trying to do anything that's beneficial for everyday Americans. They're just trying to hold on to power and use money or use the efforts of the right to raise money. And same thing with the people on the right as well. So I support people that's exactly. So I support people that's more extreme because I think that we should be doing things for the people. I don't give a shit about the government as a whole.
I could certainly empathize with that. I've heard the point made earlier. You made a distinction between a full-blown communist and a democratic socialist. I've heard the point made, maybe inaccurate. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but that Karl Marx wrote socialism as a theory, as a predicate to communism, to full-blown communism. It's the intermediary step. Would I be inaccurate in saying that?
Yeah, you have to go through socialism in order to get to communism. That's just that's, at least in my opinion, that's the only logical path forward. Now, you do have a bunch of people that are communists saying that, no, you can go through the proper revolution and then get there. But through proper revolution, then there has to be some form of violence to overthrow the current system, because that's the only way that you're going to get there. Look.
And you would
solid. If you want to come up and give information about it, you can. I think that I think socialism is a precursor to communism, but there are certain people that don't agree with that, and they have different positions. This is the guy that I was telling you about earlier, Super Solid, the one that gave like the great reference, and he's an amazing source, and he could actually answer this question like way better than I can.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, you're right about socialism being like the first step toward communism. But Marxism is literally just forecasting. That's all it is. Like Das Kapital, the Communist Manifesto that everybody hates so much, is literally just a forecast. It's saying that for all intents and purposes, the problem with capitalism is that it's inherently exploitative because the workers don't own the means of production. Oh, okay, a little burp. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. The workers don't own the means of production, and eventually the workers will not be able to afford the things that they make themselves. And so when that basically a revolution is inevitable, that's pretty much it. Just like it's not like saying, he's saying that like now proposed economic and social systems that we should return to, right? Like he looked at how societies were running themselves before capitalism, before feudalism, and he was saying, okay, well, I think maybe society will return to this model.
Okay, that makes sense. And you would like to see that end stage communist utopia, if you will, and you, Santana, would like to stay at that democratic socialist midpoint and just stay there forever. Am I correct in that?
No, I know. He's not a democratic socialist. I am.
That's right. Yeah, that's what I meant. That you would like to just see it get to that socialist workers on the means of production, and Super Solid would like to see that end stage classless, stateless, propertyless society. Am I correct in that assessment?
Yeah, and I'll pass it back to Solid here in a second. I think the biggest thing that I think both of us can agree with is the premise as far as like the people being the important part, right? The people being taken care of, and the people getting more of what they deserve versus what they're getting now. I'm very much against the current society that we live in because they don't care about us as a whole. I think this government, like we've all been tricked into thinking that like we live in a democracy that's driven by capitalism, and that's not the truth. It's literally a plutocracy. And I think the governmental system engages in certain cultural wars to try to entice and distract and keep us fighting each other without noticing how many billionaires continue to fill their pockets with our money and just take more from us, and they can keep having us point at each other instead of realizing that they're the ones with the big piece of chicken. So anyway, solid.
So what is
he might have walked away.
Yeah, I tried to give him a second, but it seemed like he's not there.
Yeah, he'll be back. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so what is the good counter argument, I should say, to the socialist countries around the world that have failed? Is that as a result of just their authoritarian dictatorships, and it's because they didn't have true democracies, or is it because of U.S. influence in those countries? Like, why have we not seen like a truly socialist country or economy work?
I think like there's been multiple instances. There are socialist societies that currently do work, right? But then there's been communist societies that have started to build, and it's been snuffed out every single time by capitalism. The ideal that capitalism has to reign and democracy has to reign is something that will continue to be pushed by the United States of America, and that's why they lead destabilization efforts through the CIA to overthrow certain leaders that are pushing for like a socialist or / communist regime. The one thing that I always love saying is, like, if communism is so bad and it's such a failure and all this other stuff, then why do we have to intervene with communism? Like, if it's so bad and it's gonna fail and it's gonna collapse every time, then why do we have to go and try to stop it? If it's gonna fail, then why not just let it fail? And the point is that it's not. And once you allow that flicker of light to start to shine through, and you make it an example, then people realize that there's another option. And if there's another option, then people start demanding change. And if people start demanding change, then you no longer get to sit in your ivory towers and sit on your billions of dollars and let people fight about transgenders, people rights, and DEIA, and all this other stuff. Like, once people realize that, like, hey, there's another way and they're fucking us over, then they can no longer fuck you over. So that's why anytime there's any real instance of a socialist society moving towards a communist society, that the Western society tries to snuff it out.
And it's your position, if I'm not mistaken, that if we were to allow those socialists transitioning to communist countries to flourish, the resulting famines that killed like hundreds of millions of people, those would not have happened. Am I correct in restating expounding on your position?
You see other leaderships that try to colonize the name of communism, right? You can talk about the Chinese Communist Party or the Communist Party of North Korea, whatever. Like, they're not true. That's not communism. It's dictatorship wrapped in a pretty communist bow, right? Even when you talk about like Hitler and the Nazis, right? They weren't a communist group. They were absolute fascists that wanted to institute an authoritarian rule, but they labeled it as communist because they or the socialist, I'm sorry, the Nazi Socialist Party, yeah. But they label it as such because they knew that they could get elected and gain power through that way. So they tried to coalesce the title. So the point that I'm making is, when you look across the board and you see these people in these countries saying that, oh, we're a communist country, that's not true. It's literally a dictatorship or some vein of that, and they're just hiding behind the name.
Why do these systems of government so often lead to authoritarian dictators? Do you think it's a result of something inherent in the communist system, or you think that's just how the cards played out in those countries that have tried this system of economics? Or is it something that is just going to lead to authoritarianism by its very nature? Because it's just, forgive me, it's of course, like I said, I'm ignorant on the subject, so I appreciate your insight, but I'm not sure it's super compelling to me to say that these famines that have happened in these countries and are a result of Western countries intervening. It feels to me a more compelling argument that the system of governance, while nice in theory, doesn't really work in practice. But you can go ahead and explain to me why you think I'm wrong.
Yeah. So when it comes to I'm not talking about like the people that are labeling themselves as, you know, communists or whatever. I'm talking about the Western societies that label themselves as capitalistic in their destabilization. Now, if you want to talk about the actual individuals as far as why like they end up being dictators, is because they want power, right? And so they can use the title of communism to hide the fact that they're actually dictators, and power is the key indicator, and it drives and motivates, right? That's why you see people like Kim Jong-un, who coalesces all of the power in North Korea, while at the same time, like, you know, cutting off certain aspects of life to North Korea.
My bad, I had to do capitalism.
Oh, good. But the big point is like, the West will always seek to destabilize that in any way, shape, or form, because it's not beneficial to them. But even when you talk about like the countries that have been split up, it's all about natural resources. You can look at what is happening throughout the global South, the way that the different European countries carved up the continent of Africa specifically in order to strip them of their resources, and, you know, still the like what's happening in the Congo. You can also talk about like even what's happening with Venezuela, right? It's all about the oil. It's about gaining access to the oil. And that's why the United States is trying to claim that like, oh, the Monroe Doctrine is like the path forward, and we have to protect our hemisphere and all this other stuff. But it's literally about these Western societies trying to strip the global South of their natural resources. And like, that's what it's always been about.
Right. So my understanding of Venezuela, just economics wise, not what's currently going on today, is that prior to, what is it, the 1990s or whatever, they were one of the wealthiest countries. I'm sure you've heard all these talking points, but they were one of the wealthiest countries, and then Chavez comes in and nationalizes the oil, whereas we had American companies extracting their oil and working with oil there. They nationalized their oil supply, and that resulted to like 130,000% inflation and widespread poverty and things like that. Why do you think that is? Is that a result of us? Is that a result of just dictatorship? Is that a result of communism? You know, like what do you think? What do you think happened there?
Solid. Did you want to jump in? Yeah. I know you had said that you came back.
Just repeat that last part for me, if you can.
Just how prior to Hugo Chavez coming in with a version of socialism, their oil, Venezuela's oil, was not nationalized, and actually the U.S. had private companies working in Venezuela, and then when they nationalized the oil, that as a result, and I'm sure a bunch of other things, as a result, they became a very impoverished country. What do you think the reason for that is? Is it the actual transition to socialism, or do you think it's some intervention by other countries? Like what is the communist position there as to why Venezuela has failed?
Venezuela was communist at the time? Is that what you're saying?
At the time, no. In the 90s, I'd say they were probably more capitalist because their oil industry was private, to my understanding.
Let's make this really simple.
Okay.
The equation for profit is income minus cost, right?
Yeah.
In order to get the profit number higher, you got to do one or both of two things. Do you know what those are?
To make the profit number higher?
Yeah.
Decrease the cost, or increase the hold on, I'm sorry. Decrease the cost, right?
Decrease the cost is one.
Okay, and what would be the other?
Increase the income.
Right. Okay.
When we're talking about the increase the income side, globalization is necessary. Yes.
Could you expound on that point?
Yeah, like you need to reach out into new markets.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay. In order to decrease the cost, you simply have to find ways to pay people less. Yes.
Or you could find more supply, right?
Well, that wouldn't decrease the cost.
Why would that not decrease the cost? Could you explain that to me?
Hey, just FYI as well. I want to be able to finish answering your questions, and I want Solid to be able to finish as well. But I do want to at some point soon move back to get in some debates, and so I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
No, you're good.
Yeah,
You're good.
I'll tell you
and I want,
I
but
talk
no, I
about
want
common
Solid to be
shit
able to
all the
finish his
time.
point.
Well, yeah, I talk about common shit all the time on my panel, and we can.
All right, I'll check out your page.
MySpace for that, you know.
Yeah,
MySpace
yeah.
hashtag Tom, you know, hashtag top 8. You know?
Okay, cool. Well, guys, I really appreciate the conversation. I know you probably wanted to debate, and I was looking for more education, but I do appreciate it though. You guys have been super gracious with me, and I appreciate you for that, because I see a lot of people are kind of looking to bite your head off, and you guys have been real nice and giving me a lot to think about. So thank you.
No, I appreciate you coming up and having this conversation. I know a lot of people like the change of pace, and it's really good information because it's things that, you know, one of the reasons why I love having like Solid and Jeff and certain people come up and have these conversations is because I feel like a lot of people don't get access or exposure to these types of conversations. And I think it's like super important. And so us being able to step away for like half a second and talk to this is a great thing. So I really appreciate you coming up and having this type of conversation.
Awesome, man. Well, I'm going to keep watching. Take it easy. God bless.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, now debate me on this. Buddy Pegs in the front or Buddy Pegs in the back?
Say it again.
Buddy Pegs in the front or Buddy Pegs in the back?
I don't. Oh, in the back. In the back. You always got to ride from the back. No pause.
Because Snoop Dogg rode in the video. He was
I
riding.
know, but like that is like a whole West Coast thing. But I'm thinking about like my childhood, right?
True.
Think about my childhood.
I feel you. Thanks for having me up, man.
I appreciate you coming up, bro. W's in chat for Solid. Guys, if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. I was looking over the information about what was happening in holy shit. I was looking over the information that occurred in Minneapolis. That is bad. It is really bad. Holy fuck. That video is going to be explosive. That video is going to be hella explosive. For anyone that doesn't know, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just read it out. Breaking. Feds confirm ICE agent fatally shot a woman in Minneapolis. ICE officer shot an unalive woman in South Minneapolis on Wednesday. The Department of Homeland Security confirmed. The department announced the unalivement on X, Twitter, and as a statement to Shan Journal about 11:45 a.m. In the news conference, Mayor Jacobs said that the woman was 37 and noted the ICE agent claimed self-defense in the unaliving of her. He demanded that ICE leave Minnesota. So, and going on, having seen the video myself, this is a direct quote. Having seen the video myself, I want to tell everyone directly, this explicit, they have it blanked out, Frey said. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said in the news conference that the FBI and the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension are investigating the shooting. The city of Minneapolis issued a statement at 10:26 a.m. Wednesday asking the residents to stay away from the scene of the shooting at East 34th Street and Poland Avenue in South Minneapolis. U.S. Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bonvino was present on the scene. Governor Tim Walz said on social media that his public safety team was working to gather information on ICE related to the shooting this morning and asked the public to remain calm. Senator Tina Smith said on social media that the shooting victim was a United States citizen. ICE should leave now for everyone's safety, she wrote. This is information from the eyewitness account. Tracy Jones told Shan Journal that she heard gunshots following the crash outside of the building at 34th Street and Poland Avenue Wednesday morning. Jones claimed outside she saw a woman in a maroon SUV bleeding from what was believed to be a gunshot wound. They weren't trying to do, and it says explicit, so they bleeped it out, to her, nothing. Jones said she was just there lifeless. There was an ICE agent around the car, Jones said, adding that the woman who appeared to know the victim was crying in front of the apartment building, asking for a doctor. Alex Weeks told Shan Journal she woke up around 8:30 a.m. and when she heard the car honking outside of the house, Weeks looked out the window and saw the SUV parked in the street, blocking other vehicles and moving along, other vehicles moving along the roadway. He said he saw federal agents step outside of their vehicles and approach the SUV and then heard the shots. And this is a direct quote. The person in the SUV tried driving away with, when they did that, she heard the agent approaching the SUV. There was one federal agent near the front corner of the car, and they shot the driver 3 times. I was just thinking, damn, did ICE really just shoot a blank outside of my, a blank guy outside of my house? I mean, you never think that this is gonna happen literally across the street. More than 100 protesters gathered in Portland on Portland Avenue and East 34th Street by 10:30 a.m. and about 40 unmarked SUVs, Hempton County Sheriff and Minneapolis police vehicles were parked in a wide perimeter, blocking the area off with yellow tape. Many protesters were shouting at officers, blowing whistles and banging drums. Officers wore vests to read police and ICE. At about 11 a.m., officers in camouflage sprayed green gas on protesters and began to pepper spray the crowd. So awesome, they're fucking pepper spraying protesters and the crowd now. Lillian Zangaras, an associate professor of law at the University of Minnesota, was in the area at this time of the accident and shared an account with Shanna Journal. First responders were seen performing CPR on the person on the sidewalk. The person was undressed, had, I'm not gonna say this part. Minneapolis police officers were present on the scene who told Zagarara, I think that's how you pronounce it, it was a crime scene. I'm gonna skip the rest of that because I don't think it's pertinent. I will read this part though. Shooting comes on the heels of increased enforcement. Hempton County Attorney Mary Hordemy issued a written statement saying that her officers had been in touch with the Minnesota Attorney General Office, Waltz, and law enforcement leaders throughout the day, and is pushing hard for a local investigation, which is the only way to ensure full transparency and review by our office. I agree. Like that's the only way that you're gonna get like real transparency, especially with the federal government involved and the connection with the Trump administration. So that's where we are. That's what happened in Minneapolis. A lady has lost her life to ICE agent that is in the area. And again, it goes on to this Trump administration deportation efforts. So yeah. Yeah, sorry, we stepped away from what we were doing. I'm sorry, I just ended up reading that out. But guys, If you're in the requests, we're only looking for some debates. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. Please do not request up if we were not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. Yeah. W's in the chat for Jessica with the $2 donation saying family of 5, 3 special needs children. All 3 of these cut have not only affected our income, paid parent due to the needs of the child, but as well as insurance costs. It has also affected special education in the schools and the cuts. Yeah, I think that was going back to the conversation of the BBB. W's in the chat for Junior for the $1 donation again. Santana, the white guy whisperer, the Mayo tamer. I appreciate that. W's in the chat for Dylan for the $25 donation. Holy fuck, thank you so much, Dylan. I really, really appreciate you for the $25 donation. You're one of my favorite debaters, especially when you jump on Dean's stream and debunk racist talking points. I released a rap breaking down how Trump meets all 14 points of fascism, and it reminded me of you because of your intros. That's the fuck I'm talking about. Yes, he meets all 14 tenets of fascism and also the 9 principal points. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. Yo, Santana, was that an Oogie Boogie mug? If so, or what? It is a Oogie Boogie mug. I have no idea. My wife got this for me. I think she got it from like Home Goods or something. I don't know. She gets all the cool stuff. W's in the chat for 1234 for the $10 super chat. That said, Trump must think that Dems won't reverse policies and free the nation he's captured. They basically giving the next presidency away. It'll be funny when the court cases have no effect because of Trump. Yeah, I think that Donald Trump already knows for sure, like the actual midterms will be his downfall. He started talking about how the Democratic Party is going to impeach him, and it's going to be serious. Like he knows exactly what's happening. Anyway, guys, if anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Can we knock out the donuts? That's the daily gift goal. Can we knock out the donuts, please? And thank you. Please and thank you. Can we knock out the donuts? Walking, you're back.
Yeah. Sorry. Hang on one sec. Dang it. There we go. Sorry. I as usual, got to switch to Bluetooth. How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
You hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry
The
about
echo is gone now.
that. Yeah. Good. Hey, I should have had that set up. Anyway, no, I was in earlier.
Okay.
I was wondering what your the MAGA Are You a Predator? I missed whatever your intro was. I was wondering what you meant by that.
Yeah, it's my premise that in order to be able to support Donald Trump today, right, in this day and time, you have to be a predator in one way, form, or the other, right? And I'm not just talking about like, most people think of predators and they think about like SA or grape or things like that, but that's not the only thing, right? I definitely mean with women and children. They're definitely predators with women and children, but also predators when it comes to poor people, all non-white people, other countries, and hell, they're even predators when it comes to themselves and their family. They just don't fully understand it. And so I'm just looking for one Trump supporter that doesn't meet at least one of these categories of being a predator, because it's not looking good.
Okay. I mean, how so a predator with their own families? That kind of perks my interest there.
Yeah. Predators with them and their own family, because even though they're actively voting for things that they think would be beneficial for everyday Americans, and they love the premise of America first, this administration, through their current actions, are actively harming everyday Americans, whether we talk about them removing access to healthcare, removing access to food subsidies, removing access to the job market, removing access to protections for like debt collections, all of these things that are overwhelmingly impactful to society. where either you're directly or indirectly impacted by it, and it's going to be harmful for everyone. So that's why a lot of times, again, they don't understand those impacts, because if it's not directly in their face, then they don't think it's them, not knowing that like it's happening to them.
So let me ask you, is there any room for, I mean, what is the difference between being predatory and simply having a disagreement? Like, as an example, obviously, if you are on the conservative side, you're more likely to be pro-life. So what do you say to the people that say, look, abortion is not healthcare because it's an elective procedure?
Am I talking to, like, help me understand, is this like your stance, or are you saying like this is okay? So
yeah, no, I'm saying abortion is a completely elective procedure. I mean, except in the case of a health emergency, the life of the mother is not being threatened by the fetus inside her. So this is completely elective, and I don't see that as healthcare.
Okay. And just to verify, like, your position on abortion, does it stem from like a religious point of view, or where does your morality on healthcare lie?
My stance is that I began as a human being when I was conceived. I believe that personhood should be granted at conception.
Okay.
Because
that should be legalized.
Sorry, I was just to finish the point. I find that trying to grant personhood at any other point during a person's development just seems arbitrary. That's just the way I feel about it.
Okay. So do you think that should be legalized, that personhood starts at conception?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think that men should start paying child support at conception?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So you would agree?
Yeah. No, as men, we got to take responsibility for our actions. We get a girl pregnant, we are absolutely on the hook for that. Yes.
Okay. So you would be good with men paying health care at conception. All right.
Yeah,
cool.
I mean, the women get obviously the disproportionately are disproportionately hit by a pregnancy. Just the sheer act of having to carry the child to term. I mean, it's a lot of work, and they absolutely deserve to be supported. As men, I feel that's our obligation to do that. Yes.
Okay. How do you square the United States Constitution with your premise?
I mean, yeah, we hold these truths to be self-evident. All people are all men are created equal. So I would say men would be person, and that personhood should be granted to the unborn.
No, it says that in the Constitution, the rights are granted to all people born. Like it literally says people born. And so even though you're in conception, you have not been born yet. So under the United States Constitution, you are not granted rights until you are actually born. So how do you square that?
And I would support a constitutional amendment to clarify that, to include the unborn. I can understand the argument that as it currently resides, personhood is not granted to the unborn. I fully concede that. So I would say that needs to be fixed.
What do we have to do to get a constitutional amendment or change to the Constitution?
Well, in the same way that we needed a constitutional amendment to fix things that were obviously unfair, like, for example, slavery, I would say that, we need a constitutional amendment to say that personhood should be granted.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, what does it take?
What does it take? I mean, there's an amendment process. I'm not going to pretend like I know all the steps, but it has to be proposed. It has to be, it has to be voted on, has to be ratified.
Do you know what hold on 1 second. Do you know what the so there's a couple of different ways that you go about it. It's a two-step process. It's a proposal that usually takes 2/3 of a vote by both House and Congress. I'm sorry, the House of Congress, both houses of Congress. So the House and Senate, and then ratifications by 3/4 of the state legislators, ensuring that a broad national consensus of change. So the point that I'm getting across is that, like, not only would you need 2/3 of the Senate and the House to agree on this, but you would need at least 34 of the 50 states to agree on it.
Yeah, and
Um,
I mean, that's obviously a tall order, but that's what I would support, and I understand that I'm in the minority and that it's at this
Right.
point highly unlikely to pass. But you know,
right. But
you know,
what I was going with that is, do you think that we like understanding the actual process as far as getting this change and granting rights at conception by adjusting the Constitution, that it's something that I won't say it's impossible, but I will say it's improbable because of the way that you go about doing it.
Yeah, well, it needs to be gone. It needs to be gone about the right way. It absolutely should.
Right.
You know?
But what I'm saying is, if you can't actually get to that point, right?
Yeah.
So then we want to like stand and work within the limits of the current Constitution, right?
Yeah, I mean, as it stands right now, you know, Roe v. Wade being overturned, it's been kicked back to the states, so it's basically just a state-by-state referendum. So, I mean, you know, the bottom line is at this moment, whatever your state has decided to do, that's the law of the land. That's just the way it is.
All right. So, I wanted to kind of go high level for half a second because I wanted to make sure that I understood like what was your position. And so one thing that I don't like to do is debate abortion in the sense of what women can or cannot do with their bodies, because while you may think that it's not healthcare, it is absolutely healthcare. I mean, we can talk about DNCs and all this other stuff, but I think it's important to understand the difference between. One last clarification: how many uteruses do you have?
0 that I know of. Yes.
Got it. So, one thing I have no interest in is debating men on abortion, right? Because women saying that we're going to talk about women's bodies without women actually being involved in this conversation, like that's not something I like to do at all. But I do have an alternative, because I do think that saying like, oh, we're going to take men out of this conversation is asinine, right? Because you need men to be able to, go about this process for life. Yeah. But I got an alternative, and I'm assuming that I could probably get you on board. It seems like you would be good. You're okay with Roe v. Wade being overturned and then quote unquote kicking it back to the states, and it also sounds like because of your stance, even with the point of life being set at conception, would you be good with the nationwide abortion ban?
Yeah. I mean, I understand that would cause, I understand there'd be a lot of uproar about it, but taking responsibility for what we do seems like a hell of a better option than essentially terminating lives that they didn't create themselves. Unless there's been some kind of crime, being committed.
And see, that's where I was just about to go. Do you hold to any exceptions?
For the sake of argument, I mean, do I believe that there's any moral difference between a life conceived in SA or a life conceived, by choice? No, but for the sake of argument, I'm willing to allow for those kinds of exceptions, because to me, otherwise the debate just simply breaks down and we just keep, talking about, circles, those edge cases.
Yeah.
So I feel that those exceptions have to be made, unfortunately.
Okay. So you would adhere to rape, incest, and life of mother?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
We cannot be playing around with the life of the mother, and I regret that some people seem to equivocate or downplay that particular issue. I think that's absolutely wrong.
Okay, cool. Last but not least, since you are willing to be willing to support a nationwide abortion ban, is it fair to say that you would be willing to support like legal means of enforcing it, like as long as you could get this passed, or you can like make people do it without harming them, right? By enforcing it by law, you would be willing to do so. And it's
I
kind
mean,
of loud
yes.
in your
I mean,
background.
if you believe it's a life, then that you don't have any choice but to support that.
Okay, it's kind of getting loud in your background as well.
Yeah, I do have to go. I appreciate you bringing me up.
Well,
Gotta go.
is there any way that I could hold you for like 2 more minutes? Because I did want to kind of cover one quick thing with you, because I think this could actually get us going where we're going.
All right, hang on one sec. Mm-hmm. I can give you 90, and thanks again for bringing me up, man. I always appreciate our conversations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what you got?
All right. So I'm gonna speed run this because of you being lack of time, but I think we should advocate for nationwide mandatory vasectomies. If we advocate for mandatory vasectomies, it eliminates the root cause of the issue versus the symptom. Vasectomies are safe, efficient, effective. They're reversible up to 5 years with the same level of effectiveness. After 5 years, it slightly decreases depending on the people. It's also a quick outpatient procedure with a short recovery time. It's more physically healthy and it's less health impact than like birth control pills, the shots or IUDs. And even more so with doing so, you can address the root cause of the issue versus the symptom. And you can even freeze the sperm of men prior to the vasectomy, just in case like they decide they don't want to get a reverse or, you know, whatever the case may be. So that addresses the fear of like reduction of population. It completely eliminates the need for abortions outside of like the exceptions that you already believe in.
Well, I'll tell you what, I do have to go, but that's a really interesting idea. But the thing that bothers me is that that position really only makes sense if you subscribe to a certain premise, which is, and I hate to be crass here, but the premise that you're subscribing to here is that we are entitled to have sex without it resulting in a pregnancy. And I don't hold to that.
Well,
I mean,
and so
the bottom line is accountability has to be part of the equation.
Wait,
and
but
if
so
it's
then
not,
it addresses the actual accountability.
And always not have to deal with a pregnancy, then
sure, but it addresses the accountability that's on the men, because we can talk about how often women can conceive and, you know, speed running that as well. A woman can be pregnant once every approximately like 11 months versus, or like basically once a year, versus a man can get a woman pregnant 365 days out of a year. So it would still be the actual consequences of the men versus the consequences of the women, and you address the overall issue. And also, like, the point of sex isn't, you know, just to reproduce. That's why there's only certain windows that you can actually have conception. So, like, I think that's a bit of a misnomer.
I get it, man. I wish we had more.
Yeah, come back on. I'll be live tomorrow, and we can pick this up.
Absolutely. God bless you, bud. You have a good day.
As well. I can never get them on board with these mandatory vasectomies. I think it's a winning idea. And it seems like it's always kind of hard to get them on board with it. I don't know why, though. I don't know why people don't want mandatory vasectomies. It has to be something about that, chat. It has to be something about mandatory vasectomies. I don't know. W's in chat for MAGA cries for the $2 donation, saying, never let Trump supporters forget that it doesn't matter how many times they claim to regret their vote. Everything that is going on is on them, and their regret means nothing. I say that over and over and over. Like, I don't care about your regrets. You actually have to do something. You have to do something. W's in chat for Jessica for the $2 donation, saying, my father's MAGA. He is predatory in that he has verbally attacked me and my children multiple times. To the extent that he accused me of wishing unaliving on him on my birthday because I spoke out against Trump. Yeah, you know, I think there has to be a study completed when it comes to like older people and the way that they support Trump, and then how they lash out at their family based on their support of Trump. It's super interesting, like super interesting. W's in the chat for Janet for the $10 donation, saying, it'll be a cold day in hell before I listen to a lecture about pregnancy responsibilities from someone who can make babies, then make them tracks. I'm not sure what you mean by that. But yeah, Janet, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Debbie's in the chat for Ella, who sent a $1.99 super chat to say, research Polish solidarity movement, communism. I'll check that out. Debbie's in the chat. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything except anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Andrea, are you a Trump supporter? Andrea, are you a Trump supporter? All right, I'm gonna drop you down. I'm positive this person isn't a Trump supporter because I see them all the time in the chat hanging out and all the good stuff. Guys, hey, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. We are on our way to 80,000 followers. We just crossed over 75,000 followers. And so if you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Follow me, turn on notifications so you know when I go live. If you see a great heart, that means you haven't sent your daily heart me. We want to go ahead and send that. And so we can join the fan club or whatever the thing is called. That was in chat for Mike for the $5 donation. And LMAO, men don't want vasectomies, so they don't, men don't want vasectomies. They want to control their own bodies. Exactly. That's what it's all about. It's never really about the morality. I will say that he had a unique stance. Usually when people say like, oh, life begins at conception, most of them aren't willing to hold up to like men paying child support at conception, right? I think I was listening to Peach's live yesterday morning, and they were talking about like men, and I think a couple of them, they were talking about like dating apps and how men respond and blah, 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 blah. And women, pro tip. One second. Hey, hi, Ken, are you a Trump supporter? Ken, are you a Trump supporter? Hello, Ken? No? Okay. All right, I'm going to drop you down. Pro tip, women, if you have a man that is actively pursuing you and he doesn't know how to take the word no, right? If he doesn't understand consent and you've told him like, I'm not interested, no thank you, and he's still like reaching out or trying to get with you or whatever. I know this is gonna sound fucked up, but I'm telling you, it's like fucking raid. It's like fucking repellent. I'm telling you, this is how you get rid of them. I promise you, this is gonna sound fucked up, but this is how you get rid of them. If they're hassling you and you tell them no, and they're still like, hey, let me take you out on a date, but yeah, like, come on, yeah, nah. This is what you tell them. I got this light bill due. I could really use some help with the light bill. You know, my car insurance just increased. I just need like maybe about $600 to cover this car insurance. Hey, you know what? I'm a little bit short on the rent. So anyway, you could help me out with the rent. And each and every single time, they will run for the fucking hills. I promise you. If that doesn't work, you come back to me and tell me the amount of money you told them that you needed, and I'll give it to you. That is I 100% guarantee that it will work. Put money on it. W's in chat for Heather for the $1 donation saying men aren't on board with mandatory vasectomies because they don't want their bodies controlled, and it's all about being dominant over women. I absolutely agree. 100% agree. W's in the chat for Heather. Heather, thank you so much for that $1 donation. Brookhaven, I see you in the request, and I'm willing to entertain you today. I'm willing to actually bring you up, but I have guardrails. Brookhaven, the reason why I'm willing to bring you up is because I would like to know your thoughts on what just happened in Minneapolis, the occurrence with ICE and how you can still stand behind that with what's happening with American citizens. Now, Brookhaven, I know you're still in the request. Here are the guardrails. We're not talking about transgender people. And we're not talking about the queer community. So I will bring you up and I would love to get an answer on what you think about what just happened and hell, anything else that's occurring with the Trump administration. But you don't get to talk about transgender people and you don't get to talk about the queer community. Those are the guardrails. And if you fail, then you're gone. Just an FYI.
Hello, Santana. How you doing, man?
Good. Did you hear what I was saying?
Yeah, I heard everything. Talking to me like you're my father.
No, I'm just talking to you as the host of the live. What do you think about what just happened in Minneapolis?
Hey, they're doing their job, man. You know, also, we on. So
wait, do you
hold on,
know
you see how
what
we
just
all,
happened in Minneapolis?
yeah, the U.S. citizen who got unalived. Yeah, all right. It's really sad. It's rest in peace to that man. But at the end of the day, I feel like they're doing their job.
Okay, so in that specific instance where they stopped the car, they walked up and they opened fire into the vehicle, you think that they were just doing their job?
I mean, like people make mistakes. Like I said, Donald Trump make mistakes. Stuff happens, you know, in life. You have police officers. You think all police officers are bad?
I didn't say that, and I'm not talking about all. I'm talking about this specific situation.
Yeah,
We
so
haven't
all-
even built it out. I just want to know your thoughts as far as like the specific situation that has happened. Not we can talk about like all the other stuff in a minute, but I want to know like specifically this situation that just happened.
Yeah, so like I said, like nobody's perfect. So I feel like when stuff happen like that, you just have to pray to God and, you know, bless their soul and keep on moving with life and, you know.
But why wouldn't we want like accountability and like checks and balances on like ICE, right? I mean, why wouldn't we be advocating for ensuring that they don't have blanket coverage to just go in and do things like this? Because this is not the first time that they've shot a United States citizen. It's the first time that they've taken someone's life, but it's not the first time that they've shot a United States citizen. And even more so, like they've done this when the United States citizen wasn't like obstructing what they're doing as ICE agents or anything like that. So why wouldn't we be advocating for like checks and balances?
You know, in life, Jesus is the answer. You have to take these stuff to Jesus. You know, there's only so much a human can do. And, you know, in life, I feel like that's what America lacks. We need Jesus, you know, yeah, man. Yeah.
So, but like, okay, so your answer to each and every problem is Jesus.
Yes, Jesus is the answer, man. Yeah.
Okay. What about people who don't share your religion or people that are being more impacted by the secular world in real time? Like, how do you square that circle, or do you just say pray and wait?
Yeah, they need Jesus the most. I mean, if they're lost, I think Santana, instead of talking about Donald Trump, you should talk about Jesus and bring people up to, you know.
I'm not an evangelicist. I don't also don't want to push my beliefs on anyone else. Like I don't believe in that.
I mean, it's not the belief. I mean, we are all children of Jesus.
Yeah, but
even if
by
you
your
reject him,
religious view,
he still wants us.
Not everyone else's religious view. Not everyone subscribes to Christianity. So I think it would be kind of obtuse for us to sit here and say that everyone is a quote unquote child of God and Jesus and all this other stuff.
I mean, even if like you reject it, we're still, you know, children of God. But I feel like in this circumstance with the whole ICE thing, it's a sad situation, but we just have to, you know, pray to Jesus.
I have a question about that, right? Because so while I like the difference between me and a lot of people on the left is I do believe in a higher power, right? I do believe in God and
So what do you believe in? What God do you believe in?
Yeah, I don't subscribe to like standardized religion. I think that having the idea that one religion is right and other religion is wrong. I think that the premise of religion is faith.
Yep. Yeah, hello. Yeah, guys, Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the way. Jesus is the way, the truth.
All right. Can you guys see me? Brookhaven, can you see me? Brookhaven, are you there? Chat, can you guys see me? You. Why? What happened? All right. Yeah, sorry guys. I don't know what just happened. W's in chat for Junior for the $1 donation. That dude is a gross human being. His mother should have swallowed him. Holy shit, Junior. W's in chat for Junior. Thank you so much for that. Guys, are we all good now? Like, are we back? Can everyone see me? Okay.
Hey, you're all good. I kicked him because he was monologuing and telling everyone to convert, and
so
okay. I couldn't mute him because of how the
I looked
freeze
over
was
and
going,
saw,
so I just booted him.
Okay.
I mean, you can bring him back up now, but he's not gonna sit here and prophesize up here.
Yeah,
so.
Great call. Nobody wants to hear me.
No problem. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Yep. Hello, how you doing, Santana? Okay. I see I got those payments kind of mad, you know?
Yeah, all right, whatever. So the point that I was making, I don't know the last thing that you heard, because I was saying as far as like what I believe in my religion or whatnot or whatever. I think that religion is kind of like an amalgamation. I think that there's probably pieces that are taken from other religions that may be true and other things that are false or whatever. But I'm always brought back to something that I heard a former pastor of mine say. At one point, he was like, everyone wants to argue over who the messenger was. And the question I have is, did you get the message? Right? And the point being is that a lot of people, and I say this over and over and over, people use their religion as a sword instead of a shield, right? And instead of protecting people and helping people, they use their sword, their religion to attack people, which is antithetical to what religion is supposed to be about, because it's supposed to be about love.
So how am I using my religion to attack?
You literally jump from live to live to live, and you claim to be a Christian while at the same time attacking people that you don't care for. But I've already given you the guardrails.
All right, so show me how I attacked it.
I've already given you the guardrails, and I'm not giving you the opening to.
No, I know. I'm saying you made a claim. You have to come on.
Well, I said people often. I wasn't saying Brookhaven does, so I'm not going to talk specifically about you. Like I said, people often use their religion as a sword instead of a shield to help people and further people. So the point being is that I don't subscribe to preaching to people or forcing religion on people. I just try to do good things and let my works be my fruits. Like that's who I am.
And I mean, you have 1,600 people in here. It's a lot of people in here. It's a lot of people watching.
It's over 2,000 people, including YouTube.
Yeah, I see a lot of
Guys,
people.
make sure you're liking the stream. Also, if you would like to support the live, you can do so. Santana Speaks for You, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link in the bio.
A lot of people support you, and a lot of you guys, I guess, want better for America. I feel like you should just choose Jesus because he's the way.
Again, not everyone is religion, and you can't preach to everyone because not everyone subscribes to your religion. But what you can do is actually do things that are beneficial for everyday Americans. We can advocate for politicians that will pass legislation that will help people. And even if you want to believe in your religion, you can actually support legislations that reflect your religious views that are positive, right? I.e. feeding people that need feeding, like the least among us, right? Like that's what you should be doing instead of saying like, oh, you all need to turn to Jesus and he would fix all of this. You should be like, all right, I need to be knocking down the doors of like my senators and ensuring that they pass legislation that increase food assurances for everyday Americans.
But we can't
that's what you should do.
But we can't do nothing on our own. We need him. So like, it's impossible for me to try, there's only so much human beings can do. We can fail. Donald Trump can fail. All these politicians, they can fail. But one person who can't fail is Jesus,
Yeah, again, but that's your personal religion. That's not everyone's perspective. And so I'm a firm believer in you control what you can control, right? And so you're absolutely right. People can fail. And even if you lean on religion, one of the things that you're supposed to do is that you're supposed to not only like hand it over to Jesus or God or whatever, but you're supposed to like leave it, right? I mean, if you're consistently worrying about things, then you don't actually truly believe in the power of your creator to take care of the situation. So what you're supposed to do is, yes, you like pray for things, but you also have to put in the work because faith without work is dead, right? So like I'm not getting what you're saying.
Oh, so you know word, you know the Bible.
Bro, I grew up as a Southern Baptist.
So what went wrong?
Who said anything went wrong?
I mean, you said you don't. I guess you don't believe in Jesus. You believe in higher power. So, yeah. So what's the higher power? Because it's only one God. It can't be multiple.
If it's not multiple, then why does in the Bible does God talk about like not putting other gods before him?
Exactly. That means those gods are not real.
No, you said it's only one God. And also it talks about how he is
one
jealous
real
God. So again, if there's not other gods, then why would he have to be jealous? And then also, why would he not want you to put other gods before him?
Because it wouldn't make him God, because those gods are not real. Anything can be a god. I can idolize a phone. I can idolize my PS4, PS5. Those things can be gods. He told us not to put those things before.
No. But see, no, now you're not right in a sense, because he specifically pointed out creating false gods, right? Deities and actual idols, right?
Yeah, you had the key word false. I mean,
right. No. You're right. He talked about like not creating those actual false idols to praise, but that's different than saying don't worship these other gods. Those are two different things. So you're saying that the Bible calls out specifically, and there's a difference between false idols and other gods. Two different things.
Yeah, the other gods are false. Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
I mean, yeah, you're saying they're false by your premise, but I'm sitting here telling you, you're the one saying, oh, it's only one God.
So
and from your perspective,
Jesus wouldn't be God if we could worship other gods. That's what I'm saying. He wouldn't be God.
I'm not talking about whether or not you can or cannot worship them, or whether you say that God says you should or should not worship them. The point that I'm trying to get across is you're saying there's only one. I'm saying no, like specifically the Bible, even God himself or whatever herself talks about other gods.
Yeah, obviously there's other gods, other people worship, but are they real? That's what I'm saying. They're not real. God says they are false.
Okay, so just because God says that other gods aren't real, then that makes it true.
Yeah, because he's the one and only true living God. Yeah.
but by your premise. That's because you believe, right? It's your faith, right?
Yeah, and you choose not to believe.
What's faith?
That's what I'm saying. To believe, and you choose
what's faith?
To believe in something, or to trust in something, and you're not trusting in God. That's why stuff are going bad.
Stuff is going bad. What do you mean?
Yeah, because America is not focused. America is focused on everything but God. So that's why we're in the state we're in right now.
No, but we're in the state that we're in right now is because you elect people who claim to be driven by their faith, but they're driven by their pockets. The people on the right who claim to be Christians are really the ones that are driving the narrative, whether it's harm towards women and children, poor people, non-white people, other countries. Like the people that you are literally putting in power who claim to be Christians are quite literally the ones that, you know, are seeking to be that camel that can't get through the eye of a needle, right?
Yes.
Like that's what they're about.
That's the devil working, and he works in people just like the people in your chat. He's working to them, you know.
Isn't
he has them so convinced.
Kind of convenient that anytime that there's something going wrong or something's bad or whatever, then you can automatically dismiss it and say like, oh, that's the devil.
Yeah, it's the enemy. It's the enemy plan. The enemy plan is to basically distract us from God. That's why he has so much stuff going on.
Doesn't the Bible talk about like not giving the devil too much credit, because if you give the devil too much credit, then the devil will go even further?
That's why the people are the way they are right now. Because
sitting here saying that everything is the devil instead of actually having any type of inference on yourself is giving more power to the ideal of the devil, right?
So do you know how to give the devil credit? Is sitting on a live saying God is not real. That's saying that's giving
God
that's
real.
A lot of these people are saying it. That's what gives the devil the fuel. That's what gives him gas.
Talking about me, like you and I are talking. I'm not talking
because you're not trusting in God.
You don't like. Again, you're sitting here talking in circles, and you keep saying I'm not trusting. When I'm sitting here, I've made it very clear that I do believe in higher power. The point that I'm getting across, and my point is the premise: if you think that you actually know, is you're wrong, and that's completely opposite of faith. And so instead of me actually knowing, because I don't know, the thing that I do is I try to live by the teachings of religion, and I don't actually use religion because I'm not going to push religion on someone when I don't know for sure. I'm just going to do the work, try to be a good person, and encourage other people to be good people. That's all I'm going to do.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is you could take the horse to the water, but you can't make him drink. So God bless you guys, and hopefully you guys find Jesus.
He does this shit every time he runs. Hey, Brookhaven, come back. Come back. I got a question for you before you go. I sent you an invite. Brookhaven, come back. I see you denied the Brookhaven. You keep declining the request. If you don't come back now, then you'll never be allowed to come back again. Like, that's what we're doing. All right.
You hello? Yep.
All right, Brookhaven, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What would you say your purpose is for joining different lives?
To basically tell people the right thing. I feel like a lot of people get mad when you tell them, you know, the right thing. Like when you tell them facts or tell them, you know, what to do right in life, they get mad because I feel like we make everything that is wrong right, and we make everything right is like wrong. So I feel like that's
how successful do you think you are joining these lives and getting your point across?
I mean, it's about Jesus. Once he's happy, I'm happy. I don't really care about what people think.
How do you know if Jesus is happy?
Because that's what he tells us to do. He tells us to spread the gospel. And once I spread the good news, then no matter if people don't accept it or not, at the end of the day, I'm doing Jesus' work. And I feel like
what I'm saying though is like if you get to a point where you are like in situations where either you're talking over like multiple people talking at one time, you're being muted, blah, blah, blah. Like I'm like, again, there's over 2,000 people here listening, and you have a real opportunity to like actually do what you say you're trying to accomplish. But like saying random stuff and just like randomly leaving or like not having a full-blown real conversation, do you think that's actually beneficial? Or
I mean, it's only so much.
It's say what you have to say.
No, it's only so much you can do for people. Like people could refuse it. So like all they want. So it's not gonna like get anywhere. I can't just sit here and be like, believe in Jesus, and they're not accepting it. So I just left because it wasn't, once they hear it, it's good.
Okay. Question for you. Because you've been here a couple of times, right? And like this is the second time I think that you have just like said what you got to say and then just run. And like I think that's not only is that kind of weird, but like that's not really like most people don't get multiple time access to certain lives. But my question is, do you at least like being able to come here and have access to have any type of back and forth?
Yeah, I like the debate.
Okay. The reason why I asked the question is because my chat doesn't like you, right?
Yeah, that's the demons. That's the the demons in them getting angry and agitated. So
I hear you. Listen, I think my chat wants to permaban you, and I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. I mean, it's okay. I'll just go to other lives. This is what the devil wants. But once Jesus is up, I don't really care. I'm just
How much do you know about me and the presence that I have throughout TikTok, like the people that I connect with and know and all that? How much do you know about that?
I don't understand. I don't know. What you mean, like Dean and Parker and stuff like that?
No, not just Dean and Parker, but just like
lots of many people.
Some of the creators that name some of the creators, like the liberal creators who you've debated.
This guy named Cringy Liberal.
Mm-hmm.
Dean Withers, Parker Get a Job, Johnny, the Johnny guy. It's really fun debating, those guys. I like to do it as a hobby.
You can think of that you've debated that you like debating?
There's a lot. I debate a lot, like trans, like the trans debate.
Oh yeah, no, I know. But I'm saying who else have you debated that you really like debating that's on the left?
I don't know. I can't think of like.
Have you debated like Zeus?
Nah, I don't even know that.
Have you debated Facts Still Matter?
I think I heard that name before. I love to see that person. I think so.
What about Diava Talks?
Nah, I don't know what it is.
Okay. What about anyway, getting to a point. One thing that you don't know about me is I'm kind of likable. People kind of really like me, Brookhaven. I don't know why. I don't know why people like me, but for some reason they do. And I appreciate the people on this app. And through people for some reason liking me and me showing appreciation to people on the apps, I've made a lot of friends, right? And I think what you have done has been kind of harmful, right? Because of the way that you've pushed your agenda and the way that you have done things. It's been kind of overwhelmingly harmful. And so while I normally do, like,
so how I harm anybody? Could you tell me how I harm someone?
Sure. The way that I normally do like a permaban, I usually say like, hey, if you guys want to permaban this person from the channel, it's $150 total to the pay links.
Or they're just making money off of people, just making profit off of people. You don't really care about them.
Depends on what we're doing, right? A lot of times we take that money and we put it towards mutual aid or whatever the case may be. Like one guy, I don't know, have you ever heard of this guy named Liam?
No.
Okay, so Liam, he's an asshat. But anyway, he came in my live one night. We had a person who within our community was on the brink of being evicted, and they needed like $900 total. And we ended up raising a total of $3,000 for them to permaban Liam, right? So a lot of times when I do, like I don't do pay to kicks normally, and I don't do permabans normally. Usually when I do permabans, it's because it's specifically harmful people, right? The interesting thing about you is I'm not gonna advocate for anyone to send money for a permaban. I do have some donations, and people have been sending donations specifically, I think, about you that I'm going to read out at some point. And I'm going to thank all the people that have sent donations and who had messages about you. But I'm not going to tell anyone to send any money to permaban you. I'm just going to make a decision right now to permaban you. But I didn't want to just permaban you and then you not know. But something even more important that I want to make sure that you know. And,
I mean, there's like a million other lives. I mean, I'm not disrespecting. I'm just saying, like, this is not too important.
No. I agree. And see, but this is the important piece, and this is why I wanted you to come back up, because I wanted you to know this. Like, it's super, super, super important. I've had the ability to ensure that certain harmful people are deplatformed, right, and they don't get access to multiple lives. I've actually been really good at making sure that certain harmful people don't get that attention that they're looking for across the board in not only large creator spaces, but small creator spaces. I mean, like across the board. And Brookhaven, I just want to make sure that you know that I am going to permaban you, of course, and I'm not even going to, you know.
Yeah. This is what the name of Jesus does. So yeah,
I hear you. But listen.
It gets the demons kind of agitated.
I know. I'm trying to be direct because I want you to hear this. I made a decision that not only am I going to permaban you, but I'm going to ensure that across the board, my friends no longer platform you, and you will be permabanned from these other spaces. And fun fact, I'm actually a mod for so many creators. It's weird. For some reason, they trust me with like mod powers, and I don't understand why they control me with mod. They give me access to mod powers because I don't actually mod, but for some reason they love giving me mod powers. And so, just an FYI, I'm going to make sure that you're deplatformed because you're harmful.
I mean, if I know the name of Jesus is powerful.
The way to stop being so harmful, I think that's where we are. So you're officially permabanned now. I blocked you. But I'm going to ensure that he doesn't get a chance to continue to spread harm. Going to pass that on to my friends because I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like what you're about. W's in the chat for Benjamin for the $2 donation saying, so the plan is mess up, shrug, pray, repeat. That's not growth. That's a loop. This caller's a waste of time. He absolutely was. W's in chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation saying, Brookhaven and his religious people are the reason atheists exist. Brookhaven is an example of the type of person to give like religious people a really bad rap. W's in the chat for Ascenda, who sent a $5 got a $5 donation saying his approach is doing the opposite, pushes people. Exactly. W's in the chat for Mike for the $5 donation saying it's wild to me that people yelling, we all need God while bashing his children. Make it make sense. It never makes sense. That's what they're about though. W's in the chat for Michael for the $20 donation saying, Brookhaven, are we not led to be the hands and feet of Jesus and not just put our hands up and say, I can only, yeah. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation saying, proud demon, hashtag proud demon. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying more Christian like work has been done by Santana in this community in the last month in Brookhaven, probably in his entire life. I wouldn't say that. I mean, we don't know what he actually does. I hope he's not just, running his mouth, and I hope he's actually doing something that's beneficial. W's in the chat for Witch Woman, who sent a $5 super chat to say, yes, he would pay child support. I would increase his control over women for being, oh yeah, he would. That was the other guy. W's in the chat for Saint, who sent a $5 super chat to say, ask Brookhaven about Matthew 6:1 and James 1:27. I'm positive if I would have started talking about Bible verses, he would not have known or had a clue. W's in the chat for Heidi for the $10 Canadian to say, dropped it. Hold on, sorry. W's in the chat for Heidi for the $10 Canadian to say, thank you for always standing on, or I'm sorry, thank you for standing up for trans people. Of course, Heidi, of course. You don't have to thank me for that. Like, I'm over debating whether people have like human rights. That's fucking weird. W's in the chat for the Witty Kitty for the $1.99 super chat to say, thank you for always standing on business. I try to. I mean, I don't believe in duck and smoke. W's in the chat for Karen for the $10 donation saying, thank you for being you. Don't ever stop. I have no other choice. Like, I don't know how to be anyone else, so I gotta be me. W's in the chat for Nima for the $1 donation saying, do you feel like, do you think he feels vindicated now because of the ban? I don't know how he feels. I don't think that, honestly, I don't think that he understands what I was saying. I genuinely, when I tell you, I genuinely don't think that he understands what I was saying, because of the access that he's had to be able to push harmful information. Hi, John, are you a Trump supporter? John, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'll drop you down. I don't think he understands the gravity of what I'm saying because of the harm that he's perpetuated and how people have platformed him because he's in opposition. But I also don't think that he understands how good of a relationship that I have with a lot of people around this app. And so, he's about to find out. So there's that. W's in the chat for Georgia for the, I think this like $8 a Canadian or something. I'm not sure, but it converted to 643 USD. Says so much respect to you, your morals and values, and so much respect for your patience. I could never. You could. You just don't have to. I'll do it so you don't have to. W's in the chat for Billy for the $15 donation saying, thank you for always supporting me and my trans sisters when no one else does. And trans people are just people and they just want to live. Like, life is so fucking hard already. Why should people have to deal with the bullshit when, life is fucking hard. W's in the chat for Zach for the $4.99 super chat to say, I don't like that guy. Might have to drop a dime on that guy. Belly reference. Thank you for banning him, brother. It's kind of, the kid's dangerous. Yeah, like, people running around and saying all those things and doing the harmful shit, that's like super dangerous. And I'm not here for it. Kay or one of my mods, is there any chance that someone can grab his profile picture for me and send me a screenshot, please? Hi, Mark, are you a Trump supporter? Mark, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'm gonna drop you down.
Say Mark.
Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Perfect. Thank you, Kay. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. I know Tim Waltz was apparently okay, perfect. Yeah, I just need it because I'm gonna make sure I get it to the right people so they know exactly who to. They said Tim Waltz was addressing the nation as far as what happened, and so as soon as I can get that information up, I'll read it and look over it. Oh, this PFP just made me throw up in my mouth. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Can I get your name?
My name is Ahmud Mahiti Rahama.
Okay, are you in the United States?
Yeah.
What state do you live in?
I live in Ohio.
You live in Ohio?
Yeah.
What part?
Yeah, like down the corner.
Down the corner?
Yeah, I don't really know the name.
What time is it in Ohio?
It's like 2 p.m. for me.
Hmm. How far are you from Cincinnati?
I don't know.
Who's the starting quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals?
What the hell is that?
When's the last time Ohio State won a national championship?
Who is that?
Okay. You're not in
Wait, chill,
Ohio.
chill,
but
chill. Wait,
no,
chill.
no. Listen, hold on. Let me give you game really quick, seriously, free game. If you're gonna say that you're from Ohio, then you at least have to know about the Ohio State. So like pick another state next time, all right?
Yo, please, Santa. I'm a
Also-
really big fan. I'm a really big fan. I've been supporting you for such.
Yeah, no, I don't know what that's about, but like, we're not doing that. Like, you got to at least be able to cross your I's and dot your T's. I don't know what we're doing. W's in the chat for Mr. Jason for the $5 super chat to say W for the super perma ban. It's a super perma ban. Fuck that guy. On that POS, I've hated hearing that guy on your lives and other live streams. Thank you. Absolutely. I'm gonna make sure I get it because I see people like I see my friend Political Matt. Hey Matt, I see Solid. I see Swan. I know Fax was here earlier. I saw Zeus earlier. Dean and Parker were texting me. I'm gonna get this over to everyone. Like I'm gonna get it to every single person that I can think of. And he's harmful, and I have no interest in him continue to stomp around TikTok. And every single live that I am in, I will ensure that he doesn't get access. W's in the chat for Glenn for the $1.99 super chat to say, broski to broski, thank you for banning the weak blagger. Yeah, no, all good. W's in the chat. Guys, 1.6 thousand of us hanging out here. I know we are not all Trump supporters. There's no way. I'm sorry, not all non-Trump supporters. And MAGA, like, get in the box. Get in the box. We're only looking for some debates, and I think that I think it's been proven, right, that there's no way that you can actually be a Trump supporter and not be someone who is a predator. It's a prerequisite to being a Trump supporter, being a predator. Absolutely. There's no way around it. And people tend to think when we say predator, we're only specifically talking about like, you know, SA or grape, but we're not, right? Multiple forms. You guys are definitely predators towards women and children. No debate there, period. But you're also predators when it comes to poor people, all non-white people, other countries, and you and your family. That's the one that people have like the hardest time with because they don't understand like how they can be predators towards them and their own family. But they are. So, oh, W's in the chat from Merida. Thank you for the 2. I'll check that out. I'll definitely check that out. Thank you so much. I'll definitely check that out. W's in the chat for Sarah for the $3 donation saying, everyone loves Santana. Happy to know I won't see Bum and Brookhaven hopping around being weird anymore. I don't understand what kind of like satisfaction they get from being just a bunch of fucking weirdos and being harmful. Like what purpose? And that's why I had the question of like, what purpose are you trying to accomplish by you doing what you're doing? And I don't see the purpose. So that's just me. Guys, this is what I'm thinking, because yeah, it has to be a kink. This is what I'm thinking. Because we don't have any Trump supporters in the box, I think I'm gonna hit a quick restart. just so we can try to get more people in. So first and foremost, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Make sure you follow me here, because if you don't, then you won't know when I go live, right? I don't think this person's a Trump supporter, but we'll see. Yeah, I think that was an accident. Perfect. So you guys have hit the follow button. Awesome. But this is what I want you to do, because now I need everyone to actually lock in for a second. Chat, are you guys locked in? Completely locked in? Follow the backup account. Follow the backup account. Because when we do the restart, we're going to go to the backup account. We're not going to come back on the main. We are going to hit a quick restart. I'm going to flip over to the backup account, and then we're going to go live on the backup account. So if you want to see us live, follow this one right here. So we're going to jump off the main and go to the backup account. Usually when we're on the backup account, I don't know what it is about the backup account. Maybe the Trump supporters, I don't know what's the backup account. It's right here. It's literally right here. I don't know what it is about the backup account, but I'm assuming like Trump supporters just haven't seen me on it enough, but they always like flock to the backup account. It's super weird how many more people I get to debate on the backup account versus the main account. So follow the backup account. We're going to hit a quick restart. I'll flip over to the backup account, and then we'll go from there. All right. All right. So let me do this really.
I know about them, and y'all just letting them send me shit now. Was it stand level bad? No, it was fucking worse. It was fucking worse. Yeah, we've gotten sent some crazy shit. I've gotten sent the funniest shit, right? So like, I understand when people send religious shit, like I get it, right? Obviously check with who the fuck the people are, right? But it is what it is, right? I understand. The funniest shit though,
Who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in shame. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right, or
You don't even vote.
If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
Ayy.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey, send your daily heart me people and knock out the pink heart puffs, please.
You hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah, one wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana. Step in if you dare. Get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana. Yeah, this ain't a safe place.
Nope.
This a flame space.
Absolutely.
Step in, don't you wanna sparring with Santana.
Hey. Guys, welcome back. Welcome back. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up. If you are not a Trump supporter, we're not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. If you're a friendly, tap the screen. Tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 10,000 likes. Also, send your daily heart me. This is the backup account, right? Different account. So you have to send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. It'll boost the live. I'll keep changing the daily gift goal to these little 1 cent gift goals. It'll push us out to the FYP. Please and thank you. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. Sorry, I had to make a quick adjustment. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. And the reason being is because, hey, I think MAGA's all predators, but I'm willing to hear you out. I'm willing to hear you out because I think the only way that you in good conscience, hey, Gail, I think you in good conscience, the only way that you can still support Donald Trump today is if you are a predator, right? And I don't mean a predator for just, SA and D and SA and grape, which you guys are. But I also think that it's you guys being predators towards women and children. You're predators towards poor people, to all non-white people, to other countries, and to even you and your family. Like, I think you guys don't understand how predatory you are to even you and your family. So, if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. All talk, no feelings. Exactly. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates, and I'm here to be proved wrong. I don't think I will be. But you got a shot, right? Maybe. I don't know. Help me understand. Help me help you. Help me help you. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. I think the fact that people know, like, there's no stands. You said, wow, losing viewers? Bro, I just did a restart. What are you talking about? Jojo, get up here. I don't know. Yeah, get up here. What are you talking about? I'm gonna mute you. Come tell me about it. How am I'm losing viewers? I just did a restart, bub. What are you talking about? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. Also, just an FYI, not you, Jojo. There was another Jojo. Also, just MAGA FYI. You don't get to yip yap in my chat. So, mods, you guys know what to do. Over on the TikTok, if MAGA is running their mouth in the chat, we're gonna go ahead and stuff a sock in it. We're not gonna do it. Open-minded. How are you? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah. What's up, man?
Open-minded. What can I call you? Like a name for you?
Bob works.
Bob. Cool. Bob. And just FYI, because you do sound a little bit on the younger side, I want to be safe. What's your age for TikTok purposes?
28, 97 year.
Are you 28 for real?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad I sound young.
Holy smokes, you do. You sound like a young man. Which
I mean, how old do I sound like then?
Man, you sound like you're 18. I'm not even
wow,
you.
that's great.
Yeah. Listen, yeah. I always say this, like, the way that you look and sound when you age is reflective of the type of life that you live. And people that like are younger but sound like super old or look super old is because they live a hard life. So anyway, Bob, question for you.
What's up?
How would you consider yourself to be a predator?
No.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to get that out the way. So I'm hoping you can be the exception of the rule, because I think that if you are a Trump supporter today, you have to be a predator in one way, shape, or the other, right? Whether we talk about women and children, poor people, all non-white people, other countries, or even you and your own family. So Bob, help me square the circle with you specifically. What is it that you support today about Donald Trump?
I don't support a lot of things he's done or is doing or has done in the past. But like I said, the thing I support the most and what I looked for in an elector was his conservative views mainly his conservative views, Definitely keeping the trans community out of women's sports is one of the big things for me.
Okay. So,
and I think many people of my age and around me also believe the same.
Okay, so your gripe is the queer community. Cool.
Well, not the whole community. No. I think just the trans community who's trying to get into, their opposite sex sports, which is definitely unfair and morally wrong.
Morality is subjective. I don't really care about morals. I had a question for you though. Do you like women's sports?
I don't really watch women's sports. I don't think many people watch women's sports.
Okay, question for you, Bob, right? If you're advocating for like women's sports and the uplifting of women's sports and women in women's sports and blah, 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 shouldn't you at least partake, right? Like how can you properly advocate for something if you don't actually have any skin in the game?
Well, to be honest, I don't think anybody really makes the decisions. I think our votes and our decisions really don't matter. But to get back to
no. I mean, your whole premise was men and women's sports, right? That's what you said.
Yeah,
then you turn around and say that you don't even watch women's sports.
Yeah, and I don't think many people do watch women's sports, but that doesn't stop
women's sports. You know who my favorite player is, and she's the GOAT?
Let me guess, Serena Williams.
No.
Who?
Asia Wilson.
Cool. I don't know her because I don't watch women's sports.
Yeah,
many people
Asia
don't.
Wilson is in my opinion, the GOAT, and not only because she's from South Carolina, where I'm from, but she dominated high school, she dominated college, she dominated the NBA. She is a NBA champion, an Olympian, an MVP. She's also dating Bam Adebayo, and she has her own shoes. I don't know if you saw her own Nike sneaker line, but it's a pink Nike sneaker line. She is fucking. It's Asia Wilson is the GOAT. Freaking love me some Asia Wilson, but Aaliyah Boston as well. I think Aaliyah Boston is underrated when it comes to, everybody wants to talk about Caitlin Clark, but they don't talk enough about Aaliyah Boston. And I think that there's no way in the world that we could not give Aaliyah Boston the credit that she deserves. But even more so, I'm a huge LA Lakers fan, and so I love the Sparks. And the team that the LA Sparks has put together is immaculate. I mean, I think they have a bright future, and we'll see what happens, in the present. But there's that. But I'm also in the Pacific Northwest, so I would be remiss if I didn't mention the Fever. The Fever is, in my opinion, normally one of the best teams in the WNBA, along with the New York Liberties. But I digress. I guess the point of me saying all this is not only do I partake in women's sports, but if I'm going to have a conversation or I'm going to advocate or even speak against something, then I actually dig into that something. So you don't think it's a little bit hypocritical that you are sitting here and pretending that you actually care about women's sports when you don't, then you're just using it as a talking point.
Perfect. So you're saying because I don't participate or, acknowledge
guys are not better, but
acknowledge women's
Angel
sports.
Wilson is good. People downplay her too much. But
So you're saying because I don't watch women's
Sorry,
sports. You're saying because I don't watch women's sports that I don't care, right? That's basically what you're saying. The whole premise of what you said.
The whole premise of what I'm saying is
just keeping it short and quick, right? So hold up, let me finish real quick.
No. First and foremost, I don't have to keep it short and quick. It's my live, but I do want to answer the question. The whole premise of what I'm saying is, if you don't actually participate or partake in what you're advocating for, then it's all performative. That's the point.
Do you care about Schmurder?
Yeah.
Do you advocate for it?
Do I advocate for people to be murdered?
Unaliving.
Do I advocate for people to
be unalived? No. Yeah. Do you advocate for unaliving?
For
like
people to be unalived?
For people who struggle with, I can't say the word on here. But unaliving themselves.
Oh, okay. So do I advocate for people who are trying to engage in self-harm?
Yes.
Yes.
So you do advocate for that, right?
Yes, I advocate for help for people who are trying to self-harm. Yes.
And is that on your page anywhere?
Not on my page, but it's something that not only do I advocate specifically for and have done multiple fundraisers for, but you know what? Fuck it. Just as a little bit of a flex. I'll give you the inside scoop.
Well, no, because then I'd ask if you'd advocate for people.
I got you. Don't worry about it. I got you. Don't even worry about it, sweetheart. I'm gonna finish. Yeah, listen. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a flex, and this is because I just want to make a point. Something that no one knows except like my wife and then and Kay. I actually have been directly in touch with Rain. You know who Rain is? The organization. Do you know Rain?
No.
Okay. So maybe you should probably look that up. But I have not only been in touch and directly meeting with Rain, but I have been integrated into multiple programs and things that they're going to be doing this year. And my advocacy work for Rain is going to be expanded. And so I am specifically going to be highlighting some of the different mental health initiatives that are provided by Rain, which not only advocates for mental health, but they're advocates for survivors of rape and things along those lines. So no, I don't have it on my page, but I directly.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Just because you don't have it on your page,
let me land the plane.
Doesn't mean you don't care about it.
No, let me land the plane. So not only have I done work for them and I've actually advocated for them on my page, the reason why they don't show up on my page at the moment is because I'm currently working on a specific thing for them that is going to be rolled out. So there we go.
Do you believe trans women are women?
What does that have to do with the question that you just had for me?
Yeah, I'll answer that right after.
No.
Yeah.
Can you please help me square the circle as far as what you just did? Because what I was saying is that if you are going to advocate for something, or at least say that you believe in this thing, then you should engage in this thing in some way, shape, or form. You then try to, I don't know, pivot or flex and say like, oh, you say you support this, but you don't advocate, not knowing.
You have nothing on your page that shows you advocate for grape or murder, for unaliving, okay?
Okay, so question for you.
You have nothing on your page. You prove my point.
Question for you. What's more beneficial?
You don't advocate for that. Does that mean you don't care? Does that mean you don't care?
Track this thought for me really quick.
Is that what that's what you said to me.
Hey,
you said that.
Hey, I need you to have Bob. You're 28. Bob, you're 28. Have impulse control. Let's have an actual conversation. Bob, you're 28. Have impulse control.
How old are you?
Bob, stop. So you said that I don't advocate for this stuff because it's not on my page. My question for you is, what's more impactful? Me putting this on my page and just letting it sit there in the link tree, or is it more impactful having multiple fundraisers, initiatives, and directly working with them on the largest initiative that they do every year? Which one do you think is more beneficial?
The point is that it's not on
No,
your
can you
page.
answer the
And the most important point
Can you
is
answer
that
the
many
question?
people who don't advocate for things doesn't mean
Bob,
they don't care about
Bob,
who
answer the
have
question.
breast cancer.
Bob, why can't you answer the question?
I already answered your question.
No, you didn't. Which one is more beneficial of the two things? Answer the question.
For your question?
Which one is more beneficial? Me having a link that's in the link tree about rain, or having multiple fundraiser lives, driving eyes and money towards the organization, and then working with them on the biggest event that they have every year? Which one of those?
100% A. 100% A. Advocating on a social media website where millions and millions and millions of eyes can see at any time, other than walking it down a busy road where only hundreds of eyes could see. Yeah, it's not that hard.
Bob, do you know what a link tree is? Do you know what a link
So
tree
can you
is?
answer my question now?
Do you know what a link tree is?
I answered your question. Can you answer my question?
You didn't. You're being
Yeah, I did.
disingenuous.
No, I'm not. I answered your question.
Serious question, Bob. What's the point of us talking if you're going to be disingenuous?
How am I being disingenuous? I just proved you wrong.
No, you didn't. One, you didn't prove me wrong, because the difference between you and I, right, is I said that you don't partake in women's sport at all. You said you don't watch women's sports. You said,
and that means I don't care about it.
Stop it. Stop it. Now I'm gonna actually drill this point home, because like at this point you're being ridiculous. I'm not saying that you have to be proficient in women's sports. I'm not even saying that you have to watch women's sports at the same level as me.
That's
the
what you
point
said.
that I'm just trying. Shut up, Bob. Bob, stop it. The point that I'm trying to make is you don't even have to be as proficient in women's sports, right? That's not the requirement. But you cannot sit here and say that you advocate for something, that you believe in something, that you want to protect something, if you're not doing anything to engage in that something. It doesn't make sense, and it makes you performative. So why should I believe you care about women's sports when you don't engage with women's sports? It's not about you actually caring about women's sports. It's about you hating transgender people. Like, you can just say that. Just make the point that you hate transgender people. Stop hiding behind the fact that you want to protect women's sports. That's not true.
Again, your point is mute. Just because you don't advocate for something doesn't mean you don't care about it.
It's not mute.
Point is mute. It is.
No, stop saying that word. It's not mute.
It is.
Bob, I'm trying to help you, Bob. The word is moot, not mute. M-O-O-T.
You believe trans women are...
M-O-O-T.
You're trying to talk to
Bob. It's moot, not mute. Again, Bob.
Are you okay?
Tell me how. I'm perfectly
This guy
fine.
said mute. All right, buddy.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying that I'm wrong?
You're wrong about everything you've said so far.
No. I need you to be very specific, because you were just laughing, Bob. You were just laughing.
Yes,
Are you saying
not?
that
It's not moot. It's not moot.
it's not moot?
But like I was asking earlier.
No. Because now I'm like super hyper fixated on this one. I'm right here. I'm super locked in. So you said that my point is mute.
Why do you believe trans women are women?
No. I promise you, I'll let you talk about whatever else you want, but I need to get through this right here, right now. Like, super fixed on this one. Are you telling me that I'm wrong by saying the term is moot, and you're right by saying the term is mute? Is that your point?
No.
That's what you said.
That's not what I said.
That's literally what you just said.
That's not what I said. Okay, now answer my question.
Okay, no. We're live on YouTube right now.
Do you believe trans women are...
No, Bob. We're live on YouTube right now. So, Bob.
Why can't you answer a simple question?
Bob.
Why are you so scared?
Bob, either you answer... Bob, listen, you're crashing out, Bob. If you crash out, because you're crashing out. If you crash out, you lose.
You can't answer.
It's literally right here. Crash out, you lose. Bob.
I answered all your...
Bob, you didn't.
You can't answer.
Bob, I'm literally sitting here saying that all I need you to do is finish this point with me, and I promise you we can talk about whatever you want to.
Already did. I said no.
I promise you. No. Are you saying that you are now telling me that you didn't say the term was moot, and you're saying that the term was mute? Which one is it? What is the term? You tell me.
I just told you no. So now answer my question.
Which one is it? No, which one is it? Is it mute
I
or
just
moot?
answered your question,
Bob,
3
is it
times,
mute
and you
or
can't
moot?
answer a
Which
simple
one?
question, bro. Why is it so hard for you?
Bob, last question, I promise you.
You know,
last question, I promise you. I want no more questions from me, and we'll go beyond it. I just need you to answer it. Is it mute or moot? He's going to look it up, chat. He's going to look it up. Just admit to. Why can't you just admit you were wrong?
Are you ready?
Why can't you just admit you were wrong?
Are you going to answer my question or no?
Why can't you admit that you? What point does it have from? Like, there's no purpose in me talking to you if you can't even admit that you were wrong on something simple. Like, what's the chance that you're going to be willing?
Didn't you say you're going to ask me one more question?
Any type of good faith debate when you can't even admit that you were wrong on a word. There's no point of having you here, Bob. There's literally no point of having you here, because if you can't admit that you fucked up on a word, there's no reason to think that you're going to admit anything else. Bob, go look it up. It's moot. M-O-O-T. Not mute. M-U-T-E. Not mute. The fuck are we doing? And these are the people that sit here and pretend as if they, like, the whole sequence of events that just rolled out was fucking wild. It was just fucking wild. W's in the chat for Oblivion for the who sent a $2 donation saying, Oblivion, stop it. Thank you for the $2. Seriously. I will check that out. Thank you. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation saying, just watched a fantastic video about Joel. Fuck that guy. You know he's going to clap back, and his stupidity will force him to. Joel is so fragile. He is so fragile. I know he is gonna freak out and knock over his high chair that he has to sit in when he has dinner, and he's gonna lose it. He's gonna lose his shit. W's in the chat for Lauren for the $5 donation saying, you're so dope, Santana. Love your lives. Thank you so much, Lauren. You're fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Braden for the $5 donation saying, they all think men wake up one day and say, I'm going to be trans now, and then be in women's sports team the next day. Like, they don't even understand how shit works. Like, if we're going to be honest, they don't understand any of those things. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation saying, why is he laughing? He sounds so immature. He was supposed to be 27. He was supposed to be 28. Like, the issue with impulse control is fucking wild. W's in the chat for Marie for the $1.11 say fuck Joel. Absolutely. And W's in the chat for Lashana, who sent her monthly YouTube membership comment, said, it's a mood point. It's like a cow's opinion. It doesn't matter. But seriously, it's moot. It absolutely is. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some Trump supporters. And MAGA, I'm just trying to understand, are you all predators? Because, like, I think that's the only thing that makes sense. That's the only way that you can still support Donald Trump today. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense. Hi, Buffer, how are you?
Oh.
Hi, Buffer, are you a Trump supporter?
No.
No? You're not? Were you asleep?
No, I didn't mean to join. I'm taking my dog for a walk, and I must have accidentally clicked the request button.
Oh, all good. Hey, you knew it was moot, right?
Yeah, of course I knew it was moot.
Did you hear how confident he was?
Yeah, and him just laughing like he thought he was right. He was totally wrong.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And him not answering any of your questions.
They never do.
Just answer the question.
They never do.
They pretend to care about women's sports. They don't.
No. No, it's all performance. Anyway,
So,
I appreciate
sorry,
you.
I didn't mean to join
No
Santana.
worries. Have a good one.
All right. Thanks, you too.
Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking friendlies. If you're if you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get likes up to 100,000 likes. Also, you can support the live. Santana speaks for you. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Rose, I brought you in, and then now you're a teacup. Rose, are you here? What are your pronouns? He, him. Why? What are your pronouns? Chat. If you ever want to make a fragile man crash out, that's your question. That's your question. If you ever want to make one of these weak, mediocre men crash out, just ask for the pronouns. That's all you got to do. They lose their fucking minds. You say, hey, what are your pronouns? And you would have think that you just talked about the mama. You would think saying like, hey, what are your pronouns is like the same thing as like the old way they used to duel, you know, when they used to have like the gloves and you have to take the gloves off and you're like, I challenge you to a duel and slap them across the face. That's what it's saying like, hey, what are your pronouns does to them. Someone said, I'm a dude. No, their favorite line is, I'm a man. Okay. Okay. How many genders are there? Listen, I've already sniffed you out. Listen, I'm gonna mute you. All right. Stugotz, I muted you. Come get in the box, baby. Get up here. No one wants to hear you from the comments. Yeah, I did see that. The US boarded a Russian tanker. Santana moot him. I did just moot him. I absolutely just mooted him from the comments. I absolutely just, you guys are so fucking petty. Chat, you guys are petty as shit. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Be petty. W's in the chat for Ruth for the $5 donation saying, thank you for mooting that guy. Listen, sometimes you gotta, you know, put him in the cocaine to clutch. W's in the chat for Sean for the $2 donation saying, I hope he hasn't spawned any young yet. Oh, Sean, I hope he hasn't either. I hope he has not either. I don't think this person is a Trump supporter. Yes, I did. I absolutely saw what happened with the person. Hi, Olivia, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm sorry, can you please say happy birthday? I'm not.
How old are you?
I'm 13.
Okay, I gotta drop you, but happy birthday. Please don't request up your whole baby. Happy birthday, though. I hope you have a great day and find a bouncy house. I don't know if they still do bouncy houses, but like bouncy houses were always a dub when I was a youngin'. Also, trampoline parks. Trampoline parks are super dope. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, do all the wonderful things. With that being said, and what's the question? Trampoline parks are very dangerous? You think so? Okay. I think not. Yes, I see it. You can stop spamming that. Yes, I spelled the word wrong. Okay, cool. We got it. You don't have to keep spamming it. I'll make sure I correct it. Thank you. Okay. Anywho, God damn. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Holy smokes. W's in chat for Ren for the $2 donation. Just call me Petty White. I love what you do, Santana. I love you more. I'm Petty LaBelle. I am absolutely Petty LaBelle. W's in the chat. Freeways are dangerous. You know, the thing that I have come to realize is that thank you for the confetti. We'll see. A second.
Yo, hello.
Hi, are you a transporter?
Well, my bad, my bad. So.
Hi, are you a transporter?
Yeah.
Okay, you got a bit of an echo.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, it was a little bit.
Is it now?
It might have just been when you were coming on and there was like something happening.
Oh, my bad. It was probably because I was connected to my car's Bluetooth, but I'm seated in here. So.
Cool. And you said you are a transporter.
Previously, but a lot of people changed my mind. So thank you for that.
Oh, okay. So you don't support him anymore?
Yeah, and the thing is, it's the things that he's doing, but also the people under him, like the administration is doing, right? I heard that there was like 1 million files that haven't been released or something like that. Only 1% has been released.
Yeah. Less than 1% of the Epstein files were released. Absolutely.
And also, did you see the appealing of that lady? It's like, how do people still say that that's justified?
Oh, of what? What happened?
The lady that ICE law enforcement.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen it just yet because I've been live, but people have been keeping me abreast of what happened. So yeah.
I hope. Well, hopefully you can see it this stream so I can get your feedback on it. But some people are saying that it's justified, right? And it's kind of crazy. And I talked to them about laws and how this was unjustified and it was an illegal search and an illegal stop actually. And but they were like, oh, it's not because the ICE officer told her to get out of the car, but without reasonable suspicion or anything. He just said get out of the car. It's like Terry versus Ohio doesn't apply to them or something.
Yeah, no, and like the issue is that the Trump administration has given them such a broad level of power and control that they feel justified in the things that they're doing, and so like it's a whole thing. But like I think the big thing is understanding that like this is the initiative. It's a fear tactic and it's control, and I think that they would think that it's like justified because it still gives them the ability to.
And they say that it's legal, it's justified because she was trying to run him over, but in the video it wasn't clear, it wasn't that, right? She was trying to get away and the officer was like in front of her. And the thing is, I saw the video and like in slow-mo, he literally pewed her right after she was leaving. He was not even in front of the car when he shot like the second time. And people are saying it's justified. Maybe the second bullet, unalived her.
Yeah, well, and I'll say this, and I appreciate you coming up and talking about it, but I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down, see if we can find some debates. But
okay,
like taking someone's life unjustly, murder is never justified. So like it's all wild and doing it.
It's not. It's just crazy how people defend this. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
it's like, I had to come in here.
It's wild. Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Okay.
Yeah. W's in the chat for Jamie for the $15 donation and saying I had to support one of my favorite creators after seeing Ice murder video. Keep up the good work, Santana. Your voice is more important now than ever before. I do think that, and I said this yesterday. I think that like we have a responsibility, especially like myself. I always look at myself as having a responsibility to be good stewards of the things that you guys give me, right? Whether it's like the donations that you send, whether it's the follows that you give me, whether it's the views on my videos or the shares or like all these other things. Like people sometimes send me information, people sometimes email me. I get cool stuff from like a lot of really great people. And so I think it's my responsibility and obligation to be a good steward of this platform and to draw attention to a lot of things, right? I think that's like one of the most important things for me to do. And a part of me being a good steward is standing up and speaking on things that either people don't necessarily have the ability to speak on, or the chance to actually have their voice heard about. And like right now, you know, there's over 2,000 people total hanging out. How often, you know, do people get in front of like over 2,000 people and get like anything out? That's fucking crazy. Even if you take a look at, I try not to let it ever escape me. The amount of people that actually tune in and like want to hear anything that I say. It's wild, especially in the sense that like there's other creators that go live on a consistent basis who are like way more brilliant than me, that have way more important messages than me, who are just like absolutely amazing. And you know, you can scroll into one of their lives and they may have like 50 people, you know, 100 people or something like that. And so their voice isn't amplified the way that I get to amplify mine. And so I never let that go over my head and miss the fact that like, hey, I have a responsibility and an obligation to make sure that I am being transparent, consistent, honest, but also amplifying the voices of those who don't get to amplify their voice. So it's really important to me that I'm sharing this information, pushing back on all of these things, and always trying to uplift any voice that is not heard, and you know, getting the right thing out. So guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Hey mods, make sure if you guys mute someone, make sure if you mute someone, that you actually send them the request to come up. Like, we want to make sure that we don't just mute them in the chat. We want to actually request them to come up. So I'm going to send this person a request to come up. We have to give them a chance not to be cowards. I mean, they're going to take every opportunity they can to be cowards, but we still have to give them the option to not be cowards. They're still going to be cowards, though. Hi, Mitchell. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
All right, Mitchell. First and foremost, I guess just to get this out of the way, and because I'm not trying to stereotype, right? But would you consider yourself to be a predator?
I'm sorry for laughing, but no.
Okay, cool. I mean, being honest, I like to throw that out there just in case anybody just wants. You would be shocked at the amount of people that just like lean into certain shit. So, like, I mean, you know,
what example? Though, you have an example of.
Well, yeah. I'm gonna run through all of them. I just wanted to give you that open option.
Not to talk over, but you popped up on my feed a couple times, and I sit idly by, just watching and listening, and some of the guys call. I like it. I mean, I'm still a Trump supporter, but I like the dialogue you have, and I don't agree with some of the like how you just said we're all cowards or whatever. Listen, I mean, I don't get that.
Mitchell, if I'm gonna be honest, since it's just me and you talking right now, sometimes I do have to kind of poke the bear in order to encourage them, because a lot of them like don't have the courage to come up and talk.
Fair though, because if you look at the comments, they're pretty brutal. Not from you, but from you know, the people that follow you and stuff. And there is such a way of like lumping us all in one boat. So you get one Trump supporter that does this, all the Trump supporters did it. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of you know bigoted in a way. You know, I mean. This will all be over in what, 3 more years? And then
you know what? It's super interesting that you say that, because it won't be. Something that I was saying prior to like the election, I said that whoever won this election, I was saying whoever won this election is going to actually have implications and ramifications that last for the next 50 to 60 years. And so it's not about like the person in the short term. It's about the long-term ramifications. And so Donald Trump being reelected into office has prolonged ramifications, whether you talk about his appointments to the Supreme Court, right? Those are lifelong appointments, and they have the ability to shape the direction of the country. You can talk about the tax code that was re-implemented, and also the BBB, which caused the largest transfer of wealth in United States history. Like there's multiple factors that even when Donald Trump leaves office, they're going to be felt for years and years to come. So it's not just the next 3 years.
Yeah, but not all of his Supreme Court justice picks or whatever turned out to be like super pro-Trump. I mean, they did go against him. So it wasn't like, Trump is all this mighty dictator now. I mean, there were things where they didn't agree with him and that's super fair.
And that's fine. And that's why I said it's not about Trump. That's why I said like the actual implications are long-term. It's long-term ramifications, and having a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court has long-term ramifications. And that's the point. So it's not about the here and now. It's about how that projects out. And like whether you believe that they're pro-Trump or not, they're definitely conservative-leaning Supreme Court justices, which in most cases they're going to lean conservative versus being impartial.
And that's how Roe v. Wade was overturned, which I'm probably the furthest from both sides on that, on the whole Roe v. Wade thing. It's not, in my opinion, it's none of my damn business. I really don't give two shits whether a woman goes and gets a smishmortion or however you can say it. Okay. I don't care. I mean, it's none of my business. I didn't do it. Mm-hmm. But if it had been me who done it, I personally wouldn't sleep with a woman that would transcribe to that. Same reason that, on the bios now, all the women will put, if you're a Trump supporter, don't even bother talking to me. So it's like, I feel like if you don't know the other person well enough to step into bed with them, then,
Yeah, I think it's important for people just to mind their own business. I don't know. That's how I feel.
My whole thing with it is it's not a form of birth control. So I guess my biggest.
But no one's using it as birth control. That's like one of the wildest talking points. Like people say that.
There is some. I know women. Like there's been some. I'm not saying all of them. Just like not all Trump supporters are.
You know how much it costs in typical to get an abortion?
I do not.
It's like over $600, right? It's over $600 to get an abortion. I'm sorry?
Sounds like a steal.
You think people are just kicking out $600 just
kicking out
for
$600.
shits and giggles or shiggles?
Somebody's kicking out $600.
Yeah.
How many happen a year? So people are able to do it. It's not.
Yeah, but the point that I'm trying to get across, I'm not saying that people don't have abortions, and I'm not also saying that people haven't had multiple abortions. What I am saying, though, that the idea that people are just out here randomly getting abortions is like that doesn't even make sense. You can talk about the physical aspect of it, the pain, the actual process of having one, whether it's like the pill or it has to be like surgically removed or whatever, like all of that. But then just thinking about the fiscal responsibility, like it's wild. Like that's a talking point that's being pushed, and I think like people saying that is insulting other people's intelligence.
Right, but are you pro or against?
Oh, I don't give a shit what people do with their bodies as long as they don't hurt people.
Right. So you're okay with women having their choice. And I agree. I really don't care. I mean, it's none of I didn't do it. And if it's whether people do it for religious reasons or whatever, the people that are against it, if they do it for religious reasons, that's not I have no say so. I can't tell you what happens in the end any better than anybody else. You know what I mean? I can't tell you if there's repercussions at the end. That's on you. I don't.
Yeah, and my point just being like with that, I was just saying that it's a lazy talking point for people to say that like people are just doing it for it's a lazy talking point for people to be like, oh, they're doing that just because they're using that as birth control. Like that's absolutely insane. But I do want to hear though, Mitchell, like what is Donald Trump doing today that actually like you align with, that you're standing
that affects me? The only thing he's done so far that really affects me. Gas prices are down, and I can feel that. Like, I don't know what state you guys are in, but I'm over here in Texas, and we're approaching $2. So
why is gas prices down?
I don't know. I really don't.
Come on now, Mitchell. How old are you? You seem like a man of a certain
I
age.
am 46.
Okay. What
And I
happens?
can't-
What
I
happens
can't-
every year around this time?
It gets cold and gas goes up.
No.
Fuel costs, energy costs go up in the wintertime.
Gas prices go down though, because
How long have your guys'
one
gas
it's a
prices
simple
been down?
I'm sorry.
How long have your guys' gas prices been down?
No, it depends on the area. I mean, we look at the national average, and you know, you can look at states, but there's other factors in states. The one thing I'll throw out is like the seasonal blends are different, and then so with seasonal blends, in the wintertime, people drive a lot less. They're no longer going on vacation and everything. So gas prices, which Texas, along with a couple other states, have like I don't want to say unfair advantage, but due to certain states within the United States and their agreements that they have as far as like producing and producing oil and things along those lines, there are certain states that have lower rates over than the national average. I say all that to say Donald Trump hasn't actually done anything to positively impact gas prices. It's just the nature of gas prices. W's in the chat for Jordan for the $15 donation saying, is MAGA unalived? I wouldn't say that. I think they're just hiding. I think they tend to hide at certain times. W's in the chat for Sean, who sent a $20 super chat saying, sorry off topic. Here's a fact that most people don't know. Nancy Pelosi was not in DC when the National Guard chain of command, it was not in the DC National Guard chain of command. She has absolutely no power to deploy January 6th. MAGA apologists count on the people not knowing exactly. And it's weird that they lean into that. W's in the chat for Sean for a follow-up for this $2 super chat to say, suck it up, Chuck. I thought we were the snowflakes. Yeah, that's true. W's in the chat. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, make sure you tap on the screen. Let's get the likes up to 150,000 likes. Last but not least, look up at the top. You see the word follow? You're not following me. This is the backup account. Make sure you follow this account. Hit that follow button, but follow the main as well. Mitchell, do you want to respond to what I said?
I don't even remember what you said. I got lost in the super chat and the likes and, giving a shout out to your subscribers.
Yeah, I was talking about the fact that there's a winter blend. People are driving less. Certain states like Texas have agreements that give them access to lower gas prices, and underline the fact that Donald Trump hasn't done anything directly to impact the cost of gas.
So if he doesn't have anything directly to impact, how come when Biden was in office, it was up?
Yeah, because of Donald Trump.
Not just by a little bit. It was double what we're paying now.
Because of Donald Trump.
Okay.
So
what about
this
when
is
Obama was in office?
This is what a lot of people don't understand, right? Like a lot of people give the president too much power or put too much importance on presidents, right? And thinking that they control. That's why, like when Donald Trump was like, "Oh, if you elect me, I'm going to bring the cost of groceries down." Like that's not a thing. Presidents can't do that. But they can actually either do things directly or indirectly to impact prices in multiple ways, right? So when you talk about the prices that were up under Joe Biden, Donald Trump had more direct impact on the prices being higher under Biden than Biden did. And the reason why I say that is, you know what OPEC is?
I've only just slightly paid attention to it, but it's something where the Middle East or something. I don't.
Yeah, it's the actual organization that manages like the not only the pumping, manufacturing, but the sale of oil and pricing and all this other stuff, right?
Like they control what happens, I guess, with the Middle East and how much they pump.
Well, not just the Middle East. I mean, there's other countries that are members of OPEC, but yeah, I mean, like just
isn't Brazil or Russia?
Yeah. I mean, to keep it simple, I mean, you can talk about the Middle East, but like, yeah, I'm just saying OPEC, it's like, it's a whole thing. Anyway, the big thing that you need to know is OPEC is the one that controls like oil prices overall, right? So back in 2019, I'm sorry, back in 2020, there was something that happened that stopped the world. You remember what happened?
No. That was a long
time.
time.
2020.
Working my butt off.
All 2020?
Yeah. 2020. I mean, COVID didn't affect me at all. So if we're talking about COVID, it didn't affect me.
Yeah,
I didn't
did it stop the world?
It's for some reason it did. I guess.
Sorry, you're the outlier that had no ramifications because of COVID. Yes, I'm talking about COVID.
Right, but I'm not the outlier. There was a lot of people that didn't miss work. There was a ton of people that didn't miss work.
Yeah. When I say stop the world, I don't mean just like people not going to work. Like people lost their lives. Certain places completely shut down. Like it was a global thing, right? Global. I mean, I remember seeing videos of like LA, the 405 completely empty. Right.
Like,
I remember seeing.
Pandemic.
I'm sorry.
Like a pandemic.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. All right, so cool. So, Donald Trump, back in 2020, do you remember how long Donald Trump said that COVID was going to last?
2 weeks to slow the spread. No, I don't.
Yep, he did. He said 2 weeks. Absolutely. Do you know when Donald Trump found out about COVID?
I do not, but I know where you're going with it. I know that it took him forever to react.
Well, no, not that. Donald Trump knew about COVID in October of 2019. And he was telling Bob Woodward how bad COVID is. And he was talking about like how dangerous it is and how it's going to spread and da-da-da-da-da. But then turned around and told Americans that it was like the flu and that it was going to actually only last 2 weeks. Well, something actually happened while we were shut down for those Donald Trump 2 weeks, right? One, we know that it lasted way longer than 2 weeks. But two, Donald Trump, old Baron buddies came to him and was like, hey, since the country is shut down, we're losing money hand over fist. People aren't out on the roads driving, and so we're losing money. We need OPEC to cut production. And so Donald Trump went to OPEC and said, hey, I need you guys to cut production. And OPEC said, no, why would we cut production? We're going to keep doing our thing. And Donald Trump was like, okay, if you don't cut production, then I'm going to pull U.S. military support from the Middle East, from Saudi Arabia. And so it was like, we need that military protection. So you know what? We're going to cut production. And Donald Trump enticed them to sign the OPEC Plus deal. Have you heard of the OPEC Plus deal?
I have not.
Okay, so the OPEC Plus deal was a deal that cut oil production for 2 years, not 2 weeks, 2 years. So while Donald Trump was sitting here telling people that COVID was only going to last for 2 weeks, he got OPEC to sign the deal to cut production for oil for 2 years. Well, of course, we weren't shut down for 2 years. We were shut down for a couple of months, and then everybody came back outside. We outside. And so people started driving, right? And since people were driving and OPEC had cut production, supply was low. And Mitchell, what happens when supply is low and demand is high?
Prices go up.
Prices go up. Absolutely. Absolutely. So prices went up because they weren't producing as much oil, but people were still driving and they needed the oil. And so that was in 2020. Now, funny thing about the end of 2020, in November of 2020, Donald Trump lost the election.
Yeah.
And so in 2021, Joseph Robinette Biden took over, right? And so gas prices were steady climbing. And Joe Biden went to OPEC and was like, hey, I know you guys signed this OPEC Plus deal, but man, these gas prices are high and people need relief. And OPEC was like, nah, why would we do that? They're paying higher prices for the gas. Like if they're going to pay for the same gas, but for more prices, why would we lower it? And so they told Joe Biden no more oil. Do you know what Joseph Robinette Biden did?
He said, do it or else.
No. See, that's the Trump approach, right? Trump absolutely says do it or else. Joseph Robin at Biden actually, did something. Do you know, have you ever heard of the United States oil reserves? Yeah. So Joseph Robin at Biden actually.
A bunch of whatever Trump supporters, I know we like saying it, said that he drained the reserves, but I would get why he would drain the reserves if he had to.
Kinda. He absolutely kind of did. What he actually did, he didn't drain it. He flooded the market with United States oil. And since he flooded the market with United States oil, hey, again, one more time, what happens when supply is high and demand is low?
Let's go up.
No, down.
Oh, down.
Yeah, prices go down. So Joe Biden actually flooded the markets with United States oil, which forced OPEC to actually cut their prices and drive the price of oil per barrel down, right? And then this is where Sleepy Joe got really kind of tricky. What he did was, after flooding the market with United States oil reserves and forcing them to reduce the cost of oil per barrel, he went back and bought our oil supply back at a cheaper cheaper price. So not only did he force the cost of oil per barrel down, he actually bought it back for cheaper than what he sold it for. So he made money for the United States of America. So the gas prices were higher under Biden because of supply chain issues, because of the war in Ukraine and Russia, and because of the OPEC Plus deal. And the only thing that helped drive those prices back down was the strategic move that occurred under Joe Biden, in which this wasn't like something that happened and it's like a flip of a switch. It took months over months in order to see like the impact and then the price shift. So the point that I'm making, I forgot one thing. You said you're in Texas, right?
Yes, I am.
How many oil refineries have you seen in Texas?
I think one's down in Houston area. I'm not originally from Texas. I've only been here for a little while. I originally moved here from California.
Okay, cool. Question for you. Do you know who Jared Kushner is?
I've heard the name, but I don't know who he is.
Okay.
Like I've heard.
Jared Kushner is Donald Trump's son-in-law, right? And what happened was, at the same time that Donald Trump was getting OPEC to make that OPEC Plus deal, Jared Kushner was actually working with the Saudis and sold off 16 United States refineries, including our largest refinery that was in Austin, Texas. So not only did Donald Trump secure a deal that cut oil production for 2 years, but his son-in-law helped broker deals that sold off our refineries, reducing our ability to actually not only manufacture, but refine US oil. So you see why I say like Donald Trump had more negative impacts on gas prices under Biden than Biden did?
I do see why you say that.
Yeah. But presidents can't control direct prices. They can only do things that either influence them one way or the other.
So if because I don't understand, is if presidents can't control prices, it's constantly an arguing point, is, it's Trump's fault that egg prices are so high, or it's Trump's fault that they're so high. Mm-hmm. He can either control the prices or he can't.
Yeah, no, you can't. But see, it goes back to the point that I made as far as like, you can do things to influence them, good or bad, right? Good or bad. The thing that I said about Joe Biden, he didn't make them lower the prices. That's why he said, do it or else. It doesn't work that way.
Because I wasn't.
Yeah, no. But I'm just saying, like, that's not how it works. You do things that influence the environment, and then you get it to change, instead of like, it's the invisible hand of economics, right? It's the thing that moves the market. And so presidents engage like that. That's why it's so important to for presidents to watch their words, because presidents can literally move markets. They can literally change the world by just a few words that they speak. That's why we're so hypercritical of the stuff that Donald Trump says, because him saying one thing or the other can literally force the economy to shift. And so
he's not the only one. He's not the only one that can say something that can make an impact.
Yeah. But like world leaders, but specifically the president of the United States of America, like period. I don't care who it
And the
is.
stuff he says sometimes is a little outrageous, but
Yeah.
the thing I do like about him is non-apologetic. I don't like
that's
any. I don't like
that's a
anybody
good
that backpedals.
characteristic.
Right, but I don't like anybody that backpedals. If you're going to say something, it should be what's in your, it should be something you truly believe. I don't believe you need to sit there and have to read off a teleprompter your feelings. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that there's a difference between like backpedaling and being able to change your stance based off of new information. I think it's important to be able to adjust and change based on new information.
Right, that's a different thing. I'm saying when he says something, he's not like, oh, I didn't mean it that way, I'm sorry. No, he meant it exactly that way. He says it, and that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm not gonna knock you for holding people accountable for their words, but if people say like, hey, this used to be my position, but I've learned this since, and so now this is my position.
That's different. That's different. I used to be like right down the middle. 2016, right down the middle. Well, 2015, right down the middle, and then I didn't really pay close attention to the election. I didn't do nothing, and then 2019 rolled around. We're started the pandemic. I mean, everything's going on. And then I was working at somebody's house, and he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And he's like, somehow we wound up in stupid politics. And he goes, "How's it? You think about Black Lives Matter?" And I was like, I don't really transcribe to what they're doing. They're not helping anybody. There's nobody's out there saying, "Thank you, Black Lives Matter, for what you've done for me." It's only, Black Lives Matter. They raised a bunch of money in the name of George Floyd and anybody else who was unjustly murdered by the police
Mitchell,
officer.
I got a quick question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
What did you think about Trump pardoning the J6ers?
Why wouldn't he? I think here's my stance on it. I think what they did was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with it at all. If you want to go there, like everybody wants to sit here and say that, nobody deserves what happens to them. People don't deserve to get their, life taken, things like that. But the one woman, I forgot what, Ashley something, that, was unalived. She wouldn't have been unalived if she hadn't been at the Capitol doing what she was doing. Like it's mean, but it wouldn't have happened. So like they went there and they did something stupid, whether the conspiracy theorists out there with their little foil hats are all like, oh, the FBI was involved and stuff. Whether they're involved or not isn't an excuse. Like, I'm not saying I'm a perfect person. I used to get into a lot of trouble back in the late 90s, early 2000s. I was in prison. I was in prison on 9/11.
Sure, hold on. So I was going somewhere with that. Let me ask you this real quick. So you don't have an issue with him pardoning the J6ers?
Every president pardons people. what were we going to do?
Their crimes. But
right.
Ooh,
But
really quick before, because I'm trying to go somewhere real. What about the rioters for BLM? Do you think that they should have been held accountable for their crimes?
They weren't.
But do you think they should have?
Yes.
How so?
If you burn and smash things and riot, that's a crime. You're breaking the law. I'm not saying that the J6ers should have gotten off scot-free, but there was definitely some really harsh sentences passed down that we don't pass out to other criminals. The only reason the sentences were that harsh was because the entire world was watching.
Okay.
You changed the location, the exact same thing, and nothing happened.
Okay, cool. Quick question. Which one do you think is worse? Like smashing windows and like burning buildings, or trying to overthrow the United States government and unalive members of Congress?
But no Congress members were unalived.
Yeah, but I need to know which one you think is worse.
You already know which one's worse.
No, I don't. That's why
in the hypothetical world that you're speaking of, trying to unalive Congress members is obviously worse. You knew that.
Okay.
You're
So we
just-
both can agree that trying to overthrow the United States government and unalive members of Congress, including the vice president, is worse than smashing glass and burning buildings, right?
Right.
Okay.
Is there a follow-up point?
which one is worse? Or I'm sorry, which one do which one would make you more upset? Watching a man lose his life on national TV as someone kneeled on the back of their neck for 9 minutes until the person lost their life, or being told that the election was rigged and stolen, even though there had been no evidence, there had been over 60 plus court cases, and there had been multiple audits. Hold on, finish that. Multiple audits to find that there were no credible charges of fraud. Which one do you think would make you more mad? Watching someone lose their life or a lie about an election being stolen?
And you need an answer for that, because for some reason, like I said, I've been watching your thing very long, but I'm assuming for some reason the Trumpers are always like, election was stolen, which I don't give a whether the election.
Well, yeah, no, not really, but still, normally people don't bring up BLM for me. But
my other stance is
no, I'll let you go. But which one of those things would actually make you mad if you had to watch someone lose their life on national TV? Or would you?
I don't have to watch it to tell you. Like I didn't see either one happen in person.
Right? No, it's fine. But I'm saying in this situation, which one would make you mad? Watching someone lose their life on national TV, or someone telling you a lie about an election that was stolen that had been proven not to be stolen?
Right. Obviously, it's George Floyd dying on national TV. Somebody losing, being unalived on anything, regardless of who they are, is way more serious than somebody going, the election was stolen.
Okay, cool.
Right.
One last question. You know what the Confederacy is, right?
Are we talking about the one that doesn't exist anymore?
Yeah, in the South.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Go.
Do you know what the Confederate flag is? Oh, Mitchell, you lost me. I lost you.
They're all over the place down here.
Oh,
right there. Yeah. Okay. I guess my battery's 10%. So.
Okay.
They're all over the place down here. I mean, the Confederate flag is all over.
Cool.
I mean, this is the South. So.
When do you think was the first time that the Confederate flag ever hung in the capital of the United States of America?
I do not know the answer to that question.
January 6, 2021.
Okay.
The Confederate flag, which is a symbol of treason, right?
Okay.
Because the Confederacy literally tried to overthrow the Union. And that flag has never hung in the United States Capitol until those people who stormed the Capitol, assaulted Capitol City Police, broke into the building, smeared shit on the walls in the Capitol, took a gallows and chanted, "Unalive Mike Pence." They then took the Confederate flag and hung it in the Capitol building, the first time in United States history.
I'm super confused right now.
Yeah, I guess the point that I'm trying to make.
Well, no, I mean, it sounds like you're telling me I'm arguing for the fact that they got off.
No, the point that I'm trying to make is that you holding a double standard, that you feel like it's okay that that you not having a problem in saying that it's okay that Trump actually pardoned the J6ers, but for some reason you sitting here saying like, oh, those BLM protesters need to be held accountable. It's like a massive double standard, because we literally watched a man lose his life on national television, and it's a false equivocation. So if you don't hold the same standard, but listen, what I'm saying is you don't hold the same standard for the two different events, right? You don't say that you didn't say that the people need to be held accountable for both of them.
I said that. Well, what did I say about the J6ers?
You said the J6ers. You said, what are we supposed to do? Keep them locked up forever?
No. I said they deserve to be punished, but there was no end date in sight. The justice system is completely flawed.
They literally had sentences. They literally had sentences. They were sentenced. Donald Trump commuted a shit ton of their sentences. Hey, do you know that ever since those J6ers have been pardoned, did you know that there's a large swath of them that have either lost their lives due to certain like events or conflicts, or one like huge portion, and it just keeps happening and happening and happening and happening. A lot of them keep coming up with child touching charges.
So what's your point?
The point that I'm making is a lot of these dangerous criminals that try to overthrow the government, that attack capital city police, that literally tried to destroy our country. Once Donald Trump gave them their freedom and gave them another chance, they immediately got out and reoffended, and some reoffended to the level of harming children by touching children.
So what you're saying is they committed a crime, they should be locked up forever?
What I'm saying is maybe you should actually allow the criminals to be criminals. Now, for me personally, I think the country has two massive sins, right? The United States of America, well, not two. The United States of America has like a shit ton of massive sins, but two instances where the United States absolutely got it wrong. Absolutely got it wrong. First instance, did not treat the Confederacy, the members of the Confederacy did not treat them as treasonous traitors, and them. They messed that one up. Every single person that was involved and that fought.
All for violence. Got it.
Yep. No, that was treason. That was literally treason. They tried to overthrow the country. They engaged in a war because you know what happened? In Germany, did you know that it's illegal to be a Nazi in Germany?
As it should be.
Which it should be illegal in the United States to actually wave the Confederate flag, because that is a treasonous flag. You cannot wave the Nazi flag. No,
it doesn't matter.
It is a treasonous flag.
It doesn't matter. All speech is protected. Hate speech or love speech, it's all protected. There's nothing we can do about it.
I hear you, but I'm saying that's, in my opinion, that's the first loss or the first miss of the country. The second miss, not treating J6ers as treasonous traitors, because that's exactly what
we're advocating for their murder. You guys could find a list of them. And
again, I'm not saying that you unalive them, because that was Donald Trump's words, not my words. My words are, you treat them as treasonous traitors.
You know what the penalty for treason is?
Yes, you can be unalived due to treason. If that's the case, yeah. I'm not advocating for anyone losing their lives. I'm not even saying that should be the punishment. Let me just finish my sentence. Can I finish my sentence? Can I finish my sentence? Sure. I mean, I can actually do it if you stop interrupting me. The point that I'm making is
that's how you do it.
That's how I do it. The point that I'm making is that those J6ers, those treasonous traitors, should not have had their sentences commuted. They should not have been pardoned. They should, at the very least, served out every single day that they were sentenced. They should not be let free, because you let people who try to overthrow our country free back into our country. And that's the point. Sent your request to come off mute, Mitchell.
I don't know why it cut out. What percentage of them went on to commit other crimes after they were released from?
You can go look it up. Some people are keeping like a whole repository of the. I don't like throwing numbers out that I don't have, and so yeah. I don't like throwing numbers out. No, Mitchell, listen to me. listen to me.
Oh my God.
Mitchell,
Dude.
I don't like throwing out numbers if they're not substantiated. I think that's
I've
absolutely.
heard you throw out numbers that aren't substantiated.
What numbers have you ever heard me throw out that aren't substantiated?
You just told me, and I wasn't paying attention when you said X amount of people have been rearrested for touching kids or some BS. I don't know. I stopped listening. But.
No, I said there is a good portion of them. I didn't put a number on it.
Thank you. Okay, well, good portion is at least 50%. Yes.
No, it's
51% is a good portion.
No, bro. 51% is over half. That's not a good portion. And
So
again,
what's a good portion? Either way, we're losing focus. We're losing focus.
no, you are.
Yeah.
Please
No,
understand
no,
what I'm saying.
Just let me finish. I have a good.
You don't use numbers that you can't substantiate, because when you use numbers that you can't substantiate, then you cause an actual issue with distorting facts and reality. And if we want to actually specifically speak to a number, then we can go look it up. We can go look up the number. I was just about to say, I'm not going to go look up the number, so I don't have a number. But if you want to throw a number out there, just please reaffirm the number. W's in the chat for Chanty for the $1 donation, saying, since DT financial records released in January 4th, 2026, can he be convicted for treason? Wait, his financial records were released? I haven't seen that one. Thank you for the fireworks. I'm gonna have to check that out. Holy smokes. W's in the chat for Raw, who sent a $5 donation, saying, ask him if Trump meant it when he said that he would date a 10-year-old. Holy shit, we will. We'll get to that one. W's in the chat for Alicia for the $2 donation, saying, Mitchell is one of the most dangerous kind of MAGA. Seems reasonable, but the more you speak to him, the bigotry and misogyny starts to spill out. Whew. W's in the chat for William for the $5 donation, saying, moot versus mute. Exactly. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation, saying, did he really just say so in response to some of the pardoned J6ers being founded of touching kids? WTF. Yeah, like, I mean, it's a whole thing. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation, saying, please ask the caller if the J6ers are patriots. Ooh, that's a good question. That's a good question. I will. W's in the chat for 1234, who sent a $5 super chat. Say, ask him if he sends his COVID check back since he wasn't affected. That's a good one. W's in the chat for 1234, who also sent a $2 super chat. Say, a leader admits when they're wrong. Accountability. I completely agree. Like, there's no way around it. W's in the chat for 1234, who sent a $2 donation, saying he's a predator. And W's in the chat for Sean, who sent a $10 super chat. Say, okay, I have to call BS. Who says, hey, thank you for the teddy bear. Who says rioters weren't prosecuted during BLM? If they were, I didn't even get to that. Did you look up the court records? The FBI determined 93% of BLM protesters were just that. I'm sick of this. I completely agree. Debbie's in the chat for Sean. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything is appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Mitchell, are you still there? Let me send you a request. Mitchell, you muted yourself and you haven't said anything.
I was just sitting here waiting patiently for you to.
Oh, okay. I thought you muted yourself by accident.
No.
Okay.
Why did they call me a misogynist? I didn't say anything against women.
I don't know. I mean, technically,
do they know what
they're not wrong.
Means?
Technically, they're not wrong. All men are inherently misogynist, so like,
that
there's
is
a point.
bullshit.
Sorry?
That's like saying all white people are racist.
Yes,
You can't
all
do
white
that.
people are racist.
They're not.
Yes, literally, all white people are inherently racist. Yes.
No. Then all black people are racist.
No.
Oh, okay. You're so bullshit.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Let's dance for a second.
This isn't even a dance. You get to pick and choose. And
No. I'm just gonna like it's.
Or wait, as that one guy said, what he didn't say mute. He said moot. No, he said moot. No, what did he say?
Mute. He said mute.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
really quick, just to run this logic train with you, because like again, I don't say things that I can't prove, but I do have a question for you. What is race?
Shit. I don't know how to word it.
Give it an old college try.
Don't fucking do
as
that.
I heard Sean say
condescending
yesterday.
prick, like,
Sean said yesterday, give it the old ICDC try.
All right, that's super condescending. Like,
No, I'm
don't
talking
do
about
that.
what Sean
Right.
said.
Right, but it doesn't. You didn't say this is what Sean said. Give it the old college try.
I did just say that.
first condescending, and then you let off with this is what he said.
Oh no, give the old college try. It's just the same.
It's not funny though. Like that's what it gets people in their feelings, and then that's how you win your debates. Is they get all riled up, and then
wait. So me saying give it the old college try got an emotional response from you?
It's annoying. Yes, it's condescending, and you know it.
By saying give it the old college try. Holy smokes!
It's annoying, and you know it. That's why you say it. That's why you say the things you say, is to get them riled up. And then they lose train of thought and we get off topic like we are now.
I actually just like say random stuff because like I have ADHD.
There is nothing about you random.
No, I literally have ADHD. I'm literally
I know you have ADHD. I know that because every time I listen to you, you guys go down rabbit holes.
Exactly. And so I say random shit all the time. Anyway,
tell
me what you think race is. What's race?
There we go. Different from people from different background, so like ethnic background. I don't think I mean, I'd say the color of your skin, but that's not entirely true because you have white people over in Africa and vice versa. So
yeah,
I mean,
okay, so you don't know what race is. Do you know what racism is?
I do know what racism is. That's
what's
when
racism?
You judge somebody based off the color of their skin.
No.
Then what is it?
I'll tell you in a minute. Do you know who created racism?
White people.
Specifically who?
There's
a person. There's like an actual person.
No.
Okay. All right. And last question. Do you know what the justification was of racism? What was it for?
I don't know that either.
Okay. All right, cool.
Right. I feel like if you're a white person, you had those answers at the ready. That'd be pretty racist.
If you're a white person that had those answers at the ready, then like either one, you are deconstructing, or two, you wouldn't say it because it literally wouldn't make your case for anybody being able to be racist, right?
Everybody can be racist.
They can't because one, you probably shouldn't say like statements that you can't substantiate, but two,
I can definitely substantiate every single person can or cannot be racist.
Okay, but we've already determined that you don't know what race nor racism is, so how can you
I said it and you said I was wrong and you didn't refute it with
I know. I was just about to. I was just like okay,
you
cool.
know, you went off track.
Race is a social construct that is based on acceptable phenotypical characteristics that creates a hierarchy for non-white people to benefit them. It's literally something that was created to. You can go look up the specific definition, but I'm
right.
trying
But if
to
I went to
more.
Webster's dictionary, that's not the definition that white people did this.
What are you talking about?
You literally just said it. The answer you gave was like something that I don't know. One of my professors would have told me in some weird theology
you
class.
Mean that? You mean that it's not broken down Barney style, but it's actually more information behind it.
Like, sing it to me. Sing it to me.
Got it. Yeah, race and racism isn't something that you can break down in Barney style. It's literally not.
Why isn't it? Why does it have to be so complex?
Because racism is complex enough that it has been consistent and persistent and has allowed white people to capitalize on non-white people and continue to perpetuate harm throughout history of non-white people. So like it's super
do I have
complex.
like a check coming or
what?
Do I have a check coming? Because I'm not white. Well, you said that we use it to like profit off of like non-whites. So or prosper, sorry.
What's your race, Mitchell?
I'm white.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if there's a check coming because it's news to me that I've been prospering.
Oh, okay. Hey, Mitchell, quick question, right?
Yes.
What would you call it if you don't have to actually deal with certain barriers because of the race of your skin versus other people having to deal with barriers because of the race of their skin? Do you think that's something?
Can you give me an example of that barrier?
Sure. I will break this one down, Barney style, for you, because we haven't even gotten into like what racism is. You haven't even been able to consume like race, but like there's so much to it. But anyway,
it's just that redneck incompetence. I'm sorry. So
it's what?
redneck incompetence, you know?
No.
Like, I don't know that
What
I
it
don't
is,
know,
what it
and I
is
need
that
you
you're ultra crepidarian.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah, you
Is
should
that
look it
the
up
spelling
sometime.
bee?
Anyway,
Is that the spelling bee word of the, word of the
no,
day?
you should look it up
Is there
sometime.
like-
But anyway, listen, I got
I'm
you.
not
Hold on,
looking
slow
at it.
down. All right, so let's say.
I know you lost
Got it,
your
never
train of
mind.
thought
Okay,
for a
here, this is what
second.
we're gonna do.
Ultra.
So, there is. Can we agree that one of the means of banks to actually generate revenue is by giving out home loans?
Yes.
Okay. Can we agree that it's advantageous for banks to give out home loans so they can recoup interest on the loans?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Can we agree that if you, a white man, and I, a black man, if
Right.
you and I have all of the same qualifications, right? You and I
Same
make the
credit
same amount of
score,
money,
yeah,
same credit score,
We're probably
same,
higher
like
than
everything
mine.
is equal, that both of us should have the same opportunity to get that bank loan.
Without a doubt.
Okay, cool. What would you say if I tell you, you and me, we walk into this bank, right?
Right.
And we have everything is equal,
Right.
and they see me, and I say, black man, and then they see you, and I say, white man, and they say, you know what? Everything is the same, but I'm gonna give this loan to this white man instead of this black man because he's white and he's black.
Right.
Them being racist towards me, right? That was a direct reflection on them and their feelings towards me, right? You weren't
Exactly.
special, you were just white. But I was singled out because I was black, right?
Okay.
Did that benefit you by not being black?
Obviously.
Okay, perfect. So, if this is something that is done on a mass scale, would you think that it's a problem? Like if there's like a mass conspiracy theory of banks saying we're not going to give black people loans because they're black, would that be a problem?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of redlining?
Of course.
When do you think the last time a major bank was successfully sued for redlining?
Probably happens now.
Yeah, 2025. There's
Okay.
been multiple massive banks that have been, including Bank of America, Navy Federal Credit Union, Wells Fargo, all sued successfully for redlining, literally not giving black people loans because they were black. And so when I say that all white people are racist, right, are inherently racist, it's not because I'm saying that all white people are walking around and calling black people the N-word or slurring or anything like that. But we live in a society that is catered to white people, and the systems that are put in place are geared to allow white people to succeed at a higher level, right? And so whether or not you are actively engaging in that system, you are still a part of that system and you are benefiting from that system because that is a part of the inherent society that we live in. Get it?
Of course I get it. I just don't understand. I don't understand why you
How
think
can you
like
say
that.
that you get it and you don't understand?
I understand what you told me, but you don't think that that makes everybody racist, do you? Every white person is racist because the banks don't give loans to certain black people?
What does inherently racist mean?
I'm racist by default.
No,
I'm racist because. Then what is it? Then what is it? Then let's go. Tell me. Educate me some more. I'm curious to know why you think like this. I have no clue why you think like this. You have every opportunity in the world. Nothing's stopping you. I don't get it. I really don't.
Do you know what the difference is between inherent and inherit?
I don't know what the second word is you're saying because it sounds like you said the exact same thing.
Yeah, there's two different words. It's inherent and inherit.
I must be thinking you're saying inherit and you're saying inherent.
I'm not saying all white people are inherently racist, meaning like they're passed down from
But-
their
but
great people.
The phrase "all white people" shouldn't even be coming out of your mouth. It shouldn't
it
be coming out
does-
of anybody's mouth.
It does if you understand what inherently racist.
But it
means.
doesn't. It doesn't exist.
Okay, but have
There's
you looked it up?
nothing- I don't even have to look it up because you're
do.
saying all
Like, but
white
see,
people.
Mitchell, this is the problem, right? You're sitting here and this is why I called you an ultra-crepidarian, right? You're sitting here and you're pushing back on the premise of something that you haven't even tried to like verify yourself, and you're just going off the fifis and your tum-tum, right? But when I'm sitting here telling you and I'm trying to explain it to you, I'm breaking it down Barney style, and I'm
But
giving you the key.
You're not.
I did.
You're at the
That
same
bank
time you're
reference was-
belittling me
No.
instead of just telling me what I'm not understanding.
I'm
So a good
literally
person
telling
would
you.
just say, "Hey, this is what it means," instead of going, "Let me break it down Barney style," and demean me while you're doing it. Why don't you just be a good person and tell me what I don't understand instead of trying to break
The
me
reason
down?
why it's hard to tell you what you don't understand is because if I just tell you, then you're just going to say it's not true. Like I literally was just telling you and you were saying it's not true. So the reason why I break it down Barney style is often is if you give people, like if you spoon feed them instead of actually just telling them the thing, then they're a little bit more willing to be acceptable of it. But even more so, if they go look it up for themselves, then they can engage with it even
Right,
better.
but
That's
if
why I said that. So
if I
you
do
sitting
it,
here
I'm-
saying that, oh, why don't I just tell you? Because if I just tell you the things, you're just gonna say, nuh-uh, like you've already been doing. Have you not just said, oh, that's not true with the things that I've told you?
Yeah, I don't think it's a fair statement to ever start anything
comes
with
in the
all
fall.
white people. Right, but all white people.
Yeah,
That's like
Bo,
if I started
go
the
look-
phrase out with all black people, now I'm
Mitchell,
racist.
Mitchell,
You see what I'm saying though?
Mitchell, do me a favor.
What? What is it you can't do, buddy? Huh?
Mitchell,
What
do me a
is it you
favor.
can't do?
Mitchell, stop. Seriously, do me a favor. Go look up.
I'm not gonna go look it up. Why don't you just tell me so?
No, because you know why, Mitchell? I've been up here educating you for free, literally for free. One thing that I stand on, first and foremost, Black women labor isn't free. So guys, make sure you are supporting Black women, especially Black women creators. But two, I don't really do shit for free anyway. And the fact that I've been sitting up here talking and educating you for free is like a fucking wild thing. Black people shouldn't be educating white people on racism. Like white people should be educating themselves on racism. But I decided to do this, Mitchell, because I enjoyed having this conversation with you. With that being said, don't take my kindness for weakness. The fact that I'm willing to give you information does not mean that I owe you information. And if I sat there and gave you certain information, and then now I'm telling you it's your turn to do some lead work, then maybe you should get off your ass and go look up one word. I told you to go look up one word. I've been spoon feeding you this entire time. Go look up one word. You got a minute. I got some thank yous. Go look up what the word inherent means. W's in the chat. Thank you. Thank you, Solid. Solid, I see you. I'm gonna get you up here in a second. Give me 2 seconds. W's in the chat for Marie for the $1.11 donation saying, hey, caller, not everyone can be racist. Maurice, don't give him the game. You know what, Marie, I'm sorry. I'm not going to read off the rest of your donation because then we would just be giving it to him. And if we just give it to him, then he's not going to learn. So no, but I love you, Marie. Thank you for that. I'm not. W's in the chat for Amy for the $10 donation saying he speaks on things that he actually he speaks on things that he doesn't actually know anything about with such authority. No, I'm not going to read this one out either, Amy. Stop it. You guys stop giving him the answer. He needs to go figure out what ultra-crepidarian is. W's in the chat for Amy for the $10 donation. W's in the chat for Bree for the $2 donation saying, dude can't comprehend his own white mediocrity except by saying every man has the same opportunity despite the color of the skin. Imagine being that below average. Holy shit, yikes. W's in the chat for Jojo for the $5 donation saying, it takes courage and humility to take a deep look at themselves and acknowledge a lot of people don't have the ability to have that introspect. And so I get it. I absolutely get it. W's in the chat for Sean for the $10 super chat to say, even after WW2, our heroic Black veterans were denied their VH home loans, other benefits, and even honors. This continued into the 70s. Tell me what that is exactly. W's in the chat for Sean. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Mitchell, sending your request to come off mute. Please come off mute.
It's automatically turning off the mic while it waits.
Yeah, no worries. Did you go look up the word inherent?
I didn't.
Why?
Because I don't want to accidentally lose you, and that's what I was trying to tell you.
You can't
I don't want to go.
accidentally lose me if you just swipe up. You're not going to go anywhere, and if you do, then you can just
If I
request
swipe
back,
up,
and I'll bring you right back.
If I swipe up, doesn't it just go to the next one?
No. And then
So
also,
you're
if
saying
you
if I
somehow,
swipe up, it's not going to lose you.
No, look at this. Look at this. See this?
Okay, go.
Look, hold on.
Do it.
You see that?
Okay.
That's all you got to do.
Does it still talk though?
Yeah, still here. You know, I can't hear you while you're out. You have to come back in before I can hear you.
Okay, so what word do you want me to go look up? And can you tell me how to use Google? Because I think your guys all say I'm stupid or something. So I don't know how to use Google. Are you there? Can you hear me now? Go.
We'll look up inherent.
Inherent. Okay.
Okay.
So start with an I.
Starts with a pasta.
Apostrophe.
A pasta.
Apostrophe.
I know, Kay. Kay, if I try to explain to him function, he can't even get past definitions. You think he's gonna get functionality yet? Come on, Kay. You gotta let me do this one, because you would go right over his head. That's why I'm holding solid at bay at the moment, because you guys would go right over his head.
All right, I looked it up.
What is it?
Something about it being a permanent. I don't understand it. I don't. I really don't. I mean, I only went to 2 years of college, so maybe I'm not as smart as most of your listeners who got their degrees and who knows what. But I don't understand. So I'm racist, inherently racist, because because I am. It was born in me. It was like
No,
it's just a part. It's a part of.
I keep telling you, I didn't say you inherited racism.
I know. I looked up.
I said you're
inherent. Hold on.
inherently racism. You're inherently racist, not inherit.
I looked up inherent. It said existing in something as a permanent. Did you hear me?
I heard you.
That's what the definition of inherent was.
Yeah, hold on for a second.
That's what it was. Where it came up.
Yeah, sure. Hold on for a second. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do, Mitchell.
Okay, go.
I'm gonna say a couple of things.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna say a couple of thank yous, and then I'm gonna have I think I'm gonna have the white lady talk to you first.
Nice. That way she'll be able to speak my language.
Yeah, but I speak.
No. Like
Listen, seriously. Even though she's a white lady, I think I communicate with white men better. I promise you. Like, if you're not getting it with me, I don't think that's why I didn't bring her up here in the first place, because
I'm not getting what with you.
Let me read these thank yous off, and then I'm gonna have my white friend talk to you for a little while, and then we're gonna have Solid talk to you. So
nice.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
I was in chat for Lori for the $5 donation, saying thank you for the education. Lori, you're fucking awesome. Thank you for the 5. I was in the chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation, saying damn, Santana, you really hurt his fragile, mediocre ego. Oh, it's gonna get worse, I promise you. I was in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation, saying the caller is not learning things. The caller is here. I'm sorry, he's not here to learn things. The caller's here to be a parrot for every messed up thing he's heard, which is sad, right? Because like at some point we got to say like, hey, maybe we should challenge the way we think. Debbie's in the chat for, I think it's pronounced Denise, who sent a $30 donation. Holy fuck, said, I'm liberal, a Democrat. The discussion has always irritated me. You explained it, and now I get it. Here's my payment for teaching me. Thank you for that $30. Listen, I appreciate you. And yeah, listen, Black people labor is not free. So, you know, show some love to the Black creators as well. W's in the chat for you. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation, saying, Santana, maybe you should teach an English class. Today's lesson on grammar. I'm not the best on grammar, but God damn it, I know the difference between moot and moot. Mute and moot. W's in the chat for Denise. This is a different one who sent a $30 donation saying, love you, Santana. This career, 28-year academic library employee knows you and your wife aren't spoon feeding your kids definitions. Look it up. Exactly. Like I tell my oldest son that all the time, like, hey, go look that up and you tell me. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Marie for the $1.11 to say this guy isn't stupid. And this is the problem. It's far worse to be able to comprehend and refuse to, pissing me off. Exactly. I think that's what it is. W's in the chat, guys. Anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Kate, you get the first swing.
All right, Mitchell. So the first question I have for you is, I really want to know, are you actually genuine while you're being up here? Because I have a really good read on people, and no, in general,
no, you don't.
It's my job. So
right, but they're doing a terrible job at it. If you're going to say something negative about me, you're not reading people. You're just playing along with whatever.
Mitchell, hey, I need you to put your foot.
Listen, please. I know you want to come in, but
you got
Mitchell and I can do it.
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm being respectful. I'm not calling her name. I'm just saying.
No, you just told me that I do my job poorly. I'm asking you if you're being genuine when you're up here. Can you answer that question, yes or no?
Am I being genuine about what?
Having this conversation.
You mean being belittled? That part of the conversation, or the part where I'm trying to say that?
Have I belittled you since you came up here? I asked you one question. Are you going to have a genuine conversation? Yes or no?
Yes. Let's play along.
Nope. No. So listen, my entire career has been about deconstruction and talking about racism with white folk, and I don't mind doing it, and I do it for free. However,
what is it? I mean, what is it you actually, like, what do you do? What is your, I don't need to know where, but like, what do you, like, I'm a contractor. I work in construction. I manual labor. What is it you do?
I'm a medical physician. I'm also a psychiatric doctor. I'm double board certified, and I teach deconstruction and decolonization for free for companies that have problem people, like white people who think that, all Black people or all white people, can't get definitions together or know how the functionality of racism works.
Right. Okay.
You need any more credentials?
No, I didn't want your credentials. I just wanted to know what you did for work, because you said that that's what you do, is you teach people this. So I wasn't sure if you were a teacher. I didn't care about your credentials. I didn't care if you learned in a book.
You going to, can we get on with this? Because I really you feel super disingenuous. You keep making comments about being belittled when nobody's belittling you.
Have you read the comments?
Stop reading the comments. You want me to turn the chat off for you? So you can stop reading the comments?
Okay, he got to put his big boy pants on. He got to put his big boy pants on. Also, I told you, Kay.
So I don't understand. Do you guys want people that disagree with you or agree with you? I don't understand.
On this topic, it would be great if white people could get on board and understand how racism functions and works. If you're coming up here to debate on a political topic, that's different. But this is not
I don't believe I don't believe in racism.
Okay.
Racism believes in you.
You know what? Listen, Solid can have reindeer games. I'm not.
That's what I told Kay.
Reindeer games. I'm not Ben Affleck.
Nope. Stop. Kay, I told you. I told you. I told you. I tried to tell you.
I said
Didn't I tell
he
you?
wasn't
Tried to
genuine.
tell you.
I understand, but I'm
Exactly.
saying right now.
See?
Listen,
See?
I would give him the baby example so that we could start off and that he wouldn't even have to look up definitions, because definitions are very unimportant in this conversation. It's all about functionality.
But
So
if you can't get past
I don't even
definition, you
care
can't get
if
the
you look up
function.
definitions. But I mean, the way that you are acting while you're up here, I'm not going to waste Solid's time either. Like, he's an amazing person to sit in his lives and learn and listen from, but I know you won't take the time out to do that. So if he wants to, you know, speak with you, he can, or you can engage in the conversation as a grown adult.
I told you.
Which one you want?
He doesn't know when he's muted. He's been muted, okay?
He's muted. Yeah, he's muted. Can you unmute yourself? It's just one button on the phone.
I got it. Don't worry about it, Kay.
It did it on its own. God.
It's weird. I don't know why it keeps doing that to you. It might be a
Right,
TikTok
but why
glitch
does,
for you.
then why did she do it with a condescending voice? Like, it's
Oh,
just one button on the phone. Like, why
I
can't
don't
she
know.
be
I'm not
respectful?
sure. Sometimes it might be a TikTok issue for some reason. I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know what's going on, but all that, look,
You sound like such a victim. It's sickening. Like, honestly, like, I would literally go in your house, lock the door, pull the shades, have some sleepy time tea, and try to wake up on a better side of the bed tomorrow. Because
what have I said that I was a victim?
you're just, why does she have to talk to me in that condescending tone? Why can't she say it's just one button?
Have you
Like,
seen
stop
the
whining.
chat?
Okay. Oh, okay. So we're gonna be disrespectful. Is that what we're doing? I thought we were
You
calling
told
that
me I
like
was
a-
being disrespectful when I told you to give the old college try. Did
I
you
didn't
hear?
say
Did you guys?
that. I said it was condescending. And it is, and you know it is.
You're
You
really,
guys do it
you're
on
really
purpose.
sensitive right now, Bub.
If I did the same thing to you, you would do the exact same thing. You'd say
You
the
don't
exact
think
thing.
by
Every time I
wasting our
say it,
time up here, you are doing the same thing?
you don't even know
want to
anything
engage
about
in the
me.
conversation. You don't
All
answer
I
questions.
said.
Don't mute him again. My God, he's gonna get lost.
Mitchell, why did you mute yourself, Mitchell? Mitchell, did you
He's
mean
doing
to
it on
mute
his own
yourself?
because you guys keep talking.
Did you mean to mute yourself?
I did not mute myself.
Okay, don't do that.
I'm not doing it. I'm telling you right now, I'm not touching the phone.
Okay.
I'm not doing anything
Mitchell,
to it. It's
listen,
just doing it on its
I'm
own.
gonna try to have. I'm just gonna ask you one question.
Okay, go.
To see if you'll engage in a conversation.
I have been. Have I said anything disrespectful? No.
You just whined a lot.
Okay,
we
thank
move
you for
on?
being more disrespectful.
Can we
Calling
move
me a
on?
whiner isn't healthy to whatever it is you're trying to do.
Can we move on?
I'm trying to. I just said it.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Are
Let's
you
quit.
an able-bodied person? You said you were a contractor. Are you an
I
able-bodied?
am able. I'm an able-bodied person.
Okay. Did you know that all able-bodied people are inherently ableist?
I could see that.
Wow, great. That's amazing that you can see that right off the bat.
Okay, so thank you for.
No, I
whatever.
mean it, because some people push back right away and say like, no, I'm not, like, no.
No, because I kind of have a thing where, you know, I see somebody in a wheelchair and I kind of like, you know, panic for a second. What am I supposed to do? Instead of just treating them like a human being, I start to panic to like, do I hold the door? Do I not hold the door? Is it this,
So you
this,
have
that,
some
that?
inherent bias because you're like, I don't know what to do, you know, whatever. But also more so than that, like when people, you know, go out to dinner or to a movie or something like that,
Right.
that are able-bodied, they don't have to worry about certain things, right? They don't have to
Like
worry
stairs.
about stairs. They don't have to worry about if there's a ramp to get into the restaurant. They don't have to worry about if there's a table that can pull a chair out, if it's only booth seating or if it's only high tops. Like, they don't have to worry about any of that, right?
Right.
So we just go out, we walk around, we do stuff, we, you know, whatever.
Okay.
So we don't have to think about those things. It's very similar when we talk about inherent racism and white people. It is a social construct. Racism and asking you to look up inherently and showing that it's a permanent characteristic It doesn't tell you also the functionality of it. We use a lot of definitions for words, and you can look up any of those definitions of racism, and you're going to find something in there that you're going to say, well, that's not, when we talk about racism, you're going to say, well, that's not in the definition. But there's a lot of things in definitions, because if you read the first 10 pages of a dictionary, it pretty much says that, these 10 white guys got together and decided how things were going to be put into a dictionary, and then they were only going to be prescriptive and not actually descriptive. So they don't actually describe how things actually work. I'm so sorry, other way around.
Right. I see what you're saying then. I understand.
So when we talk about this, about all white people being racist, what we mean is that we benefit from the system that has been built. It's a global thing. It doesn't mean that it's just the United States, and that there's work to be done in order to be physically anti-racist. There's readings and teachings and things you have to go through in order to not always have the inherent biases that we are. We have tests, like when you come off the app and you, if you want to take some time, because I genuinely don't know what you'll look up and what you don't, you want to talk about how it starts before a child is born. It starts.
What's the
inherent racism?
Dang.
It's about medical racism. It's about all walks of life, all systems that are put in place were built off of white supremacy, and we benefit from that. You and I. We don't have to worry about, certain things. We don't have to have talks with our children.
I don't have kids. Darn it.
Pardon me?
I don't have kids.
Okay, but if you, we don't. I'm sorry. I'm old. I got grown kids.
I'm old too, but I didn't.
Okay, well, that's fine. But we don't have to, as parents, as white parents, we don't have to have certain conversations that are super uncomfortable about making sure that your child comes home. We don't have these things. And for you to just say that that's ridiculous, that all white people are inherently racist, is like telling all able-bodied people it's ridiculous that you're inherently ableist. If you're not of the queer community, you're inherently queerphobic. If you're not of the trans community, you're inherently transphobic. You may be accepting. You may not have, like Santana said, you're not walking out here, throwing out slurs left and right. But
I don't like them. I think they're terrible. I think they're mean. I'm very, what do they call that?
Feed oriented. Yep.
Well, should be mean to each other.
Slurs,
I have a lot of
slurs
empathy.
are just mean, Kay.
Right.
Slurs are mean.
But they're not just mean. They're harmful. They're dehumanizing. They're not just, mean. It's not just like,
I get what you're saying.
Telling you that you were whiny, like that might be mean.
Right,
That's not harming you. It doesn't change your material conditions.
Oh, I don't know.
Really?
No, I'm kidding. I know what you're saying.
So if you take the time and you actually have a solid conversation, no pun intended, with Solid, like I think he will be able to even enlighten you more, because one thing that when we talk about deconstruction or decolonization, white people to white people, is we don't talk about other communities. We just talk about our place in that hierarchy and what we need to do to not, so I'm not going to speak on the Black community and their experiences. That's for Santana or for Solid or for somebody who, wants to give you that time and attention for free, which it shouldn't be free. It should be your responsibility to be looking it up and finding out why we're talking about this. Where did racism come from? Hint, Portugal, and the Portuguese.
Stop giving him stuff, Kay.
It's sprinkled in there so that he can maybe navigate if he wants to find out later. And if you don't care about any of it and you've wasted all of our time, there's 1.3 here and 600 on YouTube. Somebody's going to listen. Someone's going to pick up a book. So it doesn't matter if the time was wasted or not. But
no time is wasted on here. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's
Yeah, but
saying you guys
it
are
took
wasting
you
your
like
time.
5 tries to go look up inherently because
I didn't. No, I didn't say that. I said I didn't want to accidentally lose him, and he told me how to do it. I told him this is my first time on here. I didn't know it would happen, so it was a genuine. Like I really didn't want to lose you. I'm not near my
this
house.
need for you to like. Okay, let me just give you one point. This
I do
need for
think
you
it
to
was
explain
genuine.
yourself.
Okay. It was
Yeah,
definitely
that's fine.
genuine.
But this thing that you're doing here, where you need to explain all of the steps and stuff, this is a quintessential like white people problem. We got to explain ourselves. We have to give resumes. We have to we have to do all these things and give our narrative about how, like, if you listen into certain lives, you'll hear almost every white person who comes up to say that, white people aren't inherently racist. They do this, the same thing. They say, oh, I grew up in a black neighborhood, or I grew up around black folk, or
didn't grow up in a black neighborhood.
But this is a generality, but it happens all the time. And then
I grew up in a Mexican neighborhood. So, I mean, I got a little bit of Spanish out of it.
Right there, some tokenization of people of color for no reason. Like,
yeah, I did grow up in a Mexican neighborhood. It's not a token.
What I'm saying is we don't need that. When we talk about racism, we don't need to know where you grew up or who you grew up around.
You brought it up.
What I'm saying is that you are not getting is that there are tropes that white people go into, and it's this narrative style of explaining themselves so that they can be better understood, when, let me tell you, 5 steps ago, we already understood.
Hey,
but you didn't, because you criticized me.
1 second, Mitchell. Hey, chat. I just put a poll. I just put a poll up, a 1-minute poll. Check the 1-minute poll. Check that 1-minute poll and vote in the 1-minute poll. Sorry, go ahead, Kay.
I am an absolute affirmative yes. And then that should be split between you and Solid, because I'm going to let you guys finish. But if you want more information and you're actually genuine about it, you can reach out to me. I have multiple resources. I would send you stuff as a white person that, feels that this is very important that you understand. And if you said that you have some big age like I do, then you should be, working on this.
I don't know how old you are, but I'm 46.
Okay, I'm 2 years older.
Okay.
So
I mean,
and I've been working on this for over 25 years. So it's a never-ending project also as well. It's a little funsy. So it doesn't end. But you can get a good bulk of it done if you actually want to. So if you want to reach out and you want to have information, I will give it to you. Anyone else, you guys can always send me a DM. But,
all right.
I'm going to let you and Solid handle it up.
Perfect. Thank you, Kay. All right, guys. So FYI, for the people that took the poll, 235 people voted, 67.23%. And sorry, YouTube, this was just a quick poll on the old TikToks. But 67.23% said yes for a kick fund, and 32.77% said no. So with that being said, we're going to do a kick fund. $100 kick. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you if you want to add a total of $100 to do a kick. So that's where we are. If you would like to add to the kick fund, then go ahead and send it over. And until then, Solid will get an opportunity to speak to Mitchell. I want to say a couple of quick thank yous. Beth, Debbie's in the chat for Beth with $20 donation, saying as a white pastor who's trying to educate herself, but still acknowledging her racism, thank you for helping me learn. I know it's not your job as a black man, so thank you. Beth, thank you so much. Debbie's in chat for Lori for the $1 donation, saying this guy is very disingenuous. I think I attached a donation through Venmo. Yeah, Lori, Debbie's in chat for you for the other $1. It said a gift, but I can't see it through the website. Debbie's in chat for Judah for the $3 donation, saying your patience as your patience as a 33-year-old white woman who has no patience with MAGA. Debbie's in the chat for Marie for the $1.11 donation, saying, oh my God, he is more sensitive than a little girl that missed nap time. His feelings are bruised more than a peach. Sorry for repeating the comments, but I just want to yell at him because my students are less petulant than him. GD. Holy smokes. All right, guys. Like I said, $100 bounty. If you like to add to the kick fund, Santana speaks for you. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. I will keep you guys updated. Solid. Floor is yours.
You know what?
What?
I
Are we talking to me?
I think I should probably bow out.
Really?
Not
Right,
gonna hold
all right.
you. Here's the deal. My goal has kind of been to just get folks to understand that they really just don't understand racism.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't.
They low-key, high-key shouldn't be involved in conversations about race without a adequate knowledge base in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like Mitchell has arrived at that conclusion.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mitchell, are you willing to concede on the point that maybe you shouldn't be having these conversations about racism since you don't know? And when we tell you about inherent biases and, you know, we make these type of statements, it's not because we're flying at the seat of our pants, but because we have done the lead work and we understand the premise as far as how racism is perpetuated and actively harming non-white people?
Will I concede to that?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Okie dokie.
You don't even ask me why I won't concede.
It's on you, Solid. Just FYI, W's in the chat. I'll read all the W's off later, but right now we're up to $20. If anyone wants to add to the kick fund, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio, doing $100 kick fund total. So, yep, Solid. Floor is yours.
Why?
Why don't I subscribe to everybody's inherently racist? Or wait, all white people are inherently racist? Sorry.
Yep.
Because they're not. There are racists out there, but there's racists of all colors. And I've seen it. I've lived it.
What does it take to be racist?
To not like somebody based on the color of their skin.
That's all?
Yes. If somebody says something mean to you, does it hurt your feelings? Because we're ragging on me about it.
Okay.
We're all ragging
so that
on
doesn't
me, so everybody
explain
heard
the
my
most.
point.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
No, go ahead.
That doesn't explain the most racist events that have happened in our history.
That's not fair, though.
Listen.
Where's the word slave come from?
If racism, right, is just bad feelings based on race, or being mean, or having mean ideas about somebody just based on their race, right? How do we end up with American chattel slavery and American apartheid, aka segregation?
How do we end up with it? 'Cause we're doing it right now on our own.
Okay, all right. Let's say you slap me on the face with a wet fish every Tuesday for a week.
That's assault.
Huh?
That's assault. Or is this a hypothetical?
Yeah.
I've never hit anybody.
Listen. This is a hypothetical.
Okay, cool.
You slap me on the face with a wet fish every Tuesday, right?
Okay. It's a weird day, but okay.
It's just Tuesday, you know? And because of that, and you say, this is because I'm white and this is because you're black. When you say, right? So this is the order of events, right? It's like wet fish, right? Schling. Why it makes a schling sound? I don't know. It's a wet fish. It shouldn't make that sound. Step 2, you say, I'm white and you're black and this is why this is happening. Step 3, right across my face, wet fish action. All wet fish all the time, only on Tuesdays.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And because of that, I now don't like you. I don't like you because you did something to me that was because I was black and because you were white. Right?
Right.
Am I then doing racism?
No, I guess. Now you've got a bias because some white guy came up and hit you because you're black.
Okay, so then white racism isn't
I know.
simply
I got
based
what you
on.
said.
So then racism isn't simply based on bad opinions of people based on race.
Right, but why is it me? Why is it the white? Why do I got to pay for the sins of my father?
Because you haven't fixed the sins of your father.
But it's not for me to fix it.
It is.
It's for everybody to fix.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. What is it? What is it you want from me? You want me to give you reparations?
Wait.
Really
Why
quick,
is
we're
it
up-
for me to
really quick.
fix something that you're doing to me?
I'm not doing anything.
Wait.
Yes, you
Really
are.
quick, we're up to
You're in the middle of-
43. We're up to 43 in the kick fund. Just FYI, we have a total of 43.
Y'all slow up. 'Cause I'm
Santana
trying to
Speaks
do
for
a
You is the way we're doing a $100 total kick fund. So if you guys want to add to it, Santana Speaks for You, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo.
So because I disagree, you're raising a fund to kick me off.
No. They're raising a fund to kick you off because you've annoyed them.
So what? That's the point of me being the other view of them.
Well, no.
So they don't like something that they hear.
You
and
can
they-
disagree without being annoying.
Right, but the point of the
Okay.
kick fund is we're not kicking you off because we disagree. Like, and the point of you annoying. See, this is where we are. Like, I don't have a problem with continuing to talk to you, but it seems like the chat may have a problem, and so I give a democratic option for them to voice their opinion, and so you continue the conversation, and throughout the conversation, they make a decision whether they want to add to the kick fund or not to have you gone. And I have no issues with talking to you. Solid has no issues with talking
This
to
doesn't
you.
resolve anything, though.
I guess, but I'm just letting you know, like, that's how it works.
But it's
Anyway.
not. It's not resolving anything. They want me to hear their side of the view and try to understand, but their thought is, I'm annoying. Kick them off.
Well, no, I
Yeah.
mean, the
Yeah.
chat
That's
voices
cool.
their
I mean, it's
opinion
cool.
through the way they
Right.
support. But
Right.
anyway,
And
go ahead,
I've-
Solid.
I understand where he's coming from. I mean, I get it. I'm supposed to be racist because my forefathers are racist, and I don't do anything about it now because I'm not racist. So I'm going to live my life and die one day, and the next guy will be here after me, and so forth. I mean, everybody puts so much stock in the importance of life. The only thing that makes life important is the people that love you. I mean, 350 people die every day in the US alone, 6,000 worldwide. The only thing that makes those lives valuable is the people that love them lost somebody. You guys don't give a shit when I die. So, I mean, the fact that we're sitting here and we're blaming shit on my forefathers.
I gotta remember to add like that slow violin music to the
Sorry about that.
soundboard. All good. Go ahead, Solid.
Yeah, my most gorgeous wife just called, and so she took precedence. Where were we?
Talking about me being a racist. White people being inherently racist.
Yeah,
And I slapped you with a-
that's
I
because
slapped you
that's the
with a
way.
fish.
Listen. That's because white people built it that way and never did anything meaningful enough to stop it from being that.
What else is there supposed to do? We're supposed to I don't know, maybe like move. Should we move?
Not perpetuate the harm, not find other vehicles for it to be in.
So let me see. How did I perpetuate it today?
By doing racism denial.
Racism denial. You know who doesn't cry
The
about
denial of
racism?
racism is racism.
You know
Yes.
who doesn't cry about
Racism
racism?
survives in obscurity.
Right.
Through things like dog whistling, sanitized history, and rhetorical devices like loaded questions. For example, what is it that I can do that you can't?
There's nothing you can't do that I can do.
Yes, there's nothing that I can do that you can't do.
No, there's nothing you can't do that I can do.
That's untrue.
That is not true.
That's tacitly untrue.
Do you have a felony?
Do I have a felony?
You have a
No.
felony. Okay.
No.
Well, you can go to Canada and I can't. So are they
because
racist?
you have a felony?
Yes.
Maybe
So
be
are they racist?
maybe like be better, right?
Right. But that's what I'm saying.
But that's not based on your race.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's nothing that
Okay.
you
All right.
can't do.
I want to tell you the thing that I can't do that you can.
All right, go. Do it.
Live without redlining in my lineage.
That's you're gonna keep living in the past. Okay, well, my ancestors 10,000 years ago were enslaved.
Hold on, because I
I'm
know
sad.
that
I'm
Santana
sad.
already told you, right? Santana already told you. So there is our proverbial gavel, right? There is our nail in the coffin.
You own a house
Because-
today, though, right?
Because you conceded already you've already acknowledged that redlining happens.
I totally agree. Redlining still happens today.
but then just said that we have to stop living in the past.
But I don't.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Did you know that your zip code is the #1 determinant of your lifespan?
My zip code?
People, but depending on which zip code you're in, you may have a 10 to 20 year difference in how long you live.
That's. I might want to look at moving.
Did you hit the goal? Because that's all we need.
I was trying to slow you down, but I wanted to finish your point.
Yeah. No, that's all we needed. Like caught red-handed, hand in the cookie jar.
I didn't want to just cut you off because I wanted to be able to finish. But yeah.
What do you do when someone is simply doing an exercise, what's the word? An endurance exercise in nah?
I don't know, but you know what? Like Solid, I've never heard someone cry that much. Like that was weird to me.
He wasn't actually crying.
It was
he was feigning victimhood so that it would listen. These Bamas, okay, know that they can't contend in a discussion that requires logic, in a discussion that requires knowledge. So they choose not to actually have the conversation. Instead, they say you ever been in a sparring match, Santana? You ever been bitten during a sparring match? Or pinched?
No.
Excuse me, or had your eyes rubbed on with the chin or anything like that?
With the chin?
Yeah. I've been in a sparring match where somebody dug their chin into my eyes. We were
No,
clinched,
I've like caught the top of their head in my eye, but like
yeah.
I was thinking boxing because that's the only like real way I've ever sparred. Not
Okay. My thing is, they are now the opposition, right? Conservatives, reactionaries. We'll put it that way, reactionaries. That way I don't have to do the whole, well, the libs. I don't have to do that, right? We'll just call them reactionaries. The goal of reactionaries now are to be as unmovable as possible, and give off the verisimilitude, the appearance that you are doing all the work. If they are able to make you do all the work, then the onlookers or whoever is on their team goes, oh, that guy's winning.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
That's why they look for the crash out.
Yep.
So,
well, that's why I put it up here. All right.
Yeah, crash out.
Give me 2 seconds. Solid. W's in the chat for Susan for the $5 added to the kick fund. Susan, you're fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Larissa, who added $10 to the kick fund. Said, I'm unemployed. I'm also tired of listening to this guy. So take my money. Did some research on JCPOA and was here for 3 to 4 days ago. Was here 3 to 4. I'm not sure what you meant by the end of it. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Miles, who sent a $20 donation to the kick fund, saying, white women so embarrassed by what I'm listening to. Ask Michael to read the Some of Us or Black AF History. They help me absolutely. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation, saying, Solid, please break the toy. I think he was already broke before Solid started. That's why, honestly, Solid, that's why I saved you for last, because I didn't think he was going to make it and I was just going to let you have fun. So there's that. W's in chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation, said to kick the inherently condescending prick and racist. W's in the chat for Melanie, who sent a $25 donation saying, F Mitchell, he's gone too far. W's in the chat for Kisha for the $25 donation saying, kick fun, he's an a-hole. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Tip for the $5 donation saying, white people allowing white people to continue racism is racism. This is the same as participating in it. I'm white, and I know that we got to do the work. Absolutely. W's in the chat for CJ. CJ was not fucking playing. CJ sent a $50 donation saying goodbye, adios, au revoir. Get the fuck out of here. W's in the chat for CJ. W's in the chat for non-blind, who sent a $5 donation saying kick Mitchell to another galaxy, please. We got him up out the paint. And W's in the chat for Beth, who sent a $3 donation saying thank you for your labor. Guys, we were able to raise, the kick fund was $100, and we came up to $153. And so Solid and I will be splitting that. So W's in the chat for you. Solid, you got some dinero coming your way.
Okay, thank you.
W's in the chat for the chat. You guys are fucking awesome. What do you want to do? You got time, or you?
I think I got about a smooth 15.
Okay. I don't know if there's one more in the chat. I think you might enjoy this person. Like, this person has been.
Yeah, y'all, I don't do it for the money. You know what I'm saying? I do it for the gold. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
Hello.
Hi.
I was Sean. Donated the $5. I was talking about the JCPOA. The military guy we were talking. Yeah, I was the guy we were talking about the Iran nuclear deal, also known as the JCPOA, and stuff about that. I was saying I did more research into that. Is where I was trying to get at. Just Cash App doesn't give me enough characters to be able to type all that in.
Oh, got it. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, sounds good.
All right. I have to do my little spiel before I go and everything. My thoughts and opinions represent myself, not the DOW or the Department of the Air Force. With that being said, we can get into it. All right. So you said that during the JCPOA, I could be wrong, and maybe I misheard you, but I believe you said that during the JCPOA, Iran could enrich uranium-235 to 60%. Did I hear that correctly?
I'm sorry. Say it one more time. I'm sorry. I was getting a message. What was the question?
Oh, all good. So maybe I misheard you, but a couple days ago when we were talking about it, you said that Iran could enrich uranium up to 60%. Correct?
Yeah, 60%.
So during the JCPOA, Iran actually didn't pull out of the deal until I want to say it was about 2020. But before then, they were after we pulled out back in 2018, which I believe personally we should have had a better plan than just sanctions, which I what's it called? Applaud former President Joe Biden for trying to reinstate.
It's Solid. Leave. What happened to Solid?
I got no idea, man. Maybe his phone died or something. I'm not sure. Lost connection.
I was gonna let Solid talk to you anyway. All right, go ahead. I guess.
All right. Where was I at? Yeah. So during the JCPOA, they violated the JCPOA after America pulled out, but there were still multiple other countries inside the JCPOA, as well as Germany, Russia, China. Hold on, I have it in my notes here. Give me 1 second. I just did like a. What's it called? Oh, that's the wrong one. It was JCPOA. There's my notes. It was the P5 minus us, but plus Germany was left. You know who the P5 is, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I gotta scroll back up to the top of my notes. I have my computer right next to me. All right. So yeah. So after we pulled out of the JCPOA, we did a sanctions campaign, right? Which crushed Iran's economy, their oil exports, and all of that, right? But after we left, Iran was still in the deal, as long as other countries, but they increased to 4.5%, then 20%, and then 60%. The only highest, the highest amount of enrichment you would need for a nuclear reactor that I could find was about 27-28%. Let's see. Going to 60%, you have no civilian use for there's no civilian use for 60% enriched uranium-235. And going from 60% to 90%, which is weapons grade uranium-235, can be used for nukes. And the reason we pulled out of the JCPOA, at least that I could find, was because it didn't what's the word? It's like not condense, but restrict. It didn't restrict Iran's funding towards Hezbollah and all these other terrorist organizations. Plus, it didn't restrict the nuclear deal, which nukes, mainly the main payload of nuclear weapons is from a ballistic missile or an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile, which at the time, I still don't believe, no, they do not currently possess intercontinental ballistic missiles, at least that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I'm
confused where you're going with this.
Well, no, because I remember you were saying that they were allowed to enrich up to 60% of uranium during the JCPOA, and I just want to do some research for myself and other people as well who may have, I try to help people on both sides of the parties. I try to stay apolitical. I'm in the middle personally. So yeah, I'll just, if you had any other questions about that, I could be able to help. But yeah,
no, I'm still missing the point.
Oh, well, you said that Iran, during the JCPOA, Iran was allowed to enrich uranium uranium-235 up to 60%. And I just showed that was not the case. I was just trying to let you know.
Wait, okay. Where do you see that the JCPOA restricted lower than 60%?
Well, it was 3.67% is where the JCPOA had it at.
Where does it say that? I'm looking at the JCPOA right now.
I have my notes. I need to actually pull up the website for the JCPOA. Give me 1 second here. Oh, if I could type, it'd be amazing. My internet is slow. Give me 1 second here. I need to buy some better Wi-Fi.
Okay.
I apologize. It's
all good. I guess while you're pulling this up, help me understand what's the overall point that you wanted to make?
Just help you out, because I know you said 60%. So
just correcting the number?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's
your what's the point that you want to
I'm just really big into this.
Okay. Yeah, I have it up here. I'll look back through and I can definitely make sure that I'm giving the exact correct number. But all right, cool.
Okay.
Does it change your stance at all or something?
On the strike? Yeah, it does, because going from enrichment past from 60%, or at least 20%, right? Which you don't even need to go past 20% to 90% is a lot easier from going from 3% to 20%, or 0.3. I think 0.3 or 0.7 is what your normal uranium sits at for uranium-235, because you have uranium-235 and it's uranium-238, I want to say. Where's my notes on that? I have that as well.
All right. Well, I'll take a look. But all right, I appreciate you coming up and telling me about it.
Yep.
Thank you. W's in the chat for Megan for the $3 donation, saying that's not fair though. Fragile white guess. I love you. I love you more. W's in the chat for Jeffrey for the $10 donation, saying you and the panel are incredible and so knowledgeable. So happy to hear the minority voices can be identified. Also, supremacy is the DEI. Even in a loss and ignorance, the ability to live under that and still be successful. That's white supremacy at its most subvert form. Exactly. Couldn't agree more. W's in the chat for Zeke, who sent a $1.99 super chat to say to help tune up the band HBK style. W's in the chat for Morgan, who sent a let's just say €1, just some love. And W's in the chat for Leap, who sent a $5 super chat to say he's annoying and he has to make a joke of everything and he's a massive child. Yeah, he was horrible. He was absolutely horrible. Guys, we've been on way longer than I expected. Like I literally just checked the time. And we got like way too far away from what was happening. I think it was the restart that reshifted everything, but we're going to get out of here. It's been a heck of a day. So we're going to call it. I appreciate you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. So I'll see you all tomorrow. And yeah, it's been a good day. Let's get out of here.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Gray stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey. It's been an interesting day, guys. Seriously, it's been actually an interesting day. And so I'm glad that I was able to spend some time with you guys. And I'm glad you were able to hop in. Hey, make sure before you leave, you hit that follow button. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up and make sure you follow me. Hit that thumbs up and follow me over on YouTube before you guys leave. I will be back tomorrow. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thank you all for everything that you do. Thank you for all the gifts, likes, the taps, the shares. Thank you all for hanging out. I love each and every